Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. A manhunt is underway in Utah after the prominent far-right activist Charlie Kirk was assassinated on Wednesday as he spoke before a large outdoor crowd at Utah Valley University on the first stop of his fall campus tour. Kirk was 31 years old. He founded Turning Point USA when he was just 18, which grew into the largest right-wing youth movement in the country. He was a close ally of President Trump and one of the most influential young voices in the MAGA movement. Police believe Kirk was killed by a single shot, possibly fired from a nearby roof. Kirk was shot as he was responding to a question by an audience member about how many transgender individuals have been mass shooters.
There's a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Police have not yet identified the shooter, but on Wednesday night, President Trump blamed the shooting on, well, what he called the radical left.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country.
During his address, Trump referenced several other attacks on public figures, including attempts on his own life, but made no mention of any Democratic politicians who've been the target of political violence. The shooting of Charlie Kirk comes less than 3 months after a Trump supporter assassinated Democratic state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home. Meanwhile, a number of prominent right-wing figures are already calling for Trump to target left-wing groups. Elon Musk wrote on X, quote, "The left is the party of murder." The Manhattan Institute's Christopher Rufo wrote on X, "The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It's time, within the confines of the law, to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos," end quote. Meanwhile, the far-right influencer Laura Loomer also wrote on X, quote, "The best way President Trump can reinforce Charlie's legacy is by cracking down on the left with the full force of the government. Jail every single leftist who makes a threat of political violence. We can't allow for these people to live among us in society."
These comments come despite evidence the vast majority of political violence in the United States is committed by the far right. Last year, a unit of the Department of Justice published a major study on domestic terrorism. It found, quote, since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives, unquote. We're joined now by Jeff Sharlet, who's written extensively about political violence. He's journalist, author, and professor of English and creative writing at Dartmouth College. His latest book is The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. His most recent post on Substack is The Struggle is Long. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Jeff Sharlet. First, if you can respond to this horrific moment yesterday, as he was taking questions from the crowd, the assassination, one bullet to the neck. Talk about your response.
We're in a moment of great peril. The minute I heard this, spending the time that I do amongst right-wingers and reading right-wing media and fascist media and understanding their imagination of the moment, which is, look, I'm not going to take away, they've lost one of their own, and I don't doubt some of them mourn him, but you also see a certain amount of glee rippling through that world. The language that I keep seeing is the gloves are off, everything's on the table. It's on, now it's time to do it, right? So there's a sense in which rather than mourning their fallen comrade, they're seeing it as, some are seeing it as license to further escalate political violence.
Well, Jeff, Charlotte, if you could just provide some broader context, explain who Charlie Kirk was and the kind of extremely broad influence that he had. I mean, some have commented that, in fact, he was more important for Trump than some of his cabinet secretaries.
Yeah, I really think this is, he's one of the great underestimated figures outside right-wing organizing circles. And that's because he had a 3-hour daily, a 3-hour talk show. He had a bigger presence on TikTok than most political figures. And so he was misunderstood as an influencer, and he was that. But primarily and fundamentally, what he was an organizer, and a very, very effective one. Political analysts quibble over how essential he was to swinging so much of the youth vote to Trump. But there's no question that he was a huge, huge part of it. And he did that by transforming far-right youth politics in America. The previous organizations had always been built around ideology, rather it was a kind of a William F. Buckley conservatism or libertarianism. And Kirk's insight was absolute devotion to the great leader, cult of personality, a central tenet of fascism. His politics would change. His enemies were Trump's enemies, whoever that was that day. He was in so many ways, and I think Trump viewed him this as the son he really wanted to have. A figure of tremendous influence, and I think that's important for us to understand, because the scale of the right-wing reaction is going to correlate with that.
Professor Charlotte, talk about Turning Point USA. What is the significance of this organization and his role in building it?
So he founded it in 2012, and at the time he was kind of a Tea Party Republican.
18 years old, right?
Yes, he was a young guy. He decided to drop out of college. I think a lot of people make a lot of that, and he couldn't even go to college. What the guy could do was organize and charm rich old white men and raise money, and he did it. And he grew and grew it, and then took a turn toward Christian nationalism. It had originally been largely secular. It had originally been somewhat indifferent to or agnostic on LGBTQ plus rights, but he would see the moment. He was very good at, like his hero Trump, at sort of tacking ever rightward wherever the current would take him. He built it to this behemoth that has chapters on hundreds and hundreds of college campuses. I think it's worth noting, because you're seeing some people saying, well, I disagree with what he said, but he was a champion of free speech. He died debating. Look, the fact that he was murdered doesn't change the fact that he also he was an opponent of free speech. There's no other way to cut it for a man who created something called Professor Watch List, School Board Watch List, to name and frighten people from teaching, who advocated restrictions on what school teachers could teach, who called for, and there's a clip you can see online, who called for the televised public executions. And he had a pretty broad category in mind, but what was was really chilling was he wanted this to be required viewing for children. And you can look at this clip and you can see his colleagues, they're sort of trolling, but Kirk again and again pulls it back to seriousness. And he says, no, this isn't a joke. This has to be a holy experience, a teaching experience for children, watching enemies be killed. That is not a champion of free speech.
Jeff Charlotte, his main issues, immigration, women's rights, abortion, gun control, a major one, as you talked about. He repeatedly praised the Second Amendment. This is going back to April 2023.
Never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And this is Charlie Kirk speaking on his podcast in June, discussing mass deportation, what he called Project 10 Million, which would launch a soft civil war, he said, in the United States.
I'm telling you, everybody, we need to do Project 10 Million. Project 10 Million is removing the 10 million alien invaders in this country. We have 25, 30 million. 10 million is going to be a big number in 4 years, which is basically going to launch a soft civil war in the major cities. That's why what's happening in New York is so important, which we'll talk about later in the show. That's why what's happening in LA is so important.
So that was Charlie Kirk. Chef Charlotte, your response.
Yeah, you said his big issues and you gave a list. I would say his big issue was singular. It was whiteness. And he would express it in any number of different kind of ways. When he spoke of immigration, he was a subscriber to the conspiracy theory known as the Great Replacement Theory. And he was explicit in his very old school anti-Semitic ideas that mysterious Jewish donors were funding an effort to de-whiten America. He was radicalizing even further rightward before his eyes. Until 2023, he would praise MLK. Afterwards, he started calling the Civil Rights Act one of the great wrongs of American life. And he would engage in openly racist talk, saying that I don't even like to give it voice, but saying that Black women didn't have the mental processing power to hold these positions of responsibility. And if you saw one in such a place, she had stolen that job. Again and again, it came into whiteness, and he clothed it in a Christianity that was unrecognizable to so many Christians of real faith. It was an extreme language, and as with Trumpism in general, it was mutating and moving ever rightward right before our eyes.
So, Jeff, you wrote right after the shooting, soon after the shooting yesterday, Wednesday, you warned people not to celebrate. You wrote, if I have any credibility with you from 20 years of reporting on right-wing and fascist movements, please listen when I beg you not to celebrate Charlie Kirk getting shot. Don't celebrate it. Don't mock it. On the one hand, you saw quotes, tweets, people on social media doing that. On the other hand, this morning, you've commented on this piece, and I'd just like to read an excerpt. New York Times opinion columnist Ezra Klein writing this morning, quote, "You can dislike much of what Kirk believed, and the following statement is still true. Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. When the left thought its hold on the hearts and minds of college students was nearly absolute, Kirk showed up again and again to break it. Slowly, then all at once, he did. College-age voters shifted sharply right in the 2024 election," Ezra Klein wrote again this morning in the New York Times. So if you could comment on that.
No fucking way.
Yeah, I mean, here's a really, to me, very simple fact.
I mean,
murder
of course I was,
is
but like,
murder.
come on.
You don't celebrate it. You don't need
like,
to
seriously.
mock it, but you also
As soon as
don't
they have that news
euphemize.
conference,
You don't
I'm gonna be laughing
whitewash
so fucking hard
the
because I
dead.
called it
Kirk did not
perfectly.
practice politics
I
in
called
the
it
right way. He
perfectly.
boasted of
If he was
fomenting
a
the
fucking
J6
groiper,
insurrection.
I am
As I said, he
fucking
called
like, come
for
on.
televised executions.
I'm just kidding about being a god. I'm just saying, am I
used
fucking
the most
Cassandra?
vile language. He practiced a McCarthyism on campuses. This is not
Are you
free
fucking
speech.
kidding me?
There is no need in speaking. We can speak against political violence without somehow twisting ourselves around to defend
People hate me for
others
being right
who
too
spoke
much.
for it.
Legitimately,
We don't
people hate me for being right too much. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, there was a whole bunch of creators who were like, I don't like how Mike is right so much. What? And then people will be like, Mike, you know, all you said was the sky was blue. Bitch, then where was everybody else saying it? If it was so easy to see, how come I'm the only one? Mike, you caused Kamala Harris to lose. All right, hold on. Let me take my headset off. Hold on. You caused Kamala Harris to lose by saying that Gaza was important, actually.
Have to imitate Kirk's violent rhetoric, and nor do we have to cover it up. We have to name it accurately. Accurately is what it was. We have to name the murder.
Oh, I don't want that. Audio work. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Mike, you caused the short. Well, here's the thing. Like, the reason why liberals and leftists wanted to be a leftist is because they can live vicariously with the idea the left is actually doing something. As sick as that is, I don't believe that to be true. Like, I maybe that makes me an asshole, but I don't believe it to be true. Because there's literally no one on the left, including myself, who calls for violence. Like, people aren't going to spontaneously go out there and do violence. It's very hard to get someone to do violence. That's what you fucking dumbasses don't know.
To them, we're hoping to find that out when this news conference begins in just a few minutes. We do know that they had a tremendous amount of video of this individual. They were able to get that out to the public. They had 7,000 tips come in on the tip line that they were following up on. But in the end, it appears that this individual turned
he doesn't seem to be a groiper, but if he
himself in
was,
with his father.
All right, thank you very much. Let's turn now to senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang and Anna Schechter, who is CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety. Good morning, guys. You know, yesterday when they released a lot of information. We saw his picture, we saw his escape. And when I went to bed last night, I said, now it's only a matter of time, surely. When I woke up this morning, I said, now we're certainly going to have something. So I was surprised that it was taking so long since the picture was so clear. And I kept thinking, family members, somebody knows this guy. Somebody speak up, Weijia.
Well, you know, last night, Gail, we had a press conference from local authorities in Utah. The FBI director, Kash Patel, was standing with them. They released new images, but they did not say anything about coming close to having a suspect in custody. And it wasn't until this morning that President Trump, not law enforcement officials, but the president, broke the news that, as you mentioned, he said there was a high degree of certainty that the suspect was in custody. Multiple sources tell CBS News that the person they have has a strong resemblance to all those images that we have been seeing. And the president actually went on to reveal some of those details that we just heard from
we're about
Carter.
to watch it. We're about to watch it, chat.
His son.
We're about to watch it.
Because his name has been released, everyone's Googling the name to find out what we can find out about this person.
That's right.
We see they're entering the room now. Anna, stand by for just a sec.
At today's press conference, we will hear from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
Has he been arrested? This is the latest one. This is the one that's about to happen, that just went down. His family turned him in?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
We
got him.
Utah.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was...
Okay, we don't know anything yet. I don't want to rush to conclusions, but I find it very unlikely that a 22-year-old son of a sheriff from Utah is a left-winger, leftist. That would be very, very, very unlikely. I'm sorry, it's unlikely as fuck. So, let's go ahead and let's see what evidence comes out. Wow, is everybody
observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images? Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU.
Okay.
They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family
you know, if the guy was like, I'm a trans rights supporter, they would have mentioned it. What were the things? Whoa, he's full of hate, you don't say. Was he a groiper?
Member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified...
Oh, fuck. He said Bella Ciao. Ooh, that's not good. I mean, so this is internet troll? Notice bulge. Ooh, what's this? Hey, fetches, fascist catch. Oh, Bella Ciao, chow, chow. If you read this, you're gay, LMAO. So,
an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of
registered Republican?
Just between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel.
Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist song. That is true.
The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
I think it's very likely that he is a groyper that was trying to put the scent on leftists. Literally. I think that's what it is. I think that he was a groyper and he was putting like some left-wing shit on a couple of casings to throw off the scent. But no, this is Discord Charlie Kirk guy, 100,000%. No leftist would go, "If you read this, you're gay." Like, no. A leftist that would shoot someone would be so self-serious, they would not be putting any jokes down. I'm sorry, but I know leftists that are you know what I mean? They would not be like, they wouldn't be making jokes. This is a fucking groyper 1,000 quadrillion %. There's no doubt in my mind, but we have to see. Like, obviously, this is what I believe to be obvious, but we need to see more. Because 2 of those things, "Hey, fascist catch," and "Bella Ciao," indicate that he's saying that he's left-wing. But there's no fucking way.
We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who has worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops.
All that happened is people turned their son in. Somebody turned their son in. What do you mean, cop? What do you mean cops do cop shit? You guys didn't figure shit out. What are you talking about? I mean, like, listen, I get it. We all want to pretend like they did fucking like CSI Miami, zoomed into the video and sharpened it with AI or whatever the fuck. But all that happened is a guy's father turned him in. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then you showed up and arrested the guy. I mean, this is, any knucklehead could do this.
The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive.
It could literally be a DGGer. It could also be It could also be a groiper. I think that Destiny's Community is the #1 suspect right now. I'm not memeing. I am not memeing. I think Destiny's Community is 100,000% like at the top. I probably groiper slightly than Destiny's Community, but we'll find out more. We'll find out more. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. I mean, the guy saying you're gay, like who says that? That's not something that I say. That's not something that Hassan says. It's not something any leftist I know says.
With both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33...
I love how this is such a huge event, so much coverage, people in power going bonkers over this, yet nothing like this happens when children are being murdered in school. I want you to look at what's happening right now, including my coverage of this story, and understand how much more powerful the right wing is in this country than the left. We had sitting Democratic politicians murdered and nobody fucking cared, okay? This guy is he was a 19-year-old college dropout who took billionaire money to push propaganda, who claimed to know everything there is to know about the world and public policy at 18 and never changed a single fucking mind except to become more insanely fascist. They did a moment of silence in the Yankee game. They tried to make them do a moment of silence at the fucking EU Parliament. Who the fuck is Charlie Kirk? He's a guy who takes in $100 million a year from billionaires to spread propaganda. Do you understand what we're up against? Do you think there's a single organization that is helping me? And I'm bigger than almost every one of these motherfuckers. Charlie Kirk is the exception. Hassan is bigger than Charlie Kirk, but like, again, just a guy. Do you understand how much effort is behind the right wing and how much effort there is in suppressing me? You know how much negative, you know how many fucking federal agents there are on our asses? You think it's an exaggeration. The Packers held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. What?
3 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah.
Why? What hostage was there? What are you talking about?
To transport forensic evidence.
We used a lot of money and then the dad turned him in.
And other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF.
Okay. Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University. The value of this scholarship is approximately $32,000. This scholarship is available for 4 years or 8 semesters.
The guy went to college, he got a scholarship, that's it? That's what you're posting?
My direction, the FBI released
You're saying University of Utah is turning them gay? Oh my God. Well, guys, like, come on. There's no fucking way he's an ACP guy. There's no fucking way he's a left. There's no fucking, I mean, there's no fucking way.
set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m.
We'll see.
I
I don't want to get too.
Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly, and I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver it to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake Field Office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
We are, to say that we're cooked doesn't really get into the full fucking sense of what's going on. We are filleted. We are sous vide. We are souffled. Okay, we're not just cooked. We're a fucking 7-course meal. Okay, this is 100%, 1,000 quadrillion percent pure fascist cultural, political, and social dominance. 70% of people are like, these guys suck. But the Democratic Party is like, well, we only want to win if you like them too. I mean, like, it's just quadrillion percent over.
Thank you. Good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up, come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary.
It's so funny how they were all milling around, standing around, going, we don't know, and then his dad turns him in. And then they're like, wow, the amazing police work. We went and got a video, and we posted a screenshot online. 5 people. 5 like non-trained individuals could go and watch some fucking surveillance video and take screenshots and then post it online. Like, that's the amount of work they did. They probably spent $50 million, but that's in effect the only thing they did.
Helping us work through this and bring this person.
Yes, it is a Helldivers reference, chat. It is the 500 kilogram bomb Helldivers. Helldivers stratagem codes list. I think it was up. I think it was, hold on. Let me see which one it was. Okay, it was, what was it? Up. Was it up, down? Or it was up, right, down, down, down? Yeah, this is the 500-pound bomb. Yeah, see, I was right. It's the 500-pound bomb. I fucking knew it. Oh my God, what a gamer am I? What a fucking gamer am I? Bella Ciao is a famous anti-fascist song. Co-opting leftist language with terminally online trolling language. Yeah, the other thing he said is notice his bulge uwu, which is a fascist anti-furry meme that was spread by a guy named Communism Kills. So I would say this guy is a groiper. I'm like leaning in. I'm not saying for sure. Maybe he had some sort of like sudden turn to the left. But if I had to guess, the Helldivers reference, fascists think the game is saying they're good, and the anti-furry meme, I don't know. Happy handing out County alone with these weirdos ditched me. Tyler is some guy from a meme. Austin is the crazy end of the world homeless guy. And Logan is a fancy skeleton. My kids are weird. Happy Halloween. He did a Pepe meme? Oh, he did the Slav squat groiper meme? Uh-oh. I don't know, guys. We'll see.
Justice.
I don't know why. Okay, chat. Can I just be completely honest with everybody? Is he arrested? Okay, he's arrested. So let's put that as our title. It looks like he's a groiper to me. I mean, I think that's the reasonable thing to say. Like, at this point, maybe people will be mad at me for saying it, but I kind of think he's a groiper. And remember how many people were mad at me yesterday? Were people like shitting on me? Were people shitting on me for even suggesting that it could be a groiper? Are all these people going to then say that I am correct? Are they going to then say, wow, maybe Mike was right? Maybe I should stop hacking Mike like an unhinged psycho, like a Destiny fan? It's very weird. Registered Republican, groiper memes, when is Trump for Halloween? To all my followers who, if you take up arms, I disavow you, I disown you, in the strongest possible terms, this is not what we're about. Oh, my ladies and gentlemen, I think he has a suspicion. Mike was fucking right. Uh-oh. Well, now listen, maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to get too ahead of the skis here. I could be wrong. If you have anybody who posted that I'm an idiot for saying that it could be a groiper, please let me know, especially if they are like, you know, other content creators or mods or anything like that. I would like you to send those all to me. Thank you. That would be nice. I'd like to talk to every single one of those people.
Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned
to be wrong. You were super wrong about Luigi at first. Actually, I wasn't. It turns out that I was completely correct on Luigi, but I just haven't really made it a big deal because it's not important and nobody cares. I said that he was like a weird incel right-winger who became kind of a syncretic, ultra enlightened centrist guy who really hated healthcare because his back got hurt. Turned out to be true. But it's fine. It's fine. Who gives a shit? Why would it matter that I was right about that too?
To prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support and you gave it to us. We needed your patience and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family because that's what they need. is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And
let me just say that every single thing that we've seen about him indicates to us that he was a right-winger. The only counter evidence is also contradicted by other things. He did an anti-furry meme, and he said anyone reading this is gay. And he was a registered Republican. His family were right-wing, and he was registered nonpartisan. Okay, we're getting conflicting information on that. Remember, this is a breaking story, so we're getting conflicting information.
Without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General
We're getting conflicting information. Sorry, I read a chatter
been able to complete our mission.
We don't want to get overly excited here. We want to stay true to the facts, okay? Make sure you're sending me the facts.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share.
I think that's a different guy,
a few
Chad.
more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on...
Would you describe this as a pro-Trump costume? Absolutely. Trump is carrying him on his back. And his brother is a hunter with has a huge rifle. This is a pro-Trump costume, obviously.
Our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been.
I don't know if the donation is him. That's just a guy with the same name. It's a pretty common name, so I don't know if you can easily say that he was.
And who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents.
We'll have to see.
He
has a very old. I don't know. He might be a leftist. We'll see.
His life taken.
That's not him. Yeah, guys. There's so much unconfirmed information. The only things I see that I think are legitimate are stuff with his parents that are right. His parents are right wing, and they were very involved with gun culture. But I don't know that we have anything really concrete from Tyler yet. So I think it's a little bit early.
In that very act.
As much as I want him to be a groyper.
Makes it more.
As much as I want that to be true, because that's what I said was true yesterday, it's like more likely that he was a groyper than a leftist. It doesn't matter.
Difficult.
We have to wait till we have actual proof. Okay? As much as we want to like rush off and say that he's this or that, but he could have rebelled against his parents. I did. Right? I mean, so it could be that he rebelled against his parents. I don't think he was, because they're not saying he was. If he was a member of DSA, they'd be like raiding DSA right now. We have to I mean, I know it's unfortunate, but if I say something that turns out to be wrong, then people will pump that up forever. The right-wingers can say whatever the fuck they want. No one holds them accountable ever, because they have institutional dominance.
To feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours.
What's his Twitch name?
I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been.
I mean, he trusted his parents. The suspect in the murder of Charlie Kirk confessed to his father that he was the shooter. His father told authorities and secured his son until they could arrive to pick him up. The motive, as in most murders, is mental illness. Okay, dude.
And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. These are the words that have helped me.
What?
Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends.
I think this is a groyper, guys. I think he's a groyper. If it was a leftist, they'd be leaning more into associating him with more leftist groups. Like, I'm sorry, but the way they were talking, it's like they wanted to use this as they were rushing ahead to try to prove that it's a leftist. But I honest to God think that it's a fascist, a right winger.
And remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have
Guys,
to get...
there's a lot of people named Tyler. All right. Like, come on. There's going to be people with the exact same name that are going to be in committees. I doubt he had hundreds of dollars as an 18-year-old to donate to Trump. Like, calm down.
Back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option.
This is a fake picture.
Now, again,
social media, I mean, even I occasionally get fooled, but this is not him.
To my young friends out there.
It's not him.
You are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. Through those words, we have a reminder we can choose a different path.
It seems very likely that this guy was a groyper, part of the groyper war against Charlie Kirk, declared by fascist creator Nick Fuentes. Seems very likely. Now, it doesn't mean for sure. We're still looking into it, but until I actually see something concrete, that's the working theory I'm on right now.
Our generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are.
What do I think about the shell casing that had "Hey Fascist Catch" engraved on it? That it was a false, that it was him trolling. He also had an anti-furry and a anyone who reads this is gay on other shells. So I think they were trolls.
Are suffering through right now, not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened.
Yeah, this was my working theory yesterday. This was my working theory yesterday. He was likely a supporter of Destiny or Nick Fuentes as part of the Groyper war that had been declared on Charlie by the far right. We have to see. We'll have to wait, but it seems obvious that this is likely true, because if there was anything specific, anything leftist, they'd show it. Like, seriously. Well, if there was evidence, any proof that he was a leftist, they caught a guy. No, yeah. His father turned him in. His father turned him in. Don't tween that. Why? It's a completely reasonable theory. Maybe it'll be wrong, Oh my God. Everybody, guys, I'm not saying he's definitively a Nick Fuentes guy. Authorities notably did not reveal why Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk. They just said he hated him and that he got more political in recent years. A reminder that Charlie was hated by a wide variety of people, including neo-Nazis who believed he was a tool for Israel and Jews. The anti-fascist engravings mean nothing if they don't match with the rest of his ideology and communications. Exactly. Exactly correct. This is exactly obviously correct.
And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. You know, this bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if
social media is a cancer, if he was a Hassan Abi head or a watcher of me, they'd be naming me, right? Like, I want you to understand that if this guy was a watcher of me or a watcher of Hassan, they would be naming us in this press conference. You guys know that, right? Like, I would probably already be in prison. It would have been kicking down my door right now, going through all my communications saying like, Mike caused this. Mike called for it. Like, so I don't know why you guys think that this is not a right winger when they're just implying shit. You think the right wing does subtlety?
this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. Somebody drove from another state. Somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say.
He had earlier expressed to his family his opposition to the viewpoints of conservative activists. On what topic? What did he oppose? Be specific. Why are we being so obtuse? Because they want you to think he was a left winger when he was actually far right. They would say he supported trans rights if he was a fucking left winger. You guys cannot be this stupid. Like, please, please.
Hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. Drove from another state. Somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here, and it was one of us. I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights.
The yapping is terrible.
There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There was no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity.
Why would we? That's insane. Some guy took one shot. He's fired 1 bullet. Why would we do anything but that? What the fuck?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes, because we can always point the finger at the other side. At some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. Like, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. Hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism, is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country, and I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. I cannot speak to that.
What were the disagreements he had with Charlie Kirk? Be specific, you fucking rats.
Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. That's I think that speaks for itself.
That doesn't. What did he disagree with Charlie Kirk on? Was he pro-immigration? Was he pro-trans rights? Come on, man. I mean, like, come on, tell us more. What's going on? Why are you being so
There's nothing more that we can share at this time.
Governor. About the gun, do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests.
We don't know if he's a Republican yet.
Governor. The investigation is ongoing.
Governor.
Yes. So right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody. That his family and a friend helped to deliver him into
Okay, so he is from St. George.
Custody of law enforcement in Washington County. Those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So. How we obtained the gun was found here. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going.
Man, I can't say like he used my favorite stratagem though. I love like the 500-pound kilogram bomb is like the best stratagem at a high level play because you upgrade your Eagle, so you get 2 calling in per refuelings. So you could drop 2 500-pound bombs back to back. 500 kilogram is a noob crutch. I'd use any noob crutch, okay? I will use whatever noob crutch because it's called Super Hell Dive. Fuck off. I ain't play anything but Super Hell Dive, bitch. You literally cannot kill the heavies fast enough. You need everything. You're a team killer? No, I know how to use my stratagems. I'm actually decent at the game. Is a governor a Republican or a Dem? He's a Democratic Mormon. Or sorry, he's a Republican Mormon, not a Democrat. I mean, the donation is from St. George. Is that his donation? Or is that some other guy?
Back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County. I'm sorry? We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is what kind of watershed, and that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history? Look. I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late 60s, and having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together, the Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, the
MAGA people are starting to be like, oh, his politics were just so incoherent. Anyway, let's move on. Hey, let's move on to the next thing.
This could be. I mean, you know, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there. But this is our moment. Do we escalate or do we find an off-ramp? And again,
I love how I literally, oh my God, so many people shit on me for the Groyper theory. Holy shit, people were shitting on me for the Groyper theory. I'm not saying it's confirmed, but like, insane.
It's a choice. It's a choice. And every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here. I cannot comment if there is a direct.
Wait a minute. Ethan Klein joked about murdering Charlie Kirk or his fans?
Ones that do not play into the violent aims and ambitions of the other side. They're violent. Let me say this.
You got a good dude in your audience saying, when do I get to kill people? You fucking psycho.
Well, even then, it's the fault of the Dems. It's the libs that fucking, you know, you want to own the libtards so hard that, like, ultimately, it's still the libtards that are responsible for this guy being like, no, I want to kill some libtards.
Yeah, they're violent. It's depressing and it's terrifying. I mean, these people are dangerous and psychotic, and I think it's time to kill them. I'm just kidding.
No, Jesus.
I'm just trying to, a little blunt. I'm sorry, just a little blunt.
He also called for bombing the NRA. Why has this guy not been deplatformed yet? Oh, I know why. He's an agent of a certain government. He likes to spread their propaganda.
Back it up. I'm not even a Second Amendment guy, so.
Very clear.
You know what? I figured out what's wrong with Ethan. I think he's just hangry. I just think he's hangry. Like, literally. Like, his whole life, he was like a jolly fat guy stuffed with a Snickers. And now he's just like, he's honestly decomposing. I know people are like, he's losing a lot of weight, but it's more like he looks like somebody on chemo than he does looking like somebody who's losing weight healthily. You know what I mean? Like, I lost 35 pounds from my heaviest, and he looks like his skin is going to fall off his body. I think he's older than me or the same, or slightly younger than me. Shameful. I don't know why anybody doubted you. That video where Nick Fuentes talked about fucking TPUSA made it very clear he wants violence and his followers are sycophants and want to achieve anything without putting in real work. Yes. No leftist. First of all, here's how I know it wasn't a leftist. None of us were talking about Charlie Kirk that much. None of us were like, Charlie Kirk, he is killing America. Like, none of us were doing any narrativizing or stories going. Like, I made fun of him and I said he was a fucking loser. But I mean, he wasn't somebody that I was obsessed with. The only people that were obsessed with Charlie Kirk was Destiny and his community, because they were trying to get clout off of debating him, and the Groyper War, who were trying to go after Charlie Kirk so they could supplant him. Like, these are the only two people that were really obsessed with Charlie Kirk that I'm aware of. So the idea that it would be my viewers or Hassan's viewers is just laughably stupid to me right off the bat, because it's like, we didn't really focus on Charlie Kirk. We were not really that interested in Charlie Kirk. We would occasionally like debate him or argue against his points or laugh at his dumb fucking videos, but he wasn't really what we were concerned about. And I have never said so-and-so should kill, you should go kill this guy. Like, no, I don't do that, because guess why? It's against the rules. And I don't want to get deplatformed or go to prison. Calling for violence online is like, that's Fed posting. I don't do Fed posting. I don't do shit that gives the authorities the right to shut me down. Like, what? I don't want to go to prison because I said something dumb on twitch.tv. Like, come on, man.
Connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to...
How do we know he's a Groyper? We don't know shit. But the circumstantial evidence is starting to indicate that he was a Groyper, because they're not being specific. If Tyler was a pro-trans guy, they would be saying trans rights extremist assassinates Charlie Kirk on Fox News. If Tyler Robinson was a leftist viewer of Hassan Piker, they would say Hassan Piker viewer assassinates Charlie Kirk. It is the fact that they are not saying that and they're talking about unity indicates to me that this guy was a right-winger, probably a Groyper.
Know that this had happened.
If he was a DSA member, they would be shutting down DSA. They'd be storming the fucking National.
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus,
it's like the Trump shooter, right? Everybody assumed it was a leftist Trump shooter, a Democrat, but it turns out the guy was a registered Republican who was also looking at where Biden was and was just like a nihilist fucking basement dweller Asmongold viewer. It was just trying to get attention. It was school shooter coded, not assassin coded. This guy is very Groyper coded. A Mike from PA viewer. Okay, I want to be completely honest. I would start worrying if it was a 35-year-old outspoken DSA member who was wearing a Yushchenko or whatever that hat's called, the Soviet hat. I can't pronounce the Russian words either. Then I would be sweating bullets. Okay? But a 22-year-old posting ooh-woo, that's not my fan. Okay? That's not my fan. You know what I mean? Like, come on. It's not a Mike from PA head going out there and doing violence. And honestly, a fan of mine, like, come on. I don't even talk about Charlie Kirk other than the Kirk slider. That's how little we care about Charlie Kirk. The only time I would talk about Charlie Kirk, I would show the Kirk slider, which I have decided to not show as much anymore because, you know, it is in bad taste. I feel bad for his family. Like, you know, like, the guy is dead. You shouldn't be making light of him like this. It's not okay.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
And like on this community,
I live like a capitalist every single day,
He had
Shank.
said that if his face was like 104%, that would be like more normal looking. So what I'm trying to say is I don't show this shit anymore because it's bad taste. I don't want people laughing at a guy who just died. That's fucked up.
Has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes. Yeah. I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I would just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand.
The arrows are described are up. It's up, right, down, down, down. It's up, right, not up, left. I know the 500-kilogram bomb, okay? Everybody knows the Eagle stratagems are the best, okay? And everybody understands that the 500-kilogram bomb is incredibly OP once you get the Eagle upgrade that gives you a second bomb before it has to reload, okay? Strafing run is pretty good, too. Strafing run is pretty good, too. The thing about the strafing run is, I think when you play at level 10 hell dives, you oftentimes want a little bit more of a area denial / mob clearing. You want a little bit of a wider range, right? And so I tend to prefer like the cluster bomb 500-kilogram bomb combo, because that will basically give me a oh shit button for any circumstance. The orbital laser is just, that's the noob crutch. The orbital laser is the noob crutch. That's the I win this fight button. You know what I mean? Like, that's the noob crutch. And you get 3 of them per fight, 3 of them per map. So that's like, you win there's like usually like 3 tough fights per map.
Understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information.
The noob crutch is using stratagems at all? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. We've got ourselves a super gamer here. We've got ourselves a super gamer. He's like, listen, I'm not a noob. I just use thermite grenades and the ultimatum. Like, yeah, you're not using stratagems, but you're using incredibly OP shit. Like, come on. People are like, Mike's a gamer? Oh shit, we might be in trouble because I played Helldivers with Hassan. Oh fuck, I played Helldivers with Hassan on stream.
Helldiving with Carter Nestawa and Mike from PA. Be diving into hell. I'm gonna be held out. Oh fuck, where did I drop into?
Oh fuck!
In hell, brother.
Shit.
We can resupply, don't we?
Oh shit. The only problem is
this is right after the game came out.
Good.
We were noobs.
We did it.
These fuckers are dive. Holy shit, dude. We got hella fucking jumpers.
Keep moving.
This is the game he was referencing, chat.
I got something is on.
Guys, if you guys hit the
blow me up.
Was that me? I can't tell because this has 5 pixels. Oh, that was Bessewa. Okay. That was Bessewa. Hold on. Let's get a logger. There was a logger video of this.
We'll be diving into hell. They implemented an AFK kicking system.
Wait,
how the fuck do I not have ammo? I have a supply drop for this.
Here it is. I
happening?
found it. There's an anti-air turret we need to take out. It was me, Nessewa, and Carter. See, how did it go? What were we were playing at level 6. See, the game literally had just come out. This is what I'm, hopefully nobody knows about this. As we can see, there was a carry. I was level 24. There was a carry. I'll take most kills and also... Yeah.
And then more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
And as you've just heard, authorities have announced they do have a suspect in custody for the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk on Wednesday. He's been identified as Tyler Robinson. He is 22 years old. He is a resident of Utah. Let's go to our justice correspondent, Scott McFarlane in Washington. Scott, there was a lot to unpack in that news conference, a lot of information just revealed to us. What stuck out to you?
Gail, a day-and-a-half manhunt that captured the world's attention ended, according to the investigators, when the defendant confessed to his father. And his father went to clergy and they turned him in. This was a self-directed turn-in by the Robinson family, according to what the governor said there. 11,000 tips came in. All that video was released. And a couple key takeaways from what the governor said when he was answering questions about the video and about the case, that we do not have information that will lead to any more arrests. Not the most declarative statement I've ever heard, ruling out the possibility of more arrests or more people being considered culpable in this, but saying right now that this is the one person responsible for this murder. The inscriptions on the casings, and we heard about that, you'll recall, the murder of the United Healthcare CEO in New York City. These inscriptions, according to...
Imagine dying to notices bulge, ooh, what's this bullet? I mean, so the notices bulge, ooh, that was a meme spread, an anti-furry meme spread by a guy named Communism Kills. And it's very common in the Groyper community, like, because they make fun of furries. And so, yeah, that's a transvestigating meme, 100,000%. Notice his bulge, ooh, and that being the bullet that takes out Charlie Kirk.
To the investigators included the phrases catch, fact.
Also, Helldivers is exactly like Fight Club or Starship Troopers, in that it is a clear anti-fascist satire of American culture that right-wingers love it. Right? Like they, maybe Fight Club is a little bit more complicated than that, but Helldivers is specifically an anti-fascist satire of American exceptionalism and American culture, and right-wingers love it. So I don't think that Tyler was some sort of like well-educated media understander at 22 from Utah. I think he was a Groyper, son of a Republican sheriff. Like that's it. It's not going to be that complicated.
And Bella Ciao. Bella Ciao is a refrain, a motto of the Italian resistance against fascists during World War II. And also, Gail, it's noteworthy that the governor said, social media is a cancer. Get off social media. That had been an issue early in this investigation when the FBI director was on social media announcing people were in custody, when those people would later be released. Here is a more traditional way of releasing information to the public with all law enforcement together at a news conference.
He said that it had taken 33 hours. What do you make about the speed of the case? When you think about it, they released the video, they released the pictures, and after that, things really seemed to ramp up. I was surprised.
Now, I don't know if maybe this guy is like he suddenly became a socialist. But Editor Mentum is saying he's not a Groyper, so that means he is a Groyper, because this guy does nothing but miss. So if he's saying he's not a Groyper, then he's a fucking Groyper confirmed.
To hear that he'd actually been arrested
the least
at 10
accurate
o'clock
shooter
last
of all
night.
time.
Did that surprise you?
The FBI director had alluded to the speed with which this investigation was concluded. And this has been faster than other cases, but there really is no traditional speed for these types of cases. And it's hard to characterize this was faster or slower than it should have been. The search, you'll recall, for Luigi Mangione in New York lasted 4 to 5 days. This is a pretty strong indication that they
we don't know. We don't know if he is for sure a groyper yet. My general feeling is that the FBI has seen his computer. The FBI has talked to him. The FBI has talked to his family. They know the thing that made he was probably anti-Israel. If I had to bet, if just going off of the indications, he was probably anti-Israel. He was a groyper. He was brain rotted by the internet. And I think there are people saying that he donated to the Trump campaign, but I don't know if that's him confirmed.
They've got their person and nobody else is a part of a network, or that there's still a public safety threat elsewhere in Utah or across America stemming from this man and this case.
Well, many people are breathing a sigh of relief that he is in custody. Thank you, Scott, so much. Let's turn now to senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang and Anna Schechter, who's a CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety. Anna, you've been on the phone. You've got sources, too. What stands out to you? What are you hearing?
What jumped out at me is that they've already looked through the electronic communications between Tyler Robinson and his roommate at the time. In fact, law enforcement just told us that the roommate was told to go to that wooded area and recover the gun that was dropped there, that it was wrapped in a dark towel, all that detail. So those electronic communications, that's all part of a case that is being built right now, and we just heard that we'll see those charging documents early next week.
It was interesting, too, to hear that family members said that he had become more political recently.
That's right. More political, that he didn't like Charlie Kirk. And we see the message on those.
He didn't like Charlie Kirk. Why aren't you saying what he didn't like about him? Why are you being so obtuse? Why are you being obfuscating? Edgermentum is the Jim Cramer of politics. Yeah, whatever Edgermentum says, I inverse. Just inverse Edgermentum and you will be a fucking king.
Casings, I think that's very telling. And law enforcement right now is using that to point to a motive.
Weijia?
Well, Gail, during that press conference, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, did post, and he was careful to say that the investigation is ongoing, but he said this is a big breakthrough, and everyone who helped, from the law enforcement professionals to people giving tips, deserves our credit. He said in some ways the investigation is still in the early days. I point that out because he had such...
They keep saying disagreed with Charlie Kirk, but on what? What did he disagree with him on? I'm sorry, Chad. I wanna see they had a list of things. Fuck, whatever.
Communications, that's all part of a case that is being built right now.
CBS liberal media? No, CBS is literally the most fascist right-wing media now.
And we just heard that we'll see those charging documents early next week.
It was interesting, too, to hear that
Notice
family
they didn't
members...
say he was anti-Trump. Notice they didn't say he was anti-Republican. Notice they didn't say he was like, come on.
Said that he had become more political recently.
That's right. More political, that he didn't like Charlie Kirk. And we see the message on those casings. I think that's very telling. And law enforcement right now is using that to point to a motive.
Weijia?
Well, Gail, during that press conference, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, did post, and he was careful to say that the investigation is ongoing, but he said this is a big breakthrough, and everyone who helped, from the law enforcement professionals to people giving tips, deserves our credit. He said in some ways the investigation is still in the early days. I point that out because he had such a close relationship to Charlie Kirk, and so did President Trump, along with so many other White House officials. So obviously, they were eager for this arrest, but for them and for President Trump and the vice president, this is extremely personal. And we heard from President Trump today, who actually broke the news to the world, that they had a suspect in custody. And he went on to say that he hopes he gets the death penalty. He says he's been in close contact with Kirk's family and that he plans to attend Kirk's funeral. So I think that is a layer that we cannot forget as we talk about this investigation, just what it means not only to our elected officials, but to their supporters and all the young people we've been interviewing who have never experienced something like this, and they're still trying to process.
Yeah, there were calls very early on for him to get the death penalty, which I think really says something about the family's decision to say, when they recognized him, to make sure that their son turned himself in.
What's the confidence level that he's a groyper?
And I think
okay. Unfortunately, all the evidence we have is just suggestive. I don't have anything firm. So I can't say beyond a reasonable doubt he's a groyper, but all of the surrounding circumstances indicate to me that he's a groyper. I mean, just the fact that he killed Charlie Kirk, a Hassanabi head would not be doing that. If he was 22 and a leftist, he would be a Hassanabi head. There is 0% chance, like, period. So Hassan and I are not like foaming at the mouth about Charlie Kirk. Groypers are. Destiny is. There is no fucking shot that he's. I'm sorry, it just doesn't track. And there are 22-year-old Hassanabi heads. I'm sorry, balding Utah, a Utah son of a sheriff. I would be shocked.
it's notable that the investigators and the governor talked about how in the days before Charlie Kirk visited Utah, that the suspect, Tyler Robinson, was mentioning at dinner, hey, Charlie Kirk is coming here. And that was very chilling to hear something so small that turned into something so grave.
Yeah, really curious about the suspect and his back history. Let's turn now to CBS News national security contributor, that's Samantha Vinograd. She's in Washington. Samantha, the question for you, what would they be investigating now going forward? They seem to have a lot of information.
They sure do, Gail, and the FBI will be working through all of those leads with their state and local partners. But when we talk about the fact that the investigation is ongoing, what that means is that law enforcement professionals will be combing through this individual's history, including his social media, his communications with friends and family, and his movements. The immediate priority is to ensure that there is no ongoing threat to the public. That could entail reviewing whether this individual was in touch with like-minded individuals on Discord, on other social media channels. Was he seeking to...
Who gives a fuck whether it's left or right wing? It doesn't matter because it's just an insane and depraved individual in general to be able to take someone's life. It wasn't a Destiny fan. A Destiny fan would kill Hassan long before Kirk. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I agree with you. I think it's much more likely the guy was a groyper. Assad is taking the bait. I replied, guys. I replied. I'm not, again, here's the thing. I think he is a groyper. It's my working theory, but I don't know he's a groyper, okay? It's just a theory at this point. All I can say is, when I look at everything in context, the guy was trying to get away with it. How do you, if you're a leftist, like leaving those leftists, like leaving Bella Ciao, like, come on. Or would you put, like, a leftist doesn't act like this. I'm sorry. Leftists do not say, noticing bulge, ooh, what's this? They don't do that in an assassin's bullet. They just don't do that. There is not ironic leftist assassins. That's not a thing. This is a groyper. This is groyper shit. This is the nature of the postmodern fascist right. That's the shit they do. No, he didn't say Kirk spread hate. They said he spread hate. He said the groyper guy was spreading hate. He didn't say Kirk was spreading hate. He said he was spreading hate. So my guess is it's anti-Israel shit. If I had to guess, what would make a Republican say you're spreading hate? Anti-trans shit? No. The only thing that would make a Republican say you're spreading hate is if you're saying anti-Israel shit. But again, we don't know shit. We don't know shit. I'm just saying that based on the information that I know and like just balance of probabilities, would a 22-year-old Hassan fan shoot Charlie Kirk? Because if you're a 22-year-old leftist, you're a Hassan fan. I'm sorry, you are. I mean, it's just, there aren't any 22-year-old Hassan, like leftist non-Hassan fans in America who are always online, or at least they dislike Hassan because he's not left-wing enough. So it's just an unbelievable sequence of events, in my opinion. Let me help you out. Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist song. People like Fuentes have called Kirk a liberal in disguise and a fascist. The comment on a bulge is a derogatory statement against trans and furries. And the if you're reading this, you're gay LMAO is not pro-gay. Yeah, of course. Like if you were a leftist doing a political assassination of Charlie Kirk, would you do a homophobic joke? It's not happening, man.
To inspire any other similar kinds of plots. So we're trying to ensure that there's no ongoing threat to the public. At the same time, investigators will want to understand
the arc of radicalization and mobilization that led this individual to commit this heinous assassination. Part of that process is to try to understand if there were steps along the way that could have tipped off law enforcement, that could have prevented this horrible event, so that going forward, individuals will be more aware of what signs to look out for and how to prevent this going forward, Gil.
All right, Sam, thank you. Stand by for just a sec. Scott McFarlane, let's go back to you because Sam made a very interesting point about an ongoing investigation. Do you have any more thoughts on that?
Yeah, law enforcement sources say there's a good probability, if not a likelihood, there will be both local and federal charges brought against Tyler Robinson. A bit of redundancy there in the legal system. The federal charges would begin with a criminal information, then likely a detention hearing.
Okay, I'm going to say something. Don't cancel me. I know a lot of 22-year-old leftists. They are not the type of leftists that make gay jokes. Those are... The type of leftists who make gay jokes are 40-year-old Chapo Trap House come town enjoyers, dirtbag leftists, okay? 22-year-old leftists are like the most annoying rad libs that you've ever heard who are telling you you're doing a microaggression every 5 seconds, okay? Like, let's be fucking honest. Let's be completely clear. They are Tumblr brain to the max. They're like, I'm not sure you should be talking about that issue as a white man. That is what a 22-year-old leftist is doing. They're not saying gay, like homophobic jokes on their assassination bullet. Like, come the fuck on. The bulge meme was literally started by a right-wing anti-communist account. That's not a leftist meme. I've never, ever in my life heard a leftist say, noticed your bulge, what's this, ooh, in my entire fucking life. Like, is it possible? I guess anything's possible. We live in a country of 350 million people. Any one individual is going to be a weirdo. If you're saying on the balance of probabilities, is it more likely he's a groyper or a leftist based on the circumstances we've seen so far, especially the fact that they're not revealing that he was pro-trans. They would say, do you know what the Utah governor Cox would do if they found out this guy was pro-trans? They would come out and say, leftist extremist pro-trans people are out of control. They're murdering people on the streets. They would not be going, we have to have unity. The internet, touch grass. They wouldn't say that. You guys are, come on. Why do you want it to be, like, do you want it to be a leftist? Do you want it to be a leftist? Does it feel like, is it like a Luigi situation where you're like, I want it to be a leftist so I can live vicariously? Is that what you're trying to, is that what's happening? Okay, so the fake claims of trans and Antifa symbols come from both ammo stamps and casing inscriptions wrongly reported. They try to paint Tyler as left, but crooks like this is a fringe right-wing groyper. Here is the details on... Okay, I don't know if this guy's right. I don't know if he's right on him being a registered Republican, so I can't read this thread because I don't know if that's true. So I don't want to push a thread if I don't know that the first post is correct. Like, Kash Patel would be foaming at the mouth. And the reason why I'm saying this is, like, guys, come on, man. Don't you understand the, like, internet? Aren't you guys on the internet? Like, if they were on, like, come on. Think about all the leftists you know who are 22. I also think it's bad tactics and optics for large leftist accounts to even have opened the door the possibility as a left winger at this point. Either point to a right winger or don't say anything. Correct. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, chat. It's gonna take hard cold evidence to convince me this guy's a leftist, because it's bad optically for us if he is. And the right wing is fascist in power, and they'll use, if he's a leftist, they'll use it against us. And if we can't dispute it, they'll be able to be even stronger in our suppression of people like me and Hassan. So, and I honest to God do believe that the evidence is this guy is not a left winger. Now, I'm not saying with the certainty that, because I'm waiting for more evidence, but just the way the Republicans are acting tends to make me believe that he is a right-wing troll, just like Trump's assassin. Notice the stories about Trump's assassin disappeared instantly once it became clear he wasn't a leftist or a liberal.
Or a preliminary hearing, you can bet the farm the government will seek detention in this case, considering the scope and size of the charges. But it's worth emphasizing that federal criminal proceedings are measured in months and years, not days and weeks. Federal criminal cases span years, and we heard the president already pre-butting that timeline, saying he likes to see faster trials. That's going to cause some controversy in itself, that type of argument ahead of a criminal proceeding.
All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Now let's bring in Carter Evans, who was at the news conference. Carter, what questions are you hearing that are still left out there in Utah? I know so many people are so relieved that they have somebody in custody.
Right, and that's the primary thing here. But now as we look into how this all unfolded, you know, the main question I have right now is the involvement of other people and when they knew, specifically this Discord conversation with a friend. Did that friend inform law enforcement that this had happened, or did they interview this friend after he turned himself in? That's a big question I have right now. And I asked the governor if they expected any other arrests or if he acted alone. He said they believe he acted alone, but it is still under investigation, and that could change. So that is pretty interesting there. I also have another question, too. He mentioned that they have received to date 11,000 tips. That is just astronomical. A lot of information has come in. And I'm wondering, were they able to identify this individual, this suspect, before he turned himself in? Were they on his trail already? That is not clear at this point, if it was some of those tips that panned out or if it was simply his father bringing him into the U.S. Marshal's office. So we've still got a lot to clear up here, and we're going to learn a lot more next week. He said they've got 3 days to prepare the charging documents. So basically, that's going to put them into next week, where we hear a preliminary hearing. When we get those charging documents, we're going to be able to see a lot more about what they knew when they made this arrest.
I know, Carter, thank you. I was struck, too, by Governor Cox, his words to the young people to say we all have a choice now to make a different choice. We now have the option. Politics feels like rage. It doesn't have to be this way. Carter, we thank you. Scott, Anna, Weija, Sam, we thank all of you for joining us. Just to recap for you, if you're just tuning in, authorities have confirmed the arrest of a suspect in the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk. The suspect has been named. He is 22 years old. His name is Tyler Robinson. He is a resident of Utah. He was not a student at the school, they tell us. Robinson's family and a friend were involved in persuading him to surrender. Our coverage will continue, of course, throughout the morning on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7. There, of course, will also be more on your local news station. And tonight on the CBS Evening News, many of you will now return to CBS Mornings. This has been a special CBS.
I honest to God, like, the fact that they're not saying anything about his motives at all. I mean, guys, come on. Every Republican Fox News person was speculating that they were a leftist yesterday. What happened? What happened?
Special report. I'm Gayle King here in New York.
Our special breaking news coverage continues right now here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Errol Barnett in New York. Moments ago, the FBI announced the gunman accused of assassinating activist Charlie Kirk is now in custody, and he's been identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who was turned in part thanks to cooperation from his family. This morning's press update.
Honestly, if he had just never said anything, he probably would have got away with it.
Began a short time ago with remarks from Utah's Governor Spencer Cox.
The FBI had nothing. The FBI had fucking nothing.
We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County.
Editor Mentum constantly pushes like weird anti-leftist messaging. He's constantly saying how centrists are like good in swing districts, even though there's very little evidence. He's constantly pushing that one abundance guy. What's that one abundance guy who went to the abundance conference and said the reason they need to ignore the left? It's like another, it's not Ezra Klein. It's like the, it's like some Twitter poster. I don't know why people like Editor Mentum. He got everything wrong in 2024. He's like 23 years old. He uses ChatGPT for his like shit. Like what? Like they use like AI to make the like analysis that they're doing. Like what is with Editor Mentum being like, he was on Chapo, but I get it, but like he's not really like a leftist. It's weird. I mean, I get try to be in touch with the young Twitter memers or whatever, but how about like one who's good at this? I don't know. You'd expect a coherent ideology, but instead we get a Helldivers reference, a Weeb Senzwa 2019 meme, a childish, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. I guess this fits the Turbity Online Weeb Groypers on Twitter. So his ideology that was just that he was a fucking loser. I agree with, I think this is the best one. Like, I honestly think this is the best take I've seen yet.
County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes.
Now, we want to use our special VR technology to help spell out for you what investigators then explained happened next after Tyler Robinson arrived on campus in that clothing. Investigators believe that below me, where you see the distance, about 400 feet between where Tyler Robinson was believed to be on the rooftop and where Charlie Kirk was holding his event, convincing students to prove him wrong. Investigators said a few moments ago that it was up here on the rooftop of this building where Tyler Robinson then changed out of that plain maroon shirt and light-colored shorts into the black clothing that he was witnessed wearing after firing the shot.
Okay, I found the Groyper War playlist. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Hold on. In the Groyper War playlist, America First, they have Bella Ciao Bugle Remix as number 14, right after Trump is your president. This is set up by America First profile. I mean, again, it's not anything definitive. It's just, again, circumstantial evidence that Groypers listened to the Bella Ciao. Bella Ciao is used by Groypers. And it's the Alfredo, they use these remixes. They use the song in the show Money Heist and they think it's cool. And here's the thing. Again, I want you to understand, it could be a left-winger, but I just know the internet well. It's the same thing with Luigi. I was like, I don't think this guy's a leftist. And I looked into his shit, and it was all right-wing shit. And then he released there was the manifesto, which we looked at, which said, oh, you should look at Michael Moore and like another leftist single-payer advocate, right? And I thought, okay, maybe he did change. He just never posted about it. And then later, people started talking about what he was saying in prison, and it turns out that he's like an enlightened centrist dipshit. But the left has embraced Luigi so much that it's pointless for me to go back and go like, aha, it looks like I was right the whole time. Who cares? Right? Like nobody gave a shit. All right. And so like, I just think when I'm thinking 22-year-old leftist, Charlie Kirk knower, that's a Hassanabi head every single time. And so the fact that there isn't any evidence of that leads me to believe that this is a Groyper who is doing post-ironic memeing. Now, Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist song. Saying, hey, fascist, catch, is an indicator that those are strong pieces of evidence that he might have been a leftist. But just strikes me commonsensically that this doesn't line up. And the fact that he said an anti-furry transvestigating meme, notices bulge, ooh, and if you read this, you're gay. Like, I'm sorry, but 22-year-old leftists are like, I'm sorry, sir, but that is a microaggression. You're millennials. You guys don't know how you are not being intersectional right now. Like, that's what a 22-year-old leftist is, okay? They're not going like, haha, he's gay. No, they're not. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe Mike called me a sewer socialist. He must be doing a racism. And it's like, no, man, I'm talking about a historical movement. Like, that's what I get on a daily basis, all right? 22-year-old leftists don't like me because I'm not doing like woke signaling every 5 seconds. So the idea that this guy is some sort of like politically engaged 22-year-old leftists who's using anti-gay jokes on his, like, no, a 22-year-old leftist is writing a fucking book. I'm sorry, it just doesn't track. Like, literally, I was just yelled at by everybody for quoting Stavi. I quoted Stavros, not understanding the source of Stavros's joke, and I would just cancel by everybody. And it's still on me. It's still bad of me to have done that. I should have known better. I should learn before I throw out shit like that. I should trust Stavros. Like, obviously, Stavros is not somebody that you could take jokes from and use. Okay? But still, like, come on. Come on. You're not making a, if you see this, you're gay, LMAO joke. Unless something is happening with 22-year-old leftists that I don't know.
CNN breaking news.
And as Chris was just saying, it seems
Trump dodged the question about the shooter's ideology. Yeah, we were just about to watch this.
So, because we do have breaking. President Trump, in an interview with Fox News just now, and I believe the interview is still happening, said the following: I think with a high degree of certainty. Let's get straight back to Nick Watt in Utah.
Groypers don't understand that the Helldivers spreading democracy and killing fascists is a satirical statement about U.S. imperialism and how the Helldivers are the actual fascists. Yes, you are the bad guys in Helldivers. They specifically say, I hate socialism. They say the robots are socialists. The bugs they call fascists, but then they talk about literally right now in Helldivers. I played it yesterday. In Helldivers, they're saying we're getting living space, and they kill the bugs for element 710. Now, if you have a calculator and you type in 710 and you flip it upside down, that means oil. O-I-L, oil. We kill the bugs for oil. We're expanding for living space. Helldivers, you're the bad guy. It's satirical. It's a satirical take on American culture and American imperialism. But right-wingers are like based, and obviously, let's be honest, Helldivers leans into it because they're a corporation. So they give right-wingers stuff to buy, just like COD. Okay? Although I would say COD is outright propaganda for the Empire, Helldivers is at least a little bit more. They at least lie to themselves that they're doing satire. That's why they say managed democracy, because the point is it's not a democracy, it's an oligarchy. Managed democracy is just another word for oligarchy.
On the ground, he was headed to go to this press conference. So, Nick, we now hear this from President.
So let's take that for what it is.
It doesn't matter if he's on the left or right. The fact that many leftists on Twitter are celebrating Kirk's death has already blah, 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 fed up the hypocrites who play peace but support violence. Who said I support peace? I don't want violence, but who said I quote, so I'm not a pacifist. Who said that leftists are pacifists? I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't want people to commit random acts of violence, but I think the Soviet Union attacking Nazi Germany was completely justified. I think revolutions are oftentimes justified. I never said I'm a pacifist. I think self-defense is the most fundamental human right of self-preservation. Who said we're pacifists? I never said we're a pacifist. Now, I think celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or like not being bothered by it is a sign of a very sick society that we live in. But Charlie Kirk was someone who celebrated violence every day. I think it's more people saying you live in the society that you wrought, Charlie Kirk. You live in a society where you said gun deaths are okay as a consequence to having the Second Amendment. And we're the ones who say, hey, maybe there should be some gun control so that mentally ill 22-year-olds can't get access to high-powered rifles. Maybe there should be a policy that in order for you to have a gun, you need to know how to use it and handle it effectively. And that it should be stored safely to prevent children from getting it. And maybe there should be a mental health screening before somebody gets a gun. You're the people who think guns should be everywhere.
Well, there's a difference between peace and liberation, is there not? You can have injustice, isn't that correct? You can have peace and be enslaved. So peace isn't the answer?
No.
Liberation is the answer?
Yes, of course.
Okay, then that's what you should talk about, never peace. That's where I have peace. Liberation is our word.
But you will want peace in the end.
Yes, but you can't have peace until everybody...
But you seem free at the moment.
I seem peaceful at the moment.
You seem free.
Am I free? I think not.
Okay, chat. I need to stop the millennials. I need to stop the millennials from commenting. You're not young anymore. You're not young anymore. You're old. You're middle-aged. Okay, I'm going to need the millennials to stop pretending you understand youth culture. You are fucking middle-aged. Shut the fuck up. Okay, Bella Ciao does not mean he was a leftist. Like, okay, anyway, chat. I posted this. I've seen some millennials saying Bella Ciao being on the casing means that 22-year-old shooter was a leftist. Here is a remix of Bella Ciao on the Groyper War America First playlist. Groyper War refers to their targeting of Charlie Kirk. You guys, what are you doing, millennials? You're fucking boomers. You don't know what's going on. I'm a 22-year-old far-right people. Be quiet. Shut the fuck up. Stop spreading propaganda for the right. Dummies. Jesus fucking Christ. It's driving me insane.
CNN breaking.
Okay, do we actually watch this whole thing? Okay.
New
okay,
images.
we don't need that. Did we actually watch the Trump thing, or am I like having a brain fart, or we didn't actually watch it? Did we watch this? I literally don't know. I was distracted. Okay, thank you.
CNN breaking news.
And as Chris was just saying it seems so because we do have breaking news. President Trump, in an interview with Fox News just now, and I believe the interview is still happening, said the following: I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him. Let's get straight back to Nick Watt in Utah on the ground. He was headed to go to this press conference. So, Nick, we now hear this from President Trump.
Right. So let's take that for what it is. We have not heard any more information here yet on the ground to confirm or add any more detail yet to what the president has just said. But as I said earlier, as we were just hearing, yesterday during the day, there were increments. Last night, all of that new information was released. Those enhanced, we were told, photographs showing that suspect, showing that distinctive clothing, showing him running off the roof. So perhaps that has helped in some way. Listen, the governor here in Utah did say they could not do their job without the public's help. There were huge appeals for the public's help. There was a $100,000 reward. We were told that they'd actually received about 7,000 tips from the public. This, during the day yesterday, as they released more information, as they released more images, that perhaps is what picked up this investigation and led to what the president is saying is a person in custody. Now, remember, of course, the FBI Director Kash Patel came out very soon after the shooting to say that there was a suspect in custody. That had to be walked back. So we are still waiting for confirmation, for more detail to fill out the details behind what the president has just.
All right, stand by for one moment, Nick. Let's play what the president just said moments ago.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. In custody. I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that.
Nick Watt is on the ground for us in Utah, and we have Chris Sweckert is with us as well. Chris, if you're there, the information that President Trump just gave us.
Why is everybody so eager to fall into right-wing framing? Can someone explain to me why people are so eager to fall into right-wing framing? I do not understand it. Up until the point it's absolutely confirmed he's a leftist, why are you not using every single ounce of effort to push back on the idea that it's our fault or it has anything to do with us? Are you fucking stupid? Stop being so fucking cocked. Like, what the hell is going on with you?
That someone very close to the suspect turned him in. Talk to us about that development right there, what that tells you.
Yeah, I mean, well, it speaks of maybe the $100,000 reward that's out there. That's a pretty good incentive to turn in somebody in. As I said earlier, the photos were of a good enough resolution that someone close to this shooter would be able to identify them off the photo. And I was shocked yesterday that he wasn't identified more quickly because, I mean, just the pervasiveness of social media and the mainstream media. And you'd have to really be hidden away to not have seen his photo out there. It took a little while, but it appears that he's probably in custody. And it's not surprising or shocking that someone close to him actually turned him in.
I was going to ask that bit, Chris, that it is not surprising. It often it can often be that it's someone close to them sees it and decides, for whatever their motivation may be, when they see that person, then they make the call. Is that what you say is traditionally kind of more what happens in these big cases like this?
Yes. And $100,000 actually is a large amount for an FBI reward. You don't want a reward so high that you invite all the crazies to call in and all the opportunists to call in. And you just have to be very careful and circumspect about the amount of the reward and even putting out a reward at all, because it does draw in a lot of leads that are extraneous, and those have to be gone. You have to sift through all of that. But they were very deliberately withholding all of that information as of early yesterday, because you don't want, if you're on to somebody, you don't want to tip them off that you're on to them, and you want to have the element of surprise as you go through the investigation and manhunt. But they clearly hit a stumbling block after that 9 o'clock press conference, and within an hour or so they had the photo out there. Again, it is surprising that it didn't happen sooner, but it could be that you know who the person is, but you don't know where they are. So that may have been the situation. A lot of information will come out at 9 a.m., but Kash Patel misspoke on Wednesday, which was, I thought, not appropriate, very inappropriate. But
does anybody have a clip of Nick Fuentes calling Charlie Kirk a fascist? I did message Hassan, actually. I'm going to reply, but to his tweet, because it's just wrong. I just think he's wrong, and I think you're jumping to conclusions. Now, maybe it turns out, listen, maybe I'm completely misreading everything, and it turns out that he's a complete leftist. But everything that I'm getting from this is that's not reading leftist to me. And Fuentes is going overtime disavowing violence because he knows that Bella Ciao is part of his community. Why the fuck would he do that? If it was a leftist, why is he freaking out?
I don't think Donald Trump would misspeak today. He sounded very certain about what he was talking about.
Again, I don't know the truth. I just don't think we should give the right wing their fucking propaganda for any amount of time until we know for a fact that he was like a Mike from PA fan or something, or a Majority Report fan, or whatever the fuck, or more likely a Harry Sisson fan. Okay, can we not give them propaganda time and dispute it while it's reasonable to dispute? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, I disavow violence completely. I don't want you to go randomly attack people on the streets. That's not what I argue for. I am a leftist. I tell you to join DSA, and I support Mamdani. I'm getting yelled at because I think we should listen to Plattner and see if he disavows his time as a bodyguard for State Department diplomats. And like, what his position on, like, I'm that guy. I'm the guy who's saying, like, we should be leftist, far left, but we should still engage with Mamdani, and we should engage with electoral politics in any way we can to draw the country to the left. I'm not saying go out there and do violence.
And he's saying a lot more. I want to note here, he is saying that it was a minister involved with law enforcement who was involved in guiding law enforcement to the suspect. And
this is a toss-up right now. Who's 21? This guy's either a full groiper or a kid who obsesses over the USSR. That means if he was a kid, if he was a autistic 22-year-old USSR obsessive, all four of them would be like class consciousness now. There would not have a furry meme. I'm sorry. Like, there would not be something about you being gay. If he was a USSR autistic ML, he would not be putting dumb memes about how you're gay on there. I'm sorry, I know these kids. Like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? They would be like, ooh, I noticed your bulge, ooh. Like, no, you fucking wouldn't. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I guess it's possible. It is possible. I'm not trying to say that I'm 100% certain. But like, could we at least operate tactically? How do you know so much about 22-year-olds? Because I'm on I'm a Twitch streamer. Like, a third of my audience are people that are in their early 20s. Here, let me look at my statistics real quick. I can tell you, I talk to 22-year-old leftists all the time, and this does not strike me as 22-year-old leftist, like, at all. Where the fuck are the demographics? Where do they put it? Fuck is the viewership? Research? Damn, I don't know where it is. They used to show this data. Also, he wore a Trump costume to Halloween, and it's him riding on Trump's shoulders, which is infantilizing yourself and making Trump the man. This is in no way an anti-Trump meme. An anti-Trump meme would be him wearing a mask saying, I'm an orange Dorito or something. Yeah, and I know that a lot of people are posting that he donated to Trump. I can't positively confirm that he posted to Trump. These people are insane for trying to claim this guy is a leftist when the right is begging for our blood and blaming it on the left instantly. The last thing we want is to give the media any kind of ground. I agree. Why are you giving ground? Spread counter narratives. And I think, by the way, they're not even misinformation. I think we have strong evidence to push our narrative. What the fuck are you guys doing? 4chaners are saying, Groiper confirmed. Nick is fucked. So is he our guy? They know it's him. I'm right. I'm fucking right. I know I am. I know I fucking am. But again, this is just my vibes. This is me going off of the piece of evidence, my understanding of the internet as someone who is in these spaces, conversations I've had with autistic 22-year-old leftists. This screams right-wing to me. This screams Groiper to me. And it's just like, am I wrong? I could be. I guess I could. But we need to have more info. You're right. It's the left's fault. Great coverage, Hassan. Hassan said, I don't know how to weigh over Bella Ciao, though. Like, that could be a GOP dick posting what is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Groypers usually hail previous shooters and have way more aggressive slogans they use to signal, though. There it is. Groyper Wars, which is a description of the targeting of Nick Fuentes of Charlie Kirk. Bella Ciao, right there. Right on the remix. Right there. There it is. Bella Ciao, Hugel remix. And of course he's shaken. I would be shaken. I'm like, reasonably, I could be shaken. You know what, Chad? I gotta be dead fucking honest. I am a psycho. I am not scared at all of the right wing. If I get taken out, I get taken out. But I'm not gonna spend 1 second of my life worried. Handing out candy alone since these weirdos ditched me. Tyler is some guy from a meme. Austin is the crazy head of the weird world homeless guy. And Logan is a fancy skeleton. So this is the Slav Squat meme. This is a 4chan meme. I know because it's very old. It's from when I used 4chan in 2000, whatever it was brand new, before it became literal Nazi cesspit with Pol. When Pol was created, 4chan became completely disgusting. It was already kind of disgusting, to be honest. I was never really a big 4chaner myself, but I'm aware of it. Saying, hey, fascists, catch this is actually a reference to when Nick Fuentes referred to Charlie Kirk as a fascist. Can we please be serious? Okay, so that's what we're all resting it in. Uh-oh, the Charlie Kirk versus Groypers compilation from 5 years ago.
Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home also related to say conferences you hold demographic.
This is basically the same kid.
I have a question. I'm going to try to make it as quick as I can. Establishment conservatives like yourself hold that national health care for Americans is too expensive, immoral, and doesn't work. Yet the U.S. gives Israel, Central America, Africa, and other regions billions in foreign aid. In particular, Israel received $3.8 billion to subsidize its immoral, expensive healthcare system, while Americans are made bankrupt by healthcare costs and pay a far higher effective tax rates than Israelis. My question, therefore, why would white Americans send their taxpayer dollars to fund Israel's healthcare while our mothers fight cancer, our brothers die of opioid overdoses, and the news of a coming baby brings not joy and happiness, but grave concern over thousands and thousands in future medical bills?
It's a common Helldivers meme.
Thank you for being here tonight. So what is the foreign aid we give Israel?
Like, it's a Helldivers meme. Okay, where's that live post? I gotta reply. I gotta reply. Like, guys, what are you doing? Why? Like, first of all, even if you suspect it's a leftist, even if you think it's a leftist, if you're like, I think Mike is reaching, and I think the evidence, we should take it straightforward, and I think it's a leftist, shut the fuck up about it then. Just shut up. I don't know how to spell stratagem. I'm stupid. How the fuck do you spell stratagem? Okay, thank you. God, it's so easy. I'm so stupid. It's actually a 500 kilogram bomb. I'm sorry, guys. Like, you don't. What are you doing? What are people doing? Why are leftists like this? Why are you guys like this? Like, why are you like, they're reaching even harder than I am? Like, what the Groypers are panicking because they know it's their guy, and you're running out there and helping them cover it up. It's actually crazy. It's actually batshit crazy.
Also, ultimately, he said the father of the suspect got involved. Obviously, we'll get much more from other officials as this develops, but that's what the president is indicating so far. We'll keep listening in there. With us, joining us now also is Ed Davis, former Boston police commissioner. These moments, assuming that this is the person, what happens in these first moments when a suspect in a crime of this nature is taken into custody?
Good morning. Well, you know, a crime of such seriousness and high profile requires a really explicit attention to civil rights and constitutional rights. You know, we're thrilled that somebody may be held accountable for this, but what happens right now is critical. He is taken into custody. He has to be advised of his rights immediately under Miranda, so that any statements he makes will not be challenged. He'll be brought to a detention facility and booked, go through the normal process of name, address, things like that. They will fingerprint him. and hopefully, depending on the state, take DNA samples. The federal government will be able to do that. And clearly, every attention to detail is critical here right now for any officer or prosecutor that comes in contact with this individual.
Ed, please stick with us. Let's get over to Evan Perez. He's got some new reporting coming in about all of this breaking news. Evan, what are you picking up?
Well, Kate, we've been watching this overnight because we'd heard hours ago that the law enforcement had taken into custody someone.
If Mike has a take, 9 times out of 10, you listen to that take. If enough evidence come out to support that take, is unequivocally the truth. Listen, I am not infallible. I've gotten things wrong before. But at this point, it is completely irresponsible to speculate or believe it's a leftist. The FBI, they're all getting quiet. Are you stupid? Are you fucking stupid? Donald Trump was screaming how we need to attack leftists. He did a speech about how we need to target leftist organizations, and now suddenly he doesn't want to talk about the motive? Are you stupid? Like, come on, guys. Point A, point B, draw the lines. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously. Like, hello? Are we okay? Are we all there? Stop being a doomer. And Groyper Wars is literally Nick Fuentes targeting Charlie Kirk. We have great propaganda to spread. Counter message. What are you fucking doing? Like, oh, goddamn. Like, do you what? Like, I think a lot of people are mad at me because, like with Luigi, they want to live vicariously through these acts of violence as a form of cathartic release for the fact that our side is getting owned politically. And so they want to live vicariously through these shooters. So what I'm like, these shooters are not left-wingers. They're mad at me because I'm ruining the fun and the vibes where they get to fantasize about the left doing shit. And in reality, no. Now, if the guy was a leftist if the guy was a leftist, I would fucking do it. Like, Nick Fuentes is out there saying, oh, if you do violence, I disavow you. He thinks it's a Groyper. Here's my evidence. 1, knowing 22-year-old leftists. They don't act like this. Period. They would leave a manifesto that was 30 pages long. Number 1. Number 2, you don't make if you're reading this, you're gay during your political assassination, that's probably going to end your life. Unless you are a brain-cooked right-winger. Irony-poisoned right-winger. No leftist is doing a political assassination and then going, you read this, you're gay. That's not happening. Leftists, the reason why people are leftists, okay, you're going to cancel me for this take. But the reason why I'm a leftist is because I have certain autistic traits, like a strong sense of moral rigidity and a strong sense of fairness and justice. Okay? That's why I'm a leftist. It is probably a little bit related to being on the spectrum a bit, where I'm like, no, this is wrong. This is unfair. I have let's be completely honest. Let's be completely honest with myself. I'm being self-aware here. Probably being on the spectrum. High mask, high performing, high mask, whatever, autistic person that I clearly am. That's part of why my politics are the way they are. And my hyperfixation is politics. Congratulations. Now I have a Twitch stream. So I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe this guy is some form of leftist that doesn't encounter me or doesn't interact with me at all. I'm leaving open that possibility. I don't want you to think that I'm certain that this guy is not a leftist. It's just all the evidence to me indicates he's a right winger. And the strongest piece of circumstantial evidence for my case is the fact that the right wingers are not talking about his motives. They've known who he is for hours now. Where are the posts about trans rights or human rights? Where's the post about Bernie Sanders? Where's the post about Zohran Mamdani? Where is the post about Hassan? Where's the post about me? Where's the post about, come on. I mean, he takes a shot at Charlie Kirk and you don't have any popular leftist streamers or any popular leftist takes? I find that hard to believe. We know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. There's no fucking way this is a leftist. No fucking way. I might actually have a brain aneurysm. For people saying that listen, if it turns out to be a leftist, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, it turns out that guy was a leftist. Violence is bad. Don't do that, guys. We need to do collective action and join groups, not do individual acts of adventurism. That's bad. Anyway, next story. That's what I'll do. I'm telling you what I'll do. I'll say, don't do that. Anyways, let's move on to Trump bad, okay? I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, it's a leftist. Oh, why? Oh, woe is me. No, of course not. They have deleted his online presence. There's a reason they aren't saying his motives. I'm sure it's been, somebody has something. Editor Mentum and Liv deleting posts. Wait, really? Editor Mentum deleted his post? I was going to post, I bet you $10,000 he's not a leftist. I was very tempted. I was like, I was pondering it. Because I was like, well, what do I know? It's not a sure bet. It's not a sure bet. It would be wild. I might be the person that's changing this narrative. Because if I wasn't streaming today saying this shit, I think everybody else would just be going, yeah, it's probably a leftist. Shucks. Oh, no. Now, maybe it turns out to be that way, but who cares? Right now, okay, I want to be completely honest with you, chat. Right now, we're in a period of informational uncertainty. And the people that advance narratives are going to start the conversation in their direction, okay? Now, I want you to know that I'm not certain he's a groyper, but I believe there's enough evidence that we could build a circumstantial case to present our perspective. Now, as long as we say we're not sure, but we suspect he is, then we're fine, okay? And that's what we should be doing to protect our side from the counter narratives that are already out there that are being used to do what? Target me, target Hassan, target DSA, target leftists. They're trying to deplatform Hassan, like Ethan Klein and Destiny started a deplatform campaign of Hassan because they thought it might be a leftist. He deleted his tweet. Oh, looks like you delete tweets, huh, Editor Mint? Looks like you guys were wrong. Looks like I was right. I've seen some millennials saying that Bella Ciao being on the casing means that a 22-year-old shooter was a leftist. Here's a remix of Bella Ciao, the Groyper War, America First playlist. Groyper War refers to their targeting of Charlie Kirk. Guys, I think he's a normie who doesn't like fascism. Look how long they've been targeting Charlie Kirk. This is a 5-year-old video. Welcome to society. Let's look at this Groyper account. Charlie. Let's search Charlie on it. Look at how many Charlie links there are. Charlie gets beat the fuck out by college student.
I have a question, but if I could say one thing real quick. Charlie, you mentioned the Branch Davidians were white supremacists.
So they were classified by certain people as a misinterpretation of Christian theology for being white supremacists, but they were categorized mostly as a terrorist organization by what they were doing in Waco.
I think you're mixing that with Ruby Ridge.
I'm sorry, what?
You're mixing it with Ruby Ridge, which is the same period.
I'm sorry, you have to talk slower.
You literally tell violent adventurism is bad and should never be done. It's literally not correct to say anything else. In fact, I'm anti-anarchist. I've said this a million times. In fact, it's one of the reasons people hate me is because I say anarchist praxis is not the way. And one of the things that anarchists talk about is called propaganda of the deed, which is anarchist theory that if you assassinate people, that it'll cause a spontaneous revolution because people will see the leaders of the country are not invincible. Like, this is literally a major division between socialists like myself and anarchists. If socialists believe that we should only do revolution, which is an organized expression of a class interest, and anarchists think you can make individual insurrectionist acts that will inspire spontaneous revolution. See, these acts of terrorism were intended to ignite a spirit of revolt by demonstrating the state, middle and upper classes, and religious organizations were not omnipotent, as well as provoke the state to become escalatingly repressive in its response. Like, that's literally, this is anarchist theory. I'm not an anarchist. I've specifically said I don't agree with anarchist praxis because of shit like this. So the idea that I call for violence is fucking insane and total lies. Do I have a TikTok editor who could cut your Bella Ciao take with the graphic? Yes, please do. Please fucking do.
At Dartmouth University, I was about...
All right, chat. We need to find more to talk about. Hassan might night stream today. You going extra? Probably. It's Friday. What else am I going to do? Play Helldivers? What am I going to do? I was going to play Helldivers. Oh, no. Adams, Vio, and I were going to play Helldivers. Oh, no. Oh, no. Actually, on stream? The Groyper Army in America First. There it is. Even the ADL agrees with me. Groypers regularly confront mainstream conservative organizations like Turning Point USA for failing to promote a truly America First agenda and not being adequately pro-white. It's literally right there. It's been on the ADL. The ADL is saying I'm right. The ADL is right. Even they're going to probably delete this page because they want to make it about leftists. Even the fucking ADL agrees with me. Everybody scrape this page for me because I'm not doing it live on stream.
Of Kirk accurately as what it was, an assassination, a murder.
And I said, if my whatever 20 years reporting gives me any credibility, a whole lot of people told me it doesn't. We're in a moment where I understand the anger of people want to celebrate it. They think, I hear people saying, what more can fascism do? There's already troops in our cities. We're already there. And I say, there's more they can do. There's more that they've written of doing. And the struggle, I think, is to, at every step of the way, name as accurately the moment we are in, such that we can resist the tide toward full civil war people like Charlie Kirk seem to be interested in pulling us into.
And we're going to be talking about troops in the streets of the United States in just 1 minute. Charlie.
I'm going to change the narrative by myself and save it from all the leftists going, oh no, he's one of us, woe is me, oh no. I'm single-handedly going to turn this shit around.
Kirk was going to be coming to Dartmouth. Is that right, Jeff Sherlock? Just in the next few weeks. He was set up to debate Hassan Parker.
Oh, no! Hassan Parker! Amy, no! Amy, no! It's Hassan Piker! Amy!
Hassan Piker, I'm sorry.
Oh, she corrected herself. Okay, thank God.
And that was sold out immediately.
Yes, and I have to admit I'm not teaching this term, so that was news to me. I don't have anything to say to that other than the recognition. Let's also not fool ourselves. I think there's a temptation to say, the only people he was able to pull onto his side were a few know-nothings. No, he was able to move a real youth vote. He was able to turn a lot of young people toward.
Funnily enough, Helldivers, like I've gamed with Hassan on stream a few times. One time playing Warzone, and a time playing another time when we played Helldivers. So I need to make sure that we push this narrative. Okay.
The right. Despite his racism, he managed to find a perverse way of fooling a number of young Black people into believing him. He was an effective organizer. That's not a tribute to him. I want to be really clear. Sometimes we make the mistake of saying someone is good at something, that they're good at doing what they do means that they're good, and he was no good. But he was effective, and his organization goes on past him.
Hassan Piker said this is a terrifying incident before Trump announced Kirk's death. He said the reverberation of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism.
I wish, chat, I need your advice. I've had so many content creators go after me that it's actually insane, especially on the left. And it's like, fucking nut. Like, why does that happen? What's going on? What the fuck's going on? Like, people have blamed me for Ethan Klein hating Hassan. Like, just the most unhinged shit. That I am profiting from the Ethan Klein deplatforming shit when I am one of the main targets. It's fucking crazy. I think it's like, oftentimes it's people that are really parasocial with Hassan, but have never ever watched me, which is very weird. There are people that I have banned, and they will be like, Mike said this and this and this, and I'm like, this person has never clicked on my stream. Like, why? What does this come from? Is it because Destiny and Vosh attacked me before they attacked Hassan? It's like weird. I think a lot of people slander you because you did vote for Kamala. They hate you because you're an orthodox Marxist and literally everything in capitalist society says it's bad. I mean, I get it from like left-wingers. That's the thing. It's because you're a masked, hyper, dogged, not nice leftist. I mean, that's a reason to hate me? I think a lot of your enemies are people you yelled at on stream. I mean, you're probably right. You do come across as a bit narcissistic at first because of the I'm right stuff. The only reason I started doing that is because people were literally yelling at me for predicting the election correctly. And they were like trashing me and subtweeting me the entire time I was predicting the election. They were like going, how I'm like, I want Trump to win and my analysis, my takes are crazy and I'm like a right winger and I'm a secret Republican and blah, 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 blah. The only reason I said I was right about that is because I was giving my fair analysis like, and I was getting slandered. You're mad because somebody is right. It says so. You're stupid to ride the. I mean, it's just fucking crazy. Here's another obvious Trumper where, yes, the Trump costume, like, yes, this is a positive Trump costume. This is not a negative Trump costume. You're riding on Trump's shoulders. You're making him your daddy figure or your boyfriend figure. It's not a negative Trump costume. It's a positive Trump costume. Family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate, but that's not what Cox said. That's what the family member said. You can't read. Sock Dun Vashite Orbiter is a fucking illiterate too. Brazil's former president Jair Bolsonaro, convicted of plotting coup, sentenced to over 27 years in prison. This is what this is what the Democrats should do, and I yelled at them for being cucks. And by the way, you know, I'm not telling you this because I'm doing Mike is right. It's because I want you to understand that what I say to do or the politics takes I have are right. When I say something's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. All right, hold on. Let me get a video going because I'm like, oh, Mehdi Hassan can talk.
President Trump has just announced on Fox News that the suspected gunman who shot the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, killing him, has been caught. Trump said, quote, "I think with a high degree of certainty we have him in custody," unquote. Trump's comments came a day after the FBI announced a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Officials also released photos and video of the suspected gunman who shot Kirk during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. A bolt action.
Here's what I wrote about Merrick Garland in 2022. About the Trump criminal referral from the January 6th committee. AG Garland is the definition of chicken shit. He will never do anything that might be considered political. By far and away the worst cabinet appointment by Biden. And it looks like I was completely correct. They waited and they waited and they waited. Biden is walking around with the work across the aisle shtick while the man who blocked Merrick Garland for over a year is still majority leader of the Senate. Joe Biden has absolutely no reasonable assessment of the failures of the last administration, and his record is abysmal. Oh no. Garland was one of the most right-wing appellate justices appointed by Democrats in the entire judiciary. So much so that far-right Senator Orrin Hatch named him as an example of a judge he could support. After Obama failed to give it on the get him on the Supreme Court, we are now stuck with him. Why did Biden pick Merrick Garland as AG? Watch this clip of Brazilian news cutting back after announcing the arrest.
Setembro de 2025. Jair Messias Bolsonaro se torna o primeiro ex-presidente da República Federativa do Brasil condenado por tentativa de golpe de Estado, entre outros crimes. Os detalhes desse dia histórico você vai ter logo mais no Jornal Nacional. Até lá. Neste 11 de setembro de...
Chat, there's no such thing as internet trolls anymore. We don't have internet trolls anymore. That was a millennial thing. Now people are just irony poisoned. People don't have opinions that they don't hold and they go around arguing with people just to piss them off. They don't do that anymore. Now people are just fascists. Now they're just irony poisoned. They don't go around being trolls anymore. That was a millennial thing. That was a Reddit thing.
Rifle was also recovered in a wooded area near the campus. In one video, the suspected gunman is seen jumping from a roof on campus and running away. On Thursday, President Trump said he'll honor Charlie Kirk with a posthumous presidential...
Okay, we already watched this one. Chat. Sorry. Okay, let's watch the Hassan thing. We were going to do the Mehdi Hassan one. Was that the Mehdi Hassan video? Okay. All right. We're going to do the Mehdi Hassan Democracy Now! One so I can stretch my legs so I don't get a fucking pulmonary embolism.
Announced on Fox News that the suspected gunman who shot the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, killing him, has been caught. Trump said, quote, "I think with a high degree of certainty we have him in custody," unquote. Trump's comments came a day after the FBI announced a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Officials also released photos and video of the suspected gunman who shot Kirk during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University. A bolt-action rifle was also recovered in a wooded area near the campus. In one video, the suspected gunman is seen jumping from a roof on campus and running away. On Thursday, President Trump said he'll honor Charlie Kirk with a posthumous Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Trump also escalated his attacks on the political left, saying, quote, "We just have to beat the hell out of them."
We have a great country. We have radical left lunatics out there, and we just have to beat the hell out of them.
On the floor of the House, Republican Representative Bob Onder of Missouri described the political left as, quote, "pure evil."
Well, everything has changed. If we didn't know it already, there is no longer any middle ground. Some of the American left are undoubtedly well-meaning people, but their ideology is pure evil. They hate the good, the truth, and the beautiful, and embrace the evil, the false, and the ugly.
This call comes as some lawmakers, including Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, are canceling or postponing public events out of safety concerns. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Mehdi Hasan, editor-in-chief and CEO of Zeteo, where his new piece is headlined, "Hypocritical Conservatives Are Using Charlie Kirk's Horrific Murder to Cynically Smear the Left." Mehdi, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you lay out what you're seeing in these last few days as we talk about this breaking news that the suspected gunman has been caught?
Thanks, Amy, for having me. The problem with this administration, of course, is you can't trust anything they say. Kash Patel put out multiple statements over the last 48 hours suggesting that somebody's been caught, somebody's in custody. They leaked to the Wall Street Journal that there was trans ideology on the weapon and then walked it back. We have an administration of gaslighters and serial liars. So unfortunately, in the old days, even if a president lied, you could try and take the bureaucracy or the law enforcement people, maybe sometimes that they were. Now you have to start from a position of pure skepticism. So I don't believe anything Trump says until I see more verification. I do hope they've caught the person. The problem is, Amy, that since from the moment Charlie Kirk was horrifically murdered on camera, a horrific act, inexcusable act on Wednesday in Utah. From the moment that happened, Republicans, conservatives, prominent figures in this country on the right went to work to blame this on the left, even though the killer was not in custody. Apparently is now. Let's see the alleged killer. No killer in custody, no motive. And yet, for the last 36, 48 hours, we've been told again and again that the left did this. The left killed Kirk. The left has blood on its hands. And I wrote that piece for Zeteo because I was deeply frustrated at what I was seeing. It's not just frustrating, it's dangerous, right? Your response to a political assassination, to political violence, cannot be to ratchet up more political violence, more dehumanization and demonization. And the reality is, of course, as I say, we don't know the motive of the killer. Let's say the killer turns out to be someone on the left. Even then, that doesn't mean the right is somehow scot-free here. And that's why I wrote my piece pointing out that the vast majority of right-wing political violence in this country comes from Trump supporters, comes from people on the far right, comes from all sorts of people who have horrific views about minorities and white supremacists. And I laid down the evidence in my piece. For example, this summer. Just a few weeks ago, I know the right-wingers have been erasing her killing, but Melissa Hortman, the Speaker Emerita of the Minnesota House, was murdered in her home with her husband. Another lawmaker was shot and almost killed with his partner. That was done by a Trump supporter this summer. Trump didn't even bother to show up at the funeral. No one mentions Melissa Hortman's death on the right when they're talking about political violence. We've erased January 6th. We've erased the attack on Josh Shapiro's home earlier this year. We've erased multiple attacks over the years that have been attributed to, or that the suspect turned out to be some kind of Trump supporter. And I think that is why I wrote that piece, because there's a real rewriting of history going on here. It's what far-right regimes do after tragedies like this. They try and weaponize them to go after their enemies. And Trump's made that very clear in all his statements, the radical left. This is a guy who has incited violence himself, including on January the 6th.
I wanted to turn to Hunter Kozak. He's the Utah Valley University student who posed a question to Charlie Kirk about gun violence just before Kirk was shot and killed.
5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
On Thursday, that young man, He was 29 years old. Hunter Kozak, the Utah Valley University, I think he was a student, posted his message response to what happened after he asked the question.
And people have obviously pointed to the irony that the point that I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was right before he got shot. And that only makes sense if we stay peaceful. And as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I'm on the record for how much I disagree with Charlie Kirk. But, like, man, dude, he is still a human being. Have we forgotten that?
That's Hunter Kozak, who posed the question. He started by asking about how many trans mass shooters Charlie Kirk thought they were, and then talked about that percentage as the number of mass shooters in this country. But as he says, was horrified, as here is Charlie Kirk answering a question about gun violence, then is shot dead. Your response to this young man who's in a lot of pain, he said, in fact, though he disagrees with almost everything, is known for opposing Charlie Kirk, himself a TikToker. His wife just gave birth to their second child. He sees their families, both of them having 2 children. And he said, but I'm absolutely against violence and for his freedom of expression.
I mean, we all are. I mean, 99% of people in this country, I hope, are against politically motivated murders. I mean, it's horrific. What happened to Charlie Kirk is horrific on a human level, on a political level, on multiple levels. And, people are going around saying, well, he didn't believe in empathy, so I don't care. Well, just the fact that he didn't believe in empathy is irrelevant. I believe in empathy. Most of us should have empathy, and I do have empathy for his wife and kids. 2 kids are going to grow up without their father. The fact that their father had vile political views that I disagree with, the fact that their father said I should be deported from the US is irrelevant. All right, you don't kill people for their speech, ever. And that young man gave a very eloquent statement there. The irony of him being killed after taking a question on gun violence and trying to make it about gangs. I mean, Amy, right now, everything in American politics just feels bizarre and ironic and unprecedented. If you sat in a Netflix TV writer's room and said, hey, this is the script for a political drama about politics in the United States, and it was the script of the last 5 or 10 years, the TV writers would throw you out of the room and say, this is ridiculous. We can't make this TV show. This is so unrealistic. The plot twists, the turns. But that's our daily life right now. I mean, we're all going crazy seeing what happens on a daily basis. It's beyond anything we see on TV or in the movies these days. And I worry that everything's going to get worse. I was on the BBC just a couple of nights back, and the question they asked was, is America going to come together after this? That's what other countries are wondering. That's what would happen in most normal countries after a tragedy like this. Unfortunately, the US is not a normal country right now. And I suspect not only are we not going to come together, we're going to go further apart, because the president is someone who takes this opportunity to incite more. I mean, everything Donald Trump has said since this murder has been unhelpful at best, dangerous and destructive at worst. He is not the right leader whenever there's a tragedy, whenever there's a murder or a terrorist attack. That's always been one of my great criticisms of Trump. I have many, but he's not the right person to lead a nation when there is a tragedy or a crisis.
Mehdi, in 2023, Charlie Kirk called for you to be deported over your views on the COVID-19 pandemic while you were working at MSNBC. I just wanted to play a clip from the Charlie Kirk show.
So we need to reassert what the actual truth of the matter is, especially if we are to be prepared for the next pandemic when it inevitably comes.
Wow, who is that neurotic lunatic? Who is that guy? Send him back to the country he came from. Holy cow. Get him off TV. Revoke his visa.
So that was Charlie Kirk. And again, the horror of his murder right now. Your response then, Mehdi, and as you reflect on this now.
Yeah, I responded at the time pointing out how racist that statement was. Charlie Kirk was very anti-immigrant. He was very anti-Muslim. People forget this stuff. But again, I've spent the last 48 hours condemning his killing. I've found the posts celebrating his death, very few of them. I know the Republicans are trying to exaggerate. There are deaths. There are obviously posts online celebrating his death. I found them distasteful, inappropriate. It's not something I would do. And yet I think to myself, had I been the one shot in the neck and passing away, I wonder what Kirk would have said about me. This is the reality of where we live. I mean, we're in this weird situation, Amy, now where some liberals are going to another extreme, which is we should all condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk, but we don't need to participate in the whitewashing of his record or the kind of this suggestion that he is some kind of free speech martyr. He was not a supporter of free speech. You just saw that clip. I said something on MSNBC he did not like, I, an American citizen. He said I should be deported from the United States. Is that someone who sounds like they support free speech? He was super anti-Muslim. Just a couple of days ago, he was posting about Islam being the sword with which the left slits the throat of America. He called Muslims conquerors, invaders. His rhetoric was horrific. He put targets on people's backs. But again, I don't measure my own views or my own responses to tragedies by the standards set by Charlie Kirk or Donald Trump or anyone else. The fact that he may have, had a more gleeful response to my death than I do to his is irrelevant. As I say, none of us should celebrate the death of a human being. None of us should celebrate political violence because it's a threat to all of us and to this country. And I think it's interesting that so many people are now trying to suggest that this guy, I've seen people saying, oh, he never did anything. He just went and had good faith debates with college students. Just not true. He supported the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, a green card legal resident who was punished for his speech, nothing else, by the Trump administration. So look, even us having this conversation, Amy, will be clipped somewhere by a Republican and say, look, they're celebrating his death. They're criticizing him. No, criticizing someone's views is not celebrating the death. We can do two things at once. We can walk and chew gum. We can say it's absolutely outrageous that Charlie Kirk was murdered for his views, and we have absolute empathy for his wife and kids and friends and family. But we can also say those views were horrific. We're not going to suddenly say because he was murdered, his views are somehow good. No, bad people can be unjustly murdered. Bad people can be innocent when it comes to being killed, because even bad people shouldn't be killed for their views.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And
I mean, it's pretty obvious that randomly shooting Charlie Kirk is not going to change anything. The guy had no political power. He was a 19-year-old college dropout who was given hundreds of millions of dollars by billionaires. There's a million Charlie Kirks. Okay, you're not making any progress by shooting Charlie Kirk. The reason why he was attacked is because it was a groyper, and Nick Fuentes was hyper fixating on Charlie Kirk because he was the competition for young right-wingers. This is why the shooter was probably a groyper, because Nick Fuentes was targeting young right-wingers for his audience, and Charlie Kirk was targeting young right-wingers for the Republican Party. And so Charlie Kirk was the target for Nick Fuentes, where they would heighten the contradictions. And how would Nick Fuentes make a play for young right-wingers? Well, he brought up things that were not allowed to be said. Racial slurs, outright racism, the Jewish question, talking about Gaza and Israel, other fascist, things that Republicans think is too far right. Nick Fuentes would position himself as further right than Charlie and more authentic and more populist. And so he was fixated on Charlie Kirk, and that's why they called it the Groyper War. Because to them, Charlie Kirk was the big impediment to Nick Fuentes getting attention, Nick Fuentes getting the position he deserves. It makes no sense for a leftist to shoot Charlie Kirk. There's a million Charlie Kirks. The only group of people that were fixated on Charlie Kirk was Nick Fuentes and, of course, Destiny. But they were just trying to use the money that was going into Prove Me Wrong to boost their own shit. Destiny wanted to be the Charlie Kirk of the Democratic Party. And he was going to position himself as the Charlie Kirk of the Democratic Party by going around and debating Charlie Kirk. That's why Destiny and Nick Fuentes were close friends for so long. They're the same fucking guy, and they were both fixated on Charlie Kirk. So the shooter being a leftist doesn't even make sense. Now, is it possible? Anything is possible. There's 350 million people in America. There is always going to be some random person who has some configuration of beliefs that is idiosyncratic to them. But if you're talking about probabilities, if you're talking about analyzing this shit for real, I don't know what else to say. Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you. I found a clip of Nick blaming Kirk for groypers not achieving their goals.
We're not getting what was promised. It's been 10 years and we're not getting it, and there's no plans that we're going to get it. And the only thing that is keeping the lie going is the sycophants around him that depend upon him for a sinecure. It is people like Charlie Kirk who rely on Trump's appearances and access to Trump at his events, which is what keeps $40 to $50 million flowing into Turning Point's coffers every. We're not getting what was promised. It's been 10 years and we're not getting.
I mean, there it is. There he is. Nick Fuentes is saying to his audience, Donald Trump would be more based if only people like Charlie Kirk were gone and replaced by me. That's exact. Like, it is literally, it is the, like, I'm sorry, guys, but you got to be smarter. I think part of it is that a lot of leftists feel powerless. Let's be completely honest. I think a lot of like mods, you know, I would say people that are like 35-year-old mods on other streams, right? No praxis and no accomplishments of their own, right? They felt like they were living through vicariously, and they did a bunch of the jokes about Charlie Kirk dying and how funny that was, right? And they were able to kind of live vicariously through some imagined leftist avenger who was striking on behalf of trans people and on immigrants and blah, 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 blah. Real liberal shit. And the reality is that's not the case. The left is just not built like that. We're not built like that. We are socially oriented. We hate killing. We don't like killing to pursue our goals because that's why we're left wing. If we thought killing was okay, if we only kill as a last resort, it's self-defense. After all other options are exhausted, we are not killers. We don't believe in killing. We don't advocate for killing. They're the killers. They want to use violence. They want to use oppression. They see killing as a tool. That's why they support Israel. So for me, I always found the plausibility of left-wing violence to be very low. And I think that if there was left-wing violence, they would target somebody who is a little bit more important than Charlie Kirk. It just doesn't strike me as plausible. Authorities in Utah arrested a man they accused of assassinating right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. We got him. Okay, the Utah man, the records noted he was considered inactive, suggesting that he did not vote in the November presidential election. Do you think this sounds like a viewer of mine? Does this sound like a viewer of Hassan's? Does this sound like a leftist? Leftists would vote. I'm sorry, he would. He would go and vote for PSL. If he was thinking, I need to make a dramatic gesture of killing Charlie Kirk for my political views, he would vote for a fucking politician. I'm sorry, but he would. Nick Fuentes told his fans not to vote last year. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't know if violence as a tool has died to any ideology. It absolutely is more common on the right than it is on the left. The left believes in humanitarianism. The right believes in hierarchy and domination. Hierarchy and domination are enforced by violence. Right-wingers are inherently more violent than leftists. Like, and it's mapped out both psychologically and in the evidence. Now, it doesn't mean leftists never commit violence. They do. The right believes in preemptive strikes. The left believes in self-defense. The problem with the left is they have to follow every rule to its maximum conclusion before they're like, okay, things aren't fair. And only then will they step up to like civil disobedience. The left does not jump to violence. The left has to be dragged to violence by having every other alternative avenue destroyed completely. I mean, look at the right's response to Kirk's death. They instantly declared war on the left. They went from 0 to wanting violence before his body was cold. They had no evidence. They didn't even know who the shooter was. An empirical assessment of the prevalence of ideologically motivated homicides in the United States, it's overwhelmingly right-wing. Let's just jump to the conclusion. We'll read the conclusion. The findings from this study echo a large body of research pointing towards an increased threat of far-right extremism over other ideological perspectives. The results indicate that the far right remains the greatest threat to public safety for the most severe form of violence, namely ideologically motivated homicide. However, some interesting nuances highlight areas in which the far left might create cause for concern. The far left has greater proportion of homicides with multiple fatalities and a slightly higher rate of homicides. Even with people like the IRA, arguably not at all leftists, but their struggle is justified, engage in organized violence against systems, not individuals. They aren't lone gunmen looking for fame. Even the Luigi case. Luigi wasn't a left-winger. I'm sorry, chat. Luigi's not a left-winger. I'm sorry, but he's not. He's some sort of idiosyncratic former right-wing. He was in the kind of manosphere grind set pipeline, and then he had a back injury, and then he got radicalized against the healthcare field. But he's not some sort of leftist. Guys, I'm sorry.
Charlie Kirk on the issue of Israel and his unlimited support for Israel. Yeah, you actually think he was a critic of Israel or Zionism? Seriously, get it together. Palestine doesn't exist. Islam is a sword of the left is using to slit the throat of America. Zero people from Gaza should be allowed to come to America, period. No, Israel is not starving Gaza. There are a lot of people, I think, that are saying that he was going to turn on Israel any moment now, and I don't think that's there's evidence for that at all. And I think there are different reasons as to why some people are saying it. Some people are saying it because they just want to like get on Israel and they think everything is Israel. He already did turn on Israel.
As Jacobin said, they had an article. Luigi Mangioni's anger wasn't neatly ideological. Far from an ideologue, Luigi Mangione seems more akin to an average swing voter holding a hodgepodge of political views, yet resolutely enraged by the barbarities of a for-profit healthcare system. I think like being mad at healthcare CEOs is inherently a left-wing idea, but he wasn't coming to this as a radicalized leftist.
Wrong. No, he didn't, man. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Every now and then, these guys speak out of both sides of their mouth all the time. You guys are so stupid. You don't know these people as well as I do. You haven't tracked their behavior as well as I have, I guess. Please stop. The notion that this guy was...
This was only a month ago?
What time is it? Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job. Get a Hillsdale online course. Observe the Shabbos. He literally said this. I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour, weighing close to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course, get a second job, observe the Shabbos, go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this. You are not prepared for this. And I'll say it now like I did in 2017, the day after Charlottesville. A tidal wave of white identity is coming. And once word gets out, they will not be able to stop it. As I said, the day after Charlottesville, 8 years ago, prophetic. You think you're in control? Do you feel in charge? Who else we gonna bring in? Elon, Tucker, Candace. You know what their next move is gonna be. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been a good time. But pray for your boy. Because the problem is, look, I've been doing this for a long time. People watch the show, they're like, this show's great. I've been saying this for 10 years. All this stuff, I've been saying it for 10 years. That's why they locked me up. That's why they shut me down. The problem is I'm just saying it now to everybody. And they're going to make me pay. In one way or another, they're going to try and shut me down.
So, guys, this is from a month ago.
But that's what...
Did I spell Groiper correct? Okay. Did I say moth? Thank you, chat. Thank you for being my copy editors. Thank you for being my copy editors. I appreciate you. What is a Groiper? It is a follower of fascist content creator Nicholas Fuentes, who argues in favor of a white American ethno-state, and he also wants it to be a Roman Catholic theocracy, preferably with a benevolent Roman Catholic monarch or Caesar-like figure who will enforce fascist Catholic social mores on the country. That's literally his positions. He wants Franco's Spain, but more based. Basically the Christian Taliban.
What it is? What time is it?
Actually, anti-Israel is so weird. He has said in a couple different instances, like marginally correct statements. That's it. I think a lot of you want to. He called him out multiple times. Oh my God, it's like Trump. It's Trump. Is Trump anti-Israel too? Any day now, he's going to turn on Israel. Are you guys that stupid? He has literally consistently said it's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. Palestine isn't real. Palestinians are not real. Famine is fake. He's just trying to manage the overall anti-Israel sentiment in his base, okay? That's why he's on a delicate tightrope. It's the same shit with the Epstein stuff. He on the one hand literally got the boss call from Trump.
Nancy Mace went from calling for blood and terror yesterday to prayers for forgiveness for the shooter. Dude is a neo-Nazi 1000%. Check the clip right below that poster posted again. One of the things that really frustrates me is that I think a lot of people, and I mean this, and I mean this as like a statement, I am one of the best assets that we have. Like, I mean this with humility. We need people that are going to pull together with solidarity. I don't want to see any more like anti-left wing, like when people are like claiming to be all together on the left, constantly just slandering each other. If I don't like, like there's plenty of streamers, I don't like their vibes at all, but I don't slander them. I don't go out of my way to attack them. But I see a lot of negativity toward me, Denims, VO, Casey Tron, from people that claim to be like fans of Hassan and shit. It's weird. Those people need to be called the fuck out.
USA, Dennis Prager, they're just not ready for this. They're not ready that we're in the Groyper generation. Because all this time, these past 8 years, what do you think I've been doing? Your attacks, your slander, your persecution. I have only been growing stronger. Don't you get it? I have only been gathering strength. 8 years. Lied about, censored, attacked, persecuted. Well, you were at parties getting millions of dollars for doing bullshit. Your show is ass, and you're full of shit, and you're retarded. And that is why I'm not just coming for Rumble. I'm not just coming for Twitter. I'm coming for all of it. I'm coming for all of it. You thought you'd bring me on the show and press me about Dave Smith? You don't know who the fuck you're dealing with. You let in a fucking dragon, bitch. Imagine shooting a man with this last bullet, which actually happened to me. They came to my house. They tried to kill me. I'm still here. I'm still at this house. You know where to find me, bitch. You tried shooting me.
No, this guy was Destiny's friend. Destiny was a big Nick Fuentes booster. He basically took Nick out of like complete obscurity. Destiny was probably the guy that helped Nick Fuentes grow more than anyone else.
With your last bullet, and I stand there unfazed. So bring it on. Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk. I'm coming for all of it. I'm gonna fuck up your apple cart, and all the king's men are not gonna be able to put it back together again. You might kill me in the process, but you're fucking done. Signed, America. That's my body. And that's me. And that's my body.
Was the sex tape fake? We don't know whose penis that Destiny was sucking. Some people think that it was Nick, based on some of the timing of when the video was recorded. I don't really know. I haven't looked at any of the leaks. I don't usually look at people's leaks because I think it's wrong. But I just know from tweets I read that some people think that it was Nick. All we know is that Destiny secretly records people when they have sex. So
that's that. That's all we got.
The shooter's political views are the exact opposite of mine. What a coincidence. I mean, I get Ken is saying here, and he's right, but also the evidence is this guy's a groyper. I'm sorry, like, what, you want me to be quiet and let the right spin lies? You want me to let the right spread lies instead of making my own narrative to push back? You want the truth to be sitting there lolling asleep while the lies go around the world 5 fucking times? No, I'm gonna prod the truth to wake the fuck up, and I'm gonna use my best effort to do a counter narrative. Trump has stopped talking about it now. This guy was a right winger.
My condolences on the loss of your friend. How are you holding up over the last 3.5 days? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks.
He's like, look, we're building the ballroom. My condolences on your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up? I'm very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction for the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get for about 150 years. So in other words, he's moving on. You think if it was a leftist, he would, you think if it was a DSA member or they'd be saying, Mamdani inspired the shooter. We got to deport Mamdani. He's inspiring assassins. Like, I know the right. I know how the right acts. The way they're acting is making me believe more and more that the politics of the shooter are not left wing. I'm sorry, chat. I saw the Bad Empanada post.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday, my series on the fight for free speech and civil liberties online. Today, I want to talk about political violence.
Charlie Kirk's murder is the latest high-profile example of political violence in the U.S.
The murder of Charlie Kirk is heightening concern about the rise in cases of political violence across the country.
Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are.
This is yet another example of the sad reality of rising political violence in our country.
A few months ago, I made a video called Someone Needs to Do It about the popular meme encouraging someone to finally Trump. I don't even need to have to say it. You know what I'm talking about. In that video, I talked about how asking the public to uphold norms while our entire government and everyone in power flouts due process on a near daily basis and never holds themselves to the same standards is a farce. I cited a research report that found that more and more Americans endorse direct political violence and are expressing a plummeting faith in our political system and democracy. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies extremism, told me, quote, "The liberal project has basically failed. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square."
Mike, I still find it hard to believe that an autistic guy could make such a clean 200-meter shot with a single kill at the heat of the moment. Do you think it's possible? Of course, it's very easy. He just sat up there chilling. There were no counter snipers. There was no Secret Service. He just sat up there, put his rifle in bench rest position, and he waited until Charlie was perfectly still. He put the crosshairs over his head and he pulled the trigger, and he still pulled it out to the right. And that's why it hit here instead of forehead, because he doesn't have good trigger pull. So he pulled the rifle a little bit with the act of pulling the trigger. But he was close enough, and the gun was probably zeroed to around 100 meters, so that there probably isn't much bullet drop at that distance, because I think it was like 120, not 200. So he probably just pulled the thing a little bit. Let me see if I can talk about this. It's like target showing problems with aim based on where zeroed shot goes. See if I can find what I'm talking about. Yeah. See, here you go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If you have a zeroed gun, meaning that it is dialed in and you're on bench rest and you fire at your target and then the bullet ends in these locations, you have a pretty good sense of what is causing it. So squeezing whole hand with trigger pull. This is roughly where it hit on Charlie Kirk. Thick right here, it drops right about here. So it's either breaking wrist, relaxing too soon, or squeezing. So somewhere around here compared to where the target was aimed. So it's somewhere around here. So it wasn't that clean of a shot. You know, but he hit Charlie Kirk in a fatal area. I mean, it is what it is. And he had all day to do it. You know, it's what if you're trying to like assassinate, like the shooter that took out Trump, he had counter snipers. So he had to get up there in a hurry and take a shot. Whereas this guy was sitting there all day waiting until he had a shot. And we'll find out more about it.
That is what we're going back to. After Charlie Kirk was shot, every political leader and liberal pundit came out of the woodwork to condemn political violence. Charlie Kirk, who is
Secular Talk said it hit Charlie's bulletproof vest and bounced to his neck. No, that's probably just the air of the bullet that caused the shirt to move. You have to. It probably was just that. There's like a crack in the air when a bullet, so it probably caused his shirt to shift a little bit. There's, it was a 30-06, which is that's like a medium heavy rifle round, typically used to take down game. To like, large mature bucks and stuff. If that hits you, you're having a bad time. They used to use it in the M4 carbine or the M4 rifle. And then they changed to the 5.56 with the introduction of the AR-15. So he was hit with a relatively heavy rifle round. Like, I don't think it bounced off of a plate. No, a 30-06 would be stopped by a ceramic plate. Mike, gun pervert confirmed. I just don't say shit that is completely made up. The thing is, people I talk with confidence because I only talk about the things that I know. So it seems like, wow, Mike knows everything. Well, because if you say something that I don't know shit about, I don't talk about it. So I talk about the stuff that I know that I'm relatively confident about. That's what I try to do. Now, it doesn't mean I'm 100. No one's infallible. I make mistakes all the time, but you're not hearing me talking about like when when did the tango get invented? I don't fucking know. Okay. Like it is what it is. It was a direct hit.
espouse some of the most violent, hateful ideology around is already being treated as a martyr. Ezra Klein declared that while he and Charlie had their differences, you know, the whole black people and women are human beings who deserve rights.
I've been shooting guns since I was 12. So like, I'm out of practice. I don't have any friends or I don't socialize with anybody right now who's really big into guns. I've been shooting guns for a long time. So it's been a while since I went to the range. I need to fix that.
Thing. Fundamentally, they were, quote, on the same side. Trump said that he would award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The Yankees flew their flag at half-mast, as did a slew.
Look at how massive the round is compared to the usual. Okay, this is a 2.23. Hold on. That's not actually the typical round. They use 5.56, which is actually slightly different. Here you go. But as you could see, oh my God, can I see the image? As you could see, it is a significantly bigger rifle round than the 5.56. Not only is the bullet heavier, there's actually more powder. So it is a hunting round. You do not want to be hit by a 30-06. That is a very bad time for you.
And he turned around and said, I'm done with the Epstein shit. I'm never going to talk about it. Okay. But also simultaneously,
I think there was a medical expert talking about his wound. It was very clear to me that when Charlie was hit and where he was hit, that he was fucking super dead. Is there any? I thought I saw this.
He kept repeating, we should release all the Epstein files. Nah, dude, you're wrong. Just send me the links and I will send you 1 million extra links of Charlie Kirk dick riding Israel into oblivion. I understand why people want to believe that this was Israel.
We're going to need Zoomer correspondents on national news for this. Wait, didn't you just delete your tweet saying he was a leftist? Like, what do you mean? Okay, sorry, chat. We're going back to the Taylor video. I'm being ADHD. I'm sorry.
Of government buildings. Liberal influencers posted teary eulogies to TikTok. I could go on, and I'm sure you've seen the posts, and there will be a lot more of these types of posts in the coming weeks, I'm sure. But I want to talk more about political violence, because I think discussions of political violence and the way people in power continue to talk about it exposes a huge rift in our political environment right now. When political leaders and the media wring their hands about political violence, they're not actually talking about violence in any like universal sense. They're talking about violence specifically against elites or people who look like them or people who maintain these existing power structures. The violence that is already a daily feature of life for poor, immigrant, Black, disabled, and queer communities is completely invisible to them. Police tear gassing a crowd of teenagers demanding accountability for the murder of George Floyd is never deemed political violence. Federal agents shooting pepper balls at medics in Portland is not seen as political violence. But the second a right-wing figure is harmed, it becomes a crisis for democracy on cable news. This double standard, of course, has always been there, and it's why so many people, especially in the Middle East and other countries that we've inflicted horrific levels of violence upon, hate the American government. But cell phones and social media have finally made this hypocrisy crystal clear to members of the American public. And I'm not even just talking about atrocities abroad. After George Floyd's murder in 2020, millions of people took to the streets to demand an end to racist police killings. What they were met with, however, was an unprecedented wave of state-sanctioned violence. The Department of Homeland Security deployed tactical teams into cities. Police kettled and beat and arrested journalists. Protesters were shot point blank with less lethal munitions, losing eyes and sustaining permanent injuries. People died in protest-related incidents. But how many of those deaths were mourned by the mainstream media as martyrs of democracy? None. And just months after the peak of Black Lives Matter protests on January 6, 2021, a violent mob stormed the Capitol, calling for the lynching of elected officials and overturning the election. But their violence was excused. Those rioters overwhelmingly received lighter sentences than Black Lives Matter protesters. Some even used the event to launch their careers as influencers. Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges for shooting anti-fascist protesters dead, while peaceful college students ended up in jail. And of course, none of this is new. You can look back at American history and see the state enact violence on our own citizens over and over and over and over again. I think a lot of what happened in Standing Rock in 2016, the government, under Obama, mind you, sent armored vehicles and a militarized police force to attack indigenous people who were defending their sacred land and water. Protesters were blasted with high-pressure hoses in freezing temperatures. They had dogs set on them. People got concussions and other injuries. The media framed the event as clashes, but thankfully we were able to witness what actually happened as it was live streamed on Facebook. When the COVID pandemic hit, violence against marginalized people was fully normalized. Immigrants, people of color, and the poor were and are currently being sent into deadly workplaces with no airborne disease protections. Prisoners.
Okay. We got a surgeon talking about the penetrating injury into Charlie Kirk's neck.
I'm Dr. Bierke, a board-certified spine surgeon, and about a third of my surgeries are through the front and side of the neck, so I'll review the surgical anatomy for you here. But first, we don't kill people for speech in this country. We can have disagreements and debate, but we need to be tolerant of all viewpoints, even the viewpoints that we find intolerant. Here's an oblique view of the neck. The dominant...
I mean, like, obviously, listen, I'm not... You shouldn't go out there and kill people at a Charlie Kirk event. That's crazy. But, like... These guys are calling for us to be silenced, to be deplatformed, to be killed, to be rounded up and put in prison, deported because of our views. Let's be honest. They're threatening violence, and violence as a response is going to be the result. How about we don't tolerate any violent political ideology that tries to dominate others?
Structures are the common carotid and internal jugular veins. Up to a liter of blood flows through these vessels every minute when they're intact, and obviously they lose blood a lot faster when they're injured. Outside of an operating room, damage to either of these vessels is almost always fatal. In addition to penetrating trauma, all bullets create a wave of energy, damaging tissue through heat and pressure in an area that's much bigger than the bullet diameter itself. That area, or cavitation, of the bullet is proportional to the velocity squared. So high velocity rounds cause exponentially more damage for that reason. From this cavitation effect, injury to the trachea or airway prevents breathing, and an injury to the spinal cord above C5 will cause instant paralysis of the diaphragm. In the video from Charlie Kirk's shooting, you can see an instant decorticate posturing with unopposed flexion of all muscle groups in the arms. This is indicative of the bullet severing all connection between the brain and spinal cord. He was most likely instantly paralyzed, unable to breathe, and lost consciousness within a few seconds due to lack of perfusion of the brain. Everybody has a platform on the internet. We're all able to share our opinions with the world. There's just no excuse or justification for what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I thought happened. Like yesterday, when we saw the video 2 days ago, when we saw the assassination, that was my exact analysis right away. I was in Discord and I was like, just based on the volume of blood, the nature of the injury, the location of the injury, there's no way to even save him. I was like, I didn't even think they would do anything because he's just completely, he was dead within seconds. Really. Do you think protecting the Second Amendment right to own guns is worth some gun deaths? No. Like, the Democrats are so cucked. They're scared to run on this shit. They're scared to run on this shit. And most Americans are fed up and they want regulation of guns. But again, Democrats, useless. Fucking useless. Really good video. I'm going to retweet that. I'm going to like that. I mean, it was good to get a surgeon's perspective. Obviously, nobody likes violence. Like, violence is horrible.
Are being left to die of COVID-19 in overcrowded facilities.
I'm not supporting gun control now. No, thanks. I don't support gun control anymore. I honestly want guns control to be loosened. I don't support gun control now. Donald Trump and the fascists are president, and they're doing their $175 billion ICE death squads to roam the country. I don't want gun control now. I want give me a fucking give me an MG42. Give me a fucking M60. Give me mortars. Give me RPGs. Give me a nuclear fucking bomb. Toothpaste is out of the tube, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a 20mm grenade launcher.
With, again, zero airborne disease mitigations, even today. Joe Biden successfully convinced liberals and even leftists to completely devalue the lives of people around them to the point that, again, even leftists today believe that it's morally neutral to infect and kill or permanently maim those around you by infecting them with airborne disease because you don't want to wear a mask. Killing and disabling millions of Americans by encouraging the spread of an airborne vascular disease.
Taylor, I understand that COVID is a disease that's dangerous. Yes, you're right. But this is probably not the section. Probably not the topic. This is probably not the topic or time to discuss that.
And that Charlie Kirk was like seemingly turning on Israel. And that's the meta right now. That's the narrative right now. Of course. Fox News just aired a segment. Charlie Kirk's legacy of supporting Israel with special guest Benjamin Netanyahu, who calls Charlie an extraordinary friend. He says Charlie wrote him a letter in May declaring one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel. A lot of this stuff is coming from the original InfoWars guy a couple months ago saying, like, I've heard that Charlie Kirk is afraid of his life if he were to turn on Israel. That's where this started. That's where these suspicions started. There was another Groyper guy who went viral as well, also a couple months ago.
Here is Donald Trump defending the far-right violence.
Radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Although they want men and women sports, they want transgender for everyone, they want open borders. The worst thing that happened...
Radicals on the right as well.
Trump downplays the radical right, says the left is the problem. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. I thought it was a right. I thought it was a left winger. Wait, happened. What happened? What the fuck happened? What happened? Mr. Trump is often deliberately vague in his warning, but he appeared to be suggesting the left need to be beaten politically, noting later that he wanted his supporters to respond to the killing of Charlie Kirk with non-violence. The radicals on the right are oftentimes radical because they don't want to see crime. Are we going to actually find out what the shooter believed or not? Are we going to find out what he posted or not? He was online on Discord. Where's the fucking posts?
Where he said, like, Charlie Kirk is going to turn on Israel and then Israel's going to kill him. But
team civilization here.
If you look at his interview with Ben Shapiro from 2 fucking days ago, so 1 day prior to him getting shot and killed, you will probably develop a better assessment on his opinion on Israel than whatever random clips that were put together in an effort for these guys to at least like make themselves appear more palatable to the populist right who hate Israel. Charlie Kirk quite literally was in favor of mass deportations for people who were critical of Israel. Yeah, Israel's not starving Gazans.
Being lied to, and I hate being propagandized. And this weekend, there was an all-out propaganda campaign trying to make it seem as if Israel is intentionally starving the people of Gaza. I hate being lied to, especially by the media networks. They lied to us about COVID. They lied to us about the vaccines. They lied to us about open borders. They lied to us Hunter Biden laptop. Joining us now is Rabbi Walicki, a great friend.
Really pure propaganda, as you said. Approximately $500 million just from selling aid to the people of the Gaza Strip since the war has began. So Israel has realized for a long time that this is a problem because while the aid has to...
I posted a link to watch all the videos and tell me he wasn't calling him out. You're wrong or too afraid to admit it, in which in the later case, I don't blame you. You said post the links. Now watch all the videos and tell me you disagree. We both know I'm right, and I don't blame you for also not wanting to be hit by Israel. You think Charlie Kirk is anti-Israel, and you think me, this guy, is actually afraid of calling out Israel? Are you lobotomized? Then watch the videos. What do you mean? The video is him literally saying that Israel's not starving people. This was at the peak of Israel starving people. Watch all 3 videos and tell me he wasn't turning on them.
They're still doing it, guys. They're still starving people, guys.
1 minute and 49 seconds. Let's take a look at some of the, and I already explained this to you. Tim Pool does this all the time. Ben Shapiro doesn't do this because
Discord says platform not you. Discord was like, finally, a shooter didn't use our platform. They're like, finally, we get to say they didn't use it. Discord was not used to either plan or to hide evidence. We identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord. Hey, do you have any posts of his? Discord says it has removed his account. Wait, why are you deleting all the posts? Why are you deleting all the posts?
Because obviously he's like even more pro-Israel than these guys. But independent media is much...
He talked to his roommate about where he left the gun on campus in Discord. ICE killed someone in Chicago? Man fatally shot in confrontation with ICE officers in Chicago area. ICE fatally shot a man who was resisting arrest and tried to drive his car into ICE officers.
More aware of the audience's attitude, and therefore they have to manage a situation that is an 80-20 issue for their base. Charlie Kirk knows that a lot of his fans hate Israel. At the Turning Point USA conference, he literally saw it. He saw it in real time. Let's take a look at these clips, but not the one where he conducts an interview with Ben Shapiro.
Epstein with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, but there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he...
Yeah. So what's really interesting about this is a correct assessment that Charlie Kirk is engaging in. What's even more interesting about it is that after Donald Trump told him to shut the up about Jeffrey Epstein, he literally relayed that information to his own audience and said, I'm done talking about Epstein. The Patriots are in charge. Wait, the chatter is right. What are you talking about? Of course, there were moments in a sea of pro.
Before and after learning the shooter was a cisgender white man. Time to bring back the death penalty, which is still it's Utah. They did a firing squad execution in Utah. What the fuck are you talking about? They never got rid of it. Nancy Mace reports on Charlie Kirk killer allegedly being, quote, pro T-slur, except it turns out that wasn't true. People keep leaving out yeah, we talked about this earlier, which is he did the 5-kilogram bomb, and in Helldivers they call three on fire. Like one of the things they say is fascist for the bugs. The Terminators have been identified as fascist by Super Earth. Like fascist catch, like that's literally bugs. Again, what I'm trying to say is we don't know anything. And why do we not know anything? What's taking so long? Where is his posts at? I mean, he was an always online 22-year-old. Where are the posts? You're saying he doesn't have a single post? He went out and shot Charlie Kirk, but he doesn't have a single post? Where is it? Where's his shit? Basically what happened, chat, is they arrested him and they scrubbed everything before they released his name. So now all of us have nothing to go on. Do you think they would do that if he was a left-winger?
Israel propaganda, where a guy who has to address real live crowds who are incredibly anti-Israel, especially because they're Gen Z, is going to every now and then try to manage the situation. That's one clip. I'm sure there's others where he's like said something as well. Literally 48 hours before he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk asked some critical questions.
Interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on, so like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, you know, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
Oh, that's it? That's the clip? The Nelk boy said the same thing to Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, some people have criticized Israel for doing ethnic cleansing. What do you think? Let's watch the full one now.
So we're on Team Civilization here. We want to see the...
Wait, Helldivers Reddit is locked and the Steam delisted the game from top sellers charts? Wait, really? Why? What did Helldivers do? They didn't do anything. That's not true. You're lying. You're trolling me. You're trolling me. I just got. I actually got trolled.
Maniacs of Hamas be defeated. So we've seen news this morning that, quite honestly, I'm a little confused by, and I was hoping you could navigate it and help us understand, which is that Israel bombed Qatar, which houses a lot of Hamas officials. What happened here? And if I were to introduce just the skeptical question, will this potentially endanger America's own interests in the Middle East? So please, Ben, help me better understand the situation.
By the way, one thing that I do take issue with here is that even if I'm open to Israel assassinating Charlie Kirk, I do not and I will not stand for this idiotic notion that it was because he was actually turning on Israel any day now. You are a moron if you think this. And there are a lot of people who do feel this way, but like this stop being smug and learn analysis, man, is just like, even if it was Israel that did this, the notion that he actually is critical of Israel is so wrong.
Israeli government are saying, again, that's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be? And how does
listen, I want to be responsible, chat. I want to be responsible. I don't want you to say it's 100% confirmed that he's a groyper, because we don't have that level of certainty yet. Okay? The idea that, oh, it's definitely a leftist and, oh, woe is me, the leftist did it. That was bullshit, and there was no evidence to believe that. Pedo Troll didn't watch the video. What a surprise. The dumb fucker doesn't do anything. This is the NIJ has removed the article about right-wing extremism as I was watching it. After I read it, they removed it. FBI agents in the chat. I guess my FBI agent gave someone a call. I heard that FBI agents often have numbers in their name. Like they usually have like Delta 100 is typically like something that an FBI agent would have in their name. Feds detected. I looked at it an hour and a half ago. New guillotine. Feds detected. No, I'm kidding. Unless
the point where the video cut off, by the way.
Here. Conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, that's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be? And how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history. The idea that Israel is, quote unquote, forcing people out of the Gaza Strip, that is not the stated policy of the Israeli government. The idea is if people want to leave, they can, but they're not being forced to leave. Again, moving people out of heavily urbanized areas that are honeycombed with terrorist booby traps.
By the way, can I just say one thing about this shooting? Honestly, guys, even if we had gun control, you could probably have done this one. It's a bolt action hunting rifle. Like, even under a very strict gun control regime, his father was in law enforcement. Hunting is part of a lot of places' culture. A 30-06 bolt action hunting rifle is probably going to be legal. And the thing is, that being said, I mean, I think a lot of other people wouldn't have died because we would, like, the reason, if you want to know why people get killed with guns in America, there are two main ways people get killed with guns. Extremely cheap pistols, small caliber pistols that are used by petty criminals, Saturday night specials. So we're talking about like 9mm or 38 specials that pack just enough punch that they can kill a person if they're unlucky. And like AR-15s, which are an incredibly lethal and easy to use rifle. I think the AR-15 may be one of the best rifles ever created for ease of use and control versus lethality. I think someone with almost any build can learn to use an AR-15 and become dangerous. Like, the AR-15 is very user-friendly and very deadly. Those weapons, those are the ones that kill people very easily and are cheap and ubiquitous, and they're the dangerous ones. 30-06 hunting rifles, they don't kill a lot of people with those. We don't kill a lot of people with those, to be honest.
It's pretty much everywhere. Is not the same thing as, quote unquote, ethnic cleansing.
As long as it's not direct impingement. I mean, whether you're using a piston action or a direct impingement, they're fine. The AR-15, even a direct impingement is fine. Like, that's that's just like, 4chan K or Reddit, type opinion, right? Like, you're going to be fine. You can get a $300 AR-15 and be extremely deadly with it.
And I think that ethnic cleansing is very often used as sort of a softer form of the genocide attack. The idea being that Israel is trying to kill everyone, which of course is not true. As far as your earlier question about what we believe from the media, one of the things that I find kind of astonishing in some of the folks on the right who are highly critical of Israel is actually the lack of the lack of skepticism when it comes to legacy media. Legacy media are radically anti-Israel overall. The New York Times can certainly not be a key.
$300, yes. AR-15s are so fucking cheap now. You could probably put together one for $300. Now it would be not the nicest, but it would definitely work and it would be reliable. I mean, Ruger has one that's actually pretty nice, like Ruger AR-15. I don't know, maybe it might be getting like bought up a lot because ARs are so popular. Okay, the Rugers have gone up in price. Inflation, chat. So here you have a lower for $349. Here's a California compliant one. Ew.
Accused of being a pro-Israel.
The Rugers are a ripoff. Holy fuck, $1,000? Like what the fuck?
Outlet. It'd be very difficult to make the accusation that the Associated Press, which has worked hand in glove with Hamas for years, or Reuters, that these are wildly pro-Israel outlets, and yet when it comes to the report,
the reason why I pulled up Ruger is they used to be like the best value. But now it looks like too many people posted on Reddit that it's a good value, so everyone bought it, so they raised the price. So Rugers are not worth that.
It seems to be sort of the opposite.
Ben,
so the perception, the legacy media is like owned by the Jews. And
I was going to say, Ben, come on. You Jews own the media, Ben. So, I mean, come on. As you can tell by all the wonderful headlines you guys get.
Well, I mean, dude, the accusation.
Wow. A sarcastic quip talking to Ben Shapiro about how negative the media is towards Israel. Does that strike you as a person who's anti-Israel, chatters? Or are you oblivious to how sarcasm works?
That we own the media has not prevented, the Daily Wire from employing people who radically disagree with me. All of these matters. I mean, I don't agree with Matt Walsh on foreign policy. Matt obviously is a major host over at Daily Wire, and that's just my shop. And I'm overtly pro-Israel. Right? I mean, I'm not making any bones about this. I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist. I'm not going to pretend that to say otherwise would be absolutely silly. To suggest that.
Okay, so it still may be a leftist, but could I just say I never really thought it was going to be a leftist. Can I just say that I never really thought it was going to be a leftist? Can I be honest? Like, based on my vibes, like I pay attention to all the entire left because it's my hyperfixation. So I pay attention to the entire political spectrum. I know I try to be aware of all major political movements in the US, and my definition of major is a lot more minor than yours is. Okay. And even among the like far leftists who hate me and think I'm a white settler and who are armed, I think if they really, really, really were going to do some sort of action, it would not be against somebody like Charlie Kirk. It would be against Palestine Action in the UK. They'd throw paint on like a plane or something. Like even they wouldn't do that. There would be no like shooting Charlie Kirk. Like that's nonsense. This is so right-wing coded. It's not even funny. The problem the American left has right now is a lot of the like gun leftists are anarchists, and and it's probably why they haven't been arrested, because it's just a single guy out there doing shit. But there isn't anyone, as far as I'm aware, that is like a Maoist or a ML group that's formed a self-defense force. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe they exist. I mean, the SRA doesn't really count. I mean, the SRA is probably the closest to what I'm talking about. Do you take ML seriously? Why the fuck wouldn't you? What? It's the most successful form of socialism on the planet. Of course you should take ML seriously. Do you mean Western MLs? The form of socialism I take the most seriously is called socialism with Chinese characteristics. That's the socialism that I take the most seriously because it's the most powerful form. It's the one that can, move missiles around. That's the one that can make the Pentagon sweat. So that's the form of socialism that I think is the most interesting, because as the Pentagon is squirting in their pants over you, probably you have a point. They're shitting their pants is what I'm saying. They have diarrhea. If you want to understand, I think the Red Pen YouTube channel is one of the most based new YouTube channels that I've become aware of lately. If you want to learn about like more ML type shit, they're a really good YouTube channel to understand that kind of perspective. I'm highly sympathetic to this channel. I really like this channel. Whoever made this channel, you're a comrade. You're awesome. I like you. We watched this the other day, but and I got Hassan to watch it too. Which was a summary of Xi Jinping's governance in China. This video honest to God, if I could get more people to watch this, it would be the biggest propaganda W for the Chinese of all time. It's so good. Let's see here. My general opinion of Xi is that he's the world's only social democrat. He's the last social democrat that actually exists. All social democrats elsewhere are actually just liberal. Oh, can I pin it? Oh, sure. Why did I close without linking? My bad. I think if you watch this, you'll be like, why? Wow, Xi Jinping sounds really reasonable. Why do we hate him so much? And you're going to be like, exactly. In fact, he kind of seems a little bit to my right. Like, why is he such a like hippie? I thought he would be more like, we must crush the capitalists. Where he's like, no, I believe in peace. Do you mean a social democrat in the pre-SPD fiasco term, or the guy who wants to remain in capitalism? I mean in the pre-betraying Rosa. But that's a very good question. I think Xi is like the social democrats before, like a social democrat prior to betraying the German Revolution. I feel like Xi would have been, he would have been, you know what I mean? Does that make sense for any communists in the chat? That's how I kind of think about him. I think he's actually a socialist. I think he actually is a communist. Like, I don't think Xi is lying. I don't think he's like a capitalist eroder or anything like that. I just think he's like, we got to make China more powerful. So he's a bit of a nationalist, but also, what do I mean betraying the German Revolution? I mean when the Social Democrats used the Freikorps to assassinate Rosa Luxemburg and all the other, the German left that were trying to do a revolution. AF Ciao Bella. Uh-oh, detected, happy birthday, Nick Fuentes. AF Ciao Bella, uh-oh, caught. Is this good propaganda? Did we do it? I posted, this is a screenshot, chat. I posted a screenshot, so it's not a quote tweet, it's a screenshot. Also, I don't want to give this guy an indication that I'm tweeting him. Oh, I typed too long. 5 years. Who declared? Yes. Okay. Now we're not doing a long post. Okay. Good. We did it. Twitter. Is the edit button on the screenshot or Twitter? It's on Twitter. I will change the narrative. I will. All right. What's a good prop?
This question itself is the idea of prudence that in a system of multi-party elections, resources.
What's a good way? What's a good propaganda clip from this video for Xi? What's a good? Oh, here it is. Xi talking about what he thinks civilization should be like.
Oriented and green development. Xi Jinping's vision for the future of China is of a green, environmentally sustainable, and beautiful nation, leading the world in sustainable technologies and development to move towards a model of ecological civilization. He explains the necessity of green development for China by pointing out that the total population of well-off countries in the world is about 1 billion. China has more than 1.3 billion people. If we are all to become modernized, the well-off population must more than double. If we were to consume as much energy and production in daily lives as the present well-off people do, all of the existing resources in the world would be far from enough for us. The old path seems to be a dead end. Where is the new road? It lies in scientific and technological innovation and in the accelerated transition from factor-driven and investment-driven growth to innovation-driven growth. In an overall effort of progressing towards a future that is both prosperous and sustainable, China's high-tech sector continues to develop new green technologies, such as electric vehicles, hydropower, nuclear energy, energy storage systems, smart grids, green infrastructure, solar and wind energy, as well as carbon capture technology.
By the way, chat, none of this is bullshit. They've did it, and they're doing it. Like, they built more green energy than the rest of the world combined last year. So he's saying this, but what makes him different than a typical politician is he actually is doing it.
We should endeavor to build a green, clean, and beautiful world. The Earth is the only shared home for humanity. Now, a few individuals are trying to find a new home in outer space, but that is still a distant dream.
He's shading Elon Musk.
In the foreseeable future, human beings still need to live on this planet. This is a fact that will not change. We must defend the Earth's boundaries, both tangible and intangible, to ensure harmony between humanity and nature. We need to improve planning regarding our territorial space, implement our functional zoning strategy, and draw up red lines for ecological conservation. We should accelerate efforts to establish a system of nature reserves, improve biodiversity protection networks, and set reasonable spatial limits for economic and social activities. We will never again seek economic
Why are the ultras out in force today? Oh, wait, are ultras yelling that I'm wrong about Xi? Are they going, no, you should be pro Xi? Is that what they're trying to say? I'm sorry, folks, but I'm not. It's not that I'm pro Xi. I think that China is not an enemy of the US. I think it's insane for us to treat China as an enemy. We should treat them as another powerful country that we need to ensure doesn't use that power to victimize other countries, and we should engage in positive trade and mutually beneficial relations. That's what I think. And I don't think we should interfere in their internal affairs. It's not our business. Is that pro Xi? I don't know. It's just pro normal
at the cost of the environment.
Anyway, let's keep talking about the shooter. I didn't mean to bring you all here to just tell you that China good or whatever. You know, I didn't come here to tell you China good. Obviously it is, but we're talking about the shooter, okay? And the fact that he's a groiper, all right? I don't want all the ultra leftists to get mad that I don't promote their fantasy made up commune they have in their brain. That will totally happen one day. Before and after finding out the shooter was a bag of groiper. Oh, is it coming? Are people starting to push my view? Yes. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American Reichstag fire. It is time for a complete crackdown on the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party must be banned under RICO. Every libtard commentator must be shut down. Stochastic terrorism. They caused this. I'm not celebrating anything. This doesn't bring Charlie back. Clearly, this young man has some sort of problem, whether it be evil in his heart or mental issues. As Christians, we should pray for him. And that's what Charlie would want us to do. My mom just sent me your tweet. It's gonna go viral. Yes, we should make a TikTok. Honestly, I should make a TikTok about this. I can't believe they deleted this study. All right, hold on. I hit. That was dangerous. More evidence that groipers, followers of Nick Fuentes, used Bella Ciao as an in-group meme prior to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes is the leader of a far-right group, the Groipers, who had declared a groiper war on Charlie Kirk and had been stalking him for 5 years. This is a good post. One of the things I love about this community is that you guys you get it. You get it. We have to use the tools of our enemy to defeat them. We cannot just sit here and be like, oh, shucks. Well, we don't know for sure. I just have the right wing gets to spread propaganda the entire time. I guess we just have to let them lie blatantly for days before we ever say anything back. It's like, no, we have a reasonable group of evidence. There's good circumstantial evidence. Let's push our side. And if more evidence comes out and changes our view, well, then we modify our view based on the new evidence. You know what I mean? We don't have to sit here and go, oh, shucks. Well, I guess they're just winning again. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
This is not going to end well. Charlie Kirk is dead. He was shot yesterday while debating at a college campus, and as of my recording this, the shooter is still at large. What I'm about to say will probably piss some of you off, and I probably will lose some subscribers.
And by the way, chat, you know how everybody's like John 3:16? Do you guys know John 3:17? All the conservatives like to be like John 3:16, which says, by this we know love, that he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brothers. Right, John 3:16, right? You know what John 3:17 is? It says, if anyone has the world's goods and sees his brother in need, yet closes his heart against him, how does God's love abide in him? AKA, if you're rich and you see someone who's poor, you're not going to heaven if you do not help him. Just keep that in mind when Charlie Kirk claims to be Christian.
And patrons over it. But I don't care. The truth needs to be said because no one in the mainstream is talking about this. Before I pull the pin out of the grenade, though, I want to make it abundantly clear that I do not condone violence.
This is the wrong book. John is not the same as what? Oh, fuck, you're right. Shit, you're right. John is the letter. No, you're...
And it is a dark place
no, you're wrong.
That we've come to in America.
Wait, you're fucking wrong. I'm fucking right. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. It's the same one. It's the same letter. It's the John. That's what there's referencing. John 3:16 is the one everyone quotes. Okay, hold on. John 3:16. Jesus went on to say, in a little while you will see me no more, and then after a little while you will see me. That's the one? Gospel of John, John's 3 letters, and Revelations. All same dude, different. I don't know if the Revelation John is the same John. Are you sure about that? You guys might be right. Or it depends on the church. Orthodoxy considers it the same John. Fucking Christ. Are we talking about a Catholic Bible or are we talking about an evangelical Bible? Are we talking about an Orthodox? Oh, fucking Christ. Yeah, that's the John. For God so loved the world. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, no. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, you're right. Mango Bango got it. Mango Bango got it. No, that's you guys are right. I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. Cringe. Yes, this is the one. Oh, it's a weird translation. That's why I was like, no, this isn't it. Why am I getting to the wrong? Hold on. The Bible. The fucking Bible. Okay, we found it. Jesus Christ. It's the King James version. Okay, I found it. Jesus Christ. This is the King James version. Okay. We did it. We figured it out.
In politics, where this is what people feel like they have to resort to. Simultaneously, I refuse to fly this flag at half-mast today because the man who died yesterday was not a hero. As I speak, there is a concerted effort.
Why are these Bibles all different? Because it wasn't written in English, and there's a lot of different Christian sects, and there's a lot of different scrolls and shit that people go off. So there's no Bible. There's Bibles. Not sex as in sex. Sex as in sex.
To turn him into a martyr, to weaponize his death as a justification for right-wing retaliatory violence, without the public really being truly aware of who this man actually was and the horrific things that he stood for. Charlie Kirk's death isn't a tragedy because we lost one of the good ones. It's a tragedy because of what it represents for American democracy and the dark times that are to come. Because Charlie Kirk was one of the worst stains on the reputation of my country. I don't say this to be tactless. This is a man who called Martin Luther King awful and not a good person, stating that the passage of the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake.
We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk's self-described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. And the Civil Rights Act, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
He sowed division wherever he went. He promoted conspiracy theory garbage like the Great Replacement Theory, which states that rather than white people being able to live in harmony with other races, minorities are plotting to replace us. He promoted 2020 election fraud conspiracies so effectively that despite them being repeatedly proven false in court by Trump's own appointed justices, millions of Americans still believe them to this day. During the pandemic, even as Trump's own administration was pumping billions of dollars into Operation Warp Speed, attempting to rapidly create and test a vaccine, rather than taking this emergency as an opportunity to help unite America, he turned on doctors and spread pseudoscientific misinformation and anti-vax conspiracy theories, calling vaccine mandates medical apartheid. He organized COVID-19 skepticism campaigns on college campuses he painted as exercises in critical thinking, but in reality, they were super spreader events where unvaccinated attendees caught the deadly virus and breathed their last breath from a ventilator weeks later, separated from their families. He painted gun deaths as inevitable, and as the bodies piled up, creeping into the thousands during Trump's first term, as children bled out, gripping the hands of their parents in hospital beds around the nation, he nonchalantly stated that gun deaths are an unfortunate but acceptable cost of preserving the Second Amendment. And as LGBT kids across America struggled to come to terms with their identity and faced bullying and religious discrimination, leading to the highest rates of suicide of any demographic, he fomented hatred towards trans people, further stigmatizing an already trampled on and vulnerable minority struggling to simply exist, falsifying statistics to paint them as the problem, even up until his final breath. Charlie Kirk had blood on his hands. He defended the Israeli genocide in Gaza and downplayed.
So here is Asmongold promoting the guy who almost certainly killed Charlie Kirk, the community that was responsible for killing Charlie Kirk. Here's Asmongold supporting Nick Fuentes.
And because Nick Fuentes is self-described white supremacist and says the mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar too. I think he's funny too. What's the problem with that? So what? They're racist. Okay, that's fine. They still say some funny stuff. And every once in a while, they're right about something. So yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me at all. Yeah, I'm not arguing against it. Yeah, exactly. And because Nick Fuentes is self-described white supremacist and says the mixed couples are disgusting. Yeah, but I've watched Dr. Umar.
What a complete fucking disgusting roach.
Played Russia's violent invasion of Ukraine as merely a border dispute. And in response to skilled legal immigrants from India strengthening our economy, he stated that America doesn't need more visas for people from India, claiming that they would simply displace American workers. And while women with ectopic pregnancies bled out in hospital parking lots because their doctors were terrified of the new legal repercussions of performing life-saving abortions, Kirk, always the confident fool, touted that abortion was worse than the Holocaust.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not.
And said that if his 10-year-old daughter was raped, he would force her to carry it to term.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
And as millions of Americans struggled to pay rent, Kirk's solution to the housing crisis was to put more people in prison.
I said, honestly, we should be much tougher on crime. We need more people in jail. We need more arrests.
America has more prisoners than any country on earth, and one of the highest per capita rates. If you believe that this is the land of the free, I've got a rude awakening for you. But when asked by policymakers what his top recommendation was for the Republican Party, he stated that
we do not have enough people in jail in this country.
This was a community college dropout influencing top Republican lawmakers. He believed that university was a scam, and the only good reason for women to go to it was to find a husband.
I'm Addie, and I'm 14. I'm a freshman in high school.
I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree. And no, seriously. And just be clear, that's why you're going to college, right? Don't lie to yourself, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here. And that's okay. I say college is a scam, but if you're going to find your life partner, that's actually a really good reason to go to college. And so, yeah, you could go learn some stuff. That's fine, I guess, or whatever. Just don't listen to your professors.
Charlie Kirk had no formal education in political science or sociology or criminology. And despite the U.S. having a heavily militarized, needlessly violent police force, which already has tragically higher rates of police shooting any other developed country on earth, Kirk proposed that we get tougher on crime and bring back public executions.
In fact, I even think that we should bring back, public executions on certain people. No.
This was not a champion of free speech. Was one of the most vile mouthpieces of America's dark political underbelly, spewing absolute toxic filth. And yet, he was one of the most influential people in the nation, rubbing shoulders with the president and helping sway an election that's led to the downfall of democracy in the installment of a convicted felon.
Is Hassan off today? Yes, I think so. I think he's with his brother. I think there's something with family. I don't know. I don't want to say anything that's shit. Okay, it's okay. You guys know. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Oh God. Thank God. Thank fucking God. I was like, wait, did I say something that I heard from a streamer and now I've leaked it? And I was like, oh fuck, oh shit. Okay, I didn't leak anything. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Am I going to do overtime tomorrow? Maybe. Why not? Maybe. I mean, it seems like we all want to know more about the shooter. We all want to know more about the shooter. And all I could say is the shooter is a motherfucking groiper. There, I said it. We don't know for sure. Good video on China and climate change. Is China a climate leader? Yes. Everybody knows that. 3 years,
accused pedophile in the White House. Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, hired over 1,000 employees who swayed hundreds of thousands of voters. He helped roll back LGBT rights, voting rights, immigration rights, and for the first time in history, our daughters will have fewer rights than their grandmothers. In his short life, Charlie Kirk managed to do more damage and more harm than almost any other American in the last 50 years. And yet, his death was quickly politicized as a tragedy. Trump announced that he would posthumously give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor a civilian can receive. I'm sorry, but are we all just going to forget the abhorrent way that Trump treated an actual war hero, John McCain, and the way that he responded to his death? Oh, and Trump also declared that the flag should be flown nationwide.
I'm homeless Hasanabi head. Please stay, Mike. Oh, I will. I'm chilling. We can watch other shit too. Whatever. Why wouldn't I? More Mike from PA heads. More Mike from PA heads. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about me, new people. There's a lot of people who hate me who have never watched me. It's very weird. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I think they saw like a DGG clip and then they assumed that it was like my opinion. Casey Tron is my biggest orbiter. I was a Mike from PA orbiter before I was a Hassan orbiter. Oh, damn. I appreciate that, Casey. I actually have gotten a lot of people to be Hassan supporters. Over the years, I was always like, when a lot of people were... See, in the very beginning of political Twitch, there's a lot of people that are new and they don't know the deep lore. But in the very beginning of political Twitch, I was the only person who said Hassan was the best. Because all the other small streamers, they would get on these Twitch panels with Destiny and Vosh. And Destiny and Vosh had these little cults, and they would bring on other like small streamers and make them talk shit about Hassan. And I was the only one who actually understood politics. And I was like, no, Hassan is clearly right. Hassan, you guys are fucking idiots. Saying the N-word is not okay. Hassan's right about not saying the N-word. Hassan is right that Gusano and Cracker are not slurs. Hassan is right about Bernie Sanders being more electable. And so many of these small streamers were orbiters or Vosh or Destiny. And when Vosh and Destiny both got permabanned from Twitch, a lot of these people have tried to reinvent themselves as like Hassan orbiters. And they still are around. I'm the original. I have been subscribed to Hassan for like 79 months straight. I watch 1,000 hours of Hassan a year. I am the real Hasanabi head, and I have been a Hasanabi head the entire time I've been aware of him. That's just the reality. I'm not even glazing him for my own channel growth. It's just the legitimate, I would watch Hassan. If I quit streaming tomorrow, I would still watch Hassan, period. But there are a lot of other streamers who are not Hassan head, not Hasanabi heads, who don't like me because I was rewarded for my loyalty. I was rewarded with viewers because people saw what I believed and what I argued for and whether my predictions were any good. And I've grown organically, slowly, largely on my own. And now all these old Destiny orbiters are slowly worming their way in. All these Vosh orbiters are slowly worming their way in. And one of the first things they do is take a shot at me. So it's weird. My girlfriend showed me Hassan and now she's at H3 stand. No, what? That's no fucking way that's real. You're lying. You're trolling me. What did Vosh do? Vosh is a very creepy pedophile. And he's very closely aligned with Destiny and he hates Hassan. And he's done like a whole bunch of shit. He said like black nationalism is the same as white nationalism. And he was like super pro NATO. And he was like super pro the US fighting China and just like shit like that. And then he got caught with a bunch of lolicon on stream. He showed a bunch of like drawn child porn on his stream. Yeah, his racist attacks on Professor Flowers is when I really hated that. That's when it was clear to me he was a hack. That's when it was very clear that he was a hack.
Half-mast for...
I found Hassan through you. I came in during the AMC stonk scam and thought your opinion seemed the most logical. I stayed for the rest of your takes, and as the rest is history. Thank you for radicalizing me. Thank you, time travelers, for the 55 months. Yeah, AMC is fucking garbage. I'm no Vosh fan, but I'm pretty sure Destiny wished him to die. Destiny and Vosh used to be super close until Vosh burned the bridge over something, or Destiny burned I don't remember. Honestly, who gives a fuck? I don't watch those idiots.
For 4 days. When 2 Democratic legislators in Minnesota were shot, they received callous indifference from the president. There were over 140 school shootings in the US in Trump's first term alone. Do you know how many times he flew the flag at half-mast for them? Twice. This is disgraceful. Hundreds, thousands of firearm deaths are merely unfortunate statistics. I'm sorry that I'm not shedding a tear over the man who said,
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
School shootings are almost uniquely an American problem. But Charlie Kirk presented a false dichotomy. You can either have freedom or you can give up your guns. As if every free democracy has citizens armed to the teeth. And as if we couldn't at least enact some sensible gun control laws. The biggest tragedy about Charlie Kirk's death was his wasted potential.
And by the way, chat, in case you're wondering, Charlie Kirk was called a fascist by Nick Fuentes. He called Trump a Jewish fascist. So the Groypers hated Charlie Kirk because they thought he was an Israel shill and an Israel fascist. This is a direct quote.
Get this. This is just like beyond belief. Colombia has to pay the federal government $200 million. $20 million of that settlement goes to the Jewish faculty of Columbia University for their emotional distress because of the protests. Okay? The Jewish faculty, every faculty member at Columbia who is Jewish is getting a $20 million settlement brokered by the Trump administration. Among other things, the federal government is going to oversee the Middle East curriculum at Columbia to make sure it isn't anti-Semitic. So every class, every political science, international relations class, anything having to do with foreign affairs, the curriculum will be overseen directly by the Department of Education to make sure that it's not anti-Israel. So let's say you're in an undergraduate degree program, you're 19 years old, you want to get a degree in...
By the way, I'm not saying that Nick is not making a point about the Israeli government's and the fascist infiltration of our society by the Israeli government. Like, I'm not saying he's wrong about this specific point, that this is bad, but he's a fascist. He hates Israel because they're Jewish, and he is a Christio-fascist. He thinks Judaism should be oppressed. He's pro-Hitler, okay? This guy. He's a scumbag.
International relations. You sign up for a course about the Middle East conflict, which is a pretty big topic in IR, in international relations. That curriculum will have to be approved by the Department of Ed to make sure that it doesn't have an anti-Israel bias. It's Jewish fascism. Liberals were right. Trump is a fascist, but he's a Jewish fascist. He's not a fascist for the white people, like they said. He's not a white supremacist. He's not even a racist. He's not a national socialist. He's not an acolyte of Hitler. He's a Jewish fascist. We're getting Jewish fascism. If you don't like Jews, deported. If you don't like Jews, kicked out of school. If you don't like Jews, fired from your job, put in prison, deported to El Salvador, banned.
This is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitism, chat. And Hassan and I would never blame Jews for the crimes of Israel.
On TikTok. So you voted for the wrong thing.
That's why when they say fascist to Charlie Kirk, they're talking about Jewish fascist.
Get this. This is...
Here was a bright, capable young man with resources and serious drive who could have accomplished so much good. And instead, he spread Handmaid's Tale levels of theocratic dystopia. And had he actually read his Bible rather than simply using it as a prop to bludgeon those he looked down on, he might have taken a warning from Christ that those who live by the sword will die by the sword. Charlie successfully advocated for the establishment of a fascist regime. The American people have been thoroughly stripped of their rights, watching oligarchs take control of the country. He convinced hundreds of thousands of impoverished Americans to vote against their best interests for the interests of his organization's ultra-wealthy backers. We are watching our neighbors, many of them US citizens and legal residents, get rounded up, arrested, and held without warrant by masked Gestapo. 70% of us now live paycheck to paycheck and watch in horror as our healthcare coverage is slashed, while our tax dollars fund bombs which right now, as I speak, are being dropped on schools and hospitals in Gaza as part of an ethnic cleansing program by Charlie's friend Benjamin Netanyahu. So are we really surprised that when desperate people helplessly watching their freedoms erode and their very nation descend into a totalitarian theocracy, that there would be backlash? And somehow people are...
By the way, I don't even think it was leftist backlash. That's the thing. The reality is leftists don't like to kill people. Until we actually get evidence this guy's a left-winger. And I haven't seen anything conclusive. We haven't!
Shocked by his specific death? For decades, despite school shooting after school shooting, Republicans completely turned a blind eye and didn't give a flying shit about the deaths of innocent kids. The rights of the gun owners superseded the rights of children to live, to breathe, to pursue their dreams of becoming doctors or scientists. Are we really surprised that under these circumstances, when the one right that's still defended is the Second Amendment right, that's the one that the American people would turn to in their darkest hour? Isn't it people like Charlie Kirk who said that the reason that we have the Second Amendment right is to defend against authoritarianism and tyranny? The most ironic part is that the left has been trying for decades to fix America's broken gun laws and lack of gun control. And had the right not voted against it every single time, Charlie Kirk might still be alive. We advocated for the policies that would have saved his life, and he fought adamantly against them. And it wouldn't be so tragic if it was just his life that America lost. But as the media honed in on Charlie Kirk, turning his death into a political football, there was literally another entirely avoidable school shooting just a few hundred miles away at Evergreen High School that happened within 60 seconds of Kirk's assassination. As the blood of children whose names the public will likely never know was still drying, Charlie was being hailed as a hero by the President of the United States of America. The same department whose first responders cleaned up the mess at Columbine when I was a kid are now dealing with another school shooting in their backyard. And this time, the media doesn't even air it long enough to send their typical empty platitudes or useless thoughts and prayers. But when someone like Charlie reaps the just desserts he sowed, he swiftly becomes a martyr on every channel because his life is politically expedient.
All right, chat. This is Holy Kool-Aid. This is a channel that I've been seeing once in a while, and I'm kind of interested in. They're talking about the Charlie Kirk being a fascist. Check it out. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe if you enjoyed it. Why the fuck do we not know more about the shooter at this point? Am I going insane? How the fuck do we not know more?
Give our viewers the details on what you mentioned just a minute ago. Give our viewers the details on what you mentioned just a minute ago, which is the messages that law enforcement say were on the suspect's murder weapon.
Right. So apparently when they found that weapon just in the woods, just in this neighborhood behind the campus in the direction that the suspect fled, they found engravings on the ammunition and the rifle, and I believe we have a soundbite that we can play describing what those engravings were. Take a listen.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?" Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols.
It's a Helldivers reference. It's a Helldivers reference. There are two plausible suspects for this. Nick Fuentes Groyper or completely irony poisoned brain troll. I mean, he was going bald at 22, so I get it. Like, you know. Normally we get tons of info about the shooters. The name is released before the feds nuke the accounts. They did the opposite this time. Yeah, because he's a right-winger. What did Denham's find? Mainstream media not recognizing a Helldivers reference and blaming Antifa is really just chef's kiss. They're so stupid.
Second unfired casing read, Obelisk.
Okay, we already
Nick,
talked about this.
thank you so much for being there and your terrific reporting. I want to turn now to former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe and criminologist Casey Jordan. Thank you both for being here. Andy, let's start with you. Law enforcement clearly has a lot more answers. We heard it this morning, but there are still questions. What are your questions right now?
Yeah, so we have so much more to work with now as a result of the press conference.
Open presents! Thank you for the gift. Chat, if you enjoy this content, if you enjoy the Central_Committee stream for providing you with non-stop leftist content, please consider supporting us by subscribing at Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach it to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. Open presents.
Law enforcement will have an infinitely greater amount of details as this day goes on and we roll into tomorrow, because what they're doing right now undoubtedly are executing search warrants at locations relevant to this person, the shooter, at his home, likely on his vehicle, and then the kind of non-physical search warrants on his Discord channel, search warrants on any other social media he has, on any electronic devices that they're able to seize from the physical places that they've searched. So they're going to get a lot more information about really what was in his head, what his thoughts were, what his motivation might have been. One of the biggest questions that I have now, Dana, is from this remarkable exchange that they got when they investigators interacted with his roommate last night. And his roommate was able to show those Discord chats by showing the investigators his own.
I mean, it's so funny to say he's increasingly political. Okay, in what way? What did he say? What the fuck's... It's actually irresponsible to leave this open for spinning. And also, this is a misquote. The family member said Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. They didn't quote him saying that. They're quoting
phone, and they took photographs of those chats from the phone. And the chats are remarkable to me, because the idea that an assassin who has gone to this level of planning, who's traveled over 100 miles from his own home to execute this crime, who thought through showing up in one set of clothes, changing his clothes to commit the crime, and then changing back to try to escape. And then a big piece of that escape was dropping the rifle in an area, possibly dismantling it, but also wrapping it in a towel so he could go back and retrieve it later. Apparently, he shared that part of his plan with his roommate. The chats refer to the location of the rifle, the fact that it's wrapped in a towel, the fact that he was basically surveilling the location for a safe time.
Okay, so he's increasingly political, but we're not going to say even one message he says? You're not going to say one fucking message? You're not going to say he was really a big fan of Kamala Harris, but he didn't vote? So we're not going to say one thing? Not one?
When he could go back in and retrieve it. So that raises the very considerable question of how much did this roommate know? Why was he...
Was he an Israeli supporter? Was he against Israel? Was he in favor of trans rights? Was he against trans rights? Was he pro-abortion or anti-abortion? Was he pro-gun control, ironically, or anti-gun control? Was he a Democrat? Was he a Republican? Can you say what is increasingly political shit? Was he pro-trans rights? Come on!
In this part of the plan, did he understand that there was an assassination involved here? If so, was he of any assistance to that plan? So even though the governor said that they're not currently have a plan to make any other arrests, I think that's a situation that could very well change as time goes on.
No, that's interesting. I perked up when I heard him answer that question about other arrests, clearly potentially suggesting the roommate. Casey, let's talk a little bit more about the bit of information that we have now about Tyler Robinson, his behavior, which law enforcement was told that he has become more political in recent years, and specifically had conversations with his family about Kirk, quote, spreading hate. What do the new details tell you about the alleged shooter's motive?
Well, to be honest,
Mike, can you and Denims do a shared stream at some point? It could be fine. We're already planning on it. We're already planning on that. Stay tuned.
There's so much we don't know that
today, a woman died today in Gaza, my nigga. But niggas don't care because they're funded by Israel, bro. Fuck Charlie Kirk. That nigga's a zombie eating dirt right now. Fuck every alt-right pipeline fucking streamer. Yeah, I mean, realistically, bro, but niggas don't care about anything besides a white man dies today, bro. Fuck that white man. Fuck Charlie Kirk. That nigga's a zombie eating brains right now. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Bye.
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble, and I don't want to be in big trouble.
we really do want to know is re-piece what's been going on in his life in the last few years. I wouldn't say he's been so much become more political as he's become more politicized, perhaps. And usually you see this happen in the lives of young people who...
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck are you saying? No, he's not political. He's politicized. He's a right-winger. He's a right-winger. He's a fucking right-winger. Come on. Come on. Do I read chat? Yeah, why? What's up?
Don't have enough purpose in their lives. And he did not attend that particular university based on what I've read. He just had one semester at the State University 4 years ago, like did the freshman year semester and, didn't go back. So what has been happening in the last...
He's a fail son. He's a Groiper fail son. It's so obvious. He's an Asmongold, Nick Fuentes. Like, come on. Come the fuck on. Why am I more confident that he is a right-winger with everything that happens? Because everything about this guy screams Groyper to me. Every detail, every fact is Groyper. Can we get one thing that makes me like kind of go back the other direction? He wore a Donald Trump Halloween costume, guys. He didn't suddenly become a fucking leftist so radicalized he was grabbing his dad's gun to shoot Charlie Kirk after spending one semester and not making any friends at college. Like, come on, come on.
4 years. Does he have a job? Was he living at home and then got his own place? You know, where does he live with this roommate? Did he have a girlfriend? Did he have any purpose in his life?
Yes, we have done it. We have done it. What is a Groyper? What to know about Nick Fuentes' alt-right movement? It looks like we're changing the narrative. We are changing the narrative. You and me and all of us, we are joining together with our friends and allies on the internet to fucking save people from dumb takes. What's a Groyper? Yes! Where is it blowing up besides me? Because it's not just me. It must be blowing up elsewhere. What is a Groyper? Yeah! Wow! Wait, where are they talking about it? Where are they talking about it on the news now? Yo, if you are a mainstream journalist and you are watching my stream / reading my tweets, you have to invite me on, you fucker. Groypers regularly confront mainstream conservative organizations like Turning Point USA. I retweeted this, by the way, for failing to promote a truly America First agenda, for not being adequately pro-white. George Conway. Yes. Blue Sky has been all over it. Link me. I should have tweeted it on Blue Sky. Fuck. Skied it, whatever that is.
When you don't have purpose, kind of like idle hands are the devil's play shop, an idle mind is ripe for the picking for radicalization or politicization. And it just looks like he was spending all of his time online reading things.
Word of the day on Daily Kos is now Groyper. Okay, that's a community post. That's a community post. I cited and screenshotted you. Okay, yeah, you. Thank you, but I don't think your 11 like tweet did it. Or fuck, that's not it. But thank you.
And buying into
you
things
all
that
matter,
gave him a
chat.
sense
Every one
of
of
purpose and power. Because really, this was just a power move, probably more personal than political, to make himself feel powerful. He really didn't have a good escape or exit plan. So he didn't think beyond the act. And that tells us a lot about his lack of maturity.
I want to drill down on that point that you just made about the fact that he clearly lived on the internet. And Andy, what law enforcement officials said, and the governor himself said, is that these bullet casings, explain the bullet casings, and to people who don't live on the internet, several of the markings were specifically memes or, you know, sort of ideas that are found in internet culture. And we cannot, I think, drill down on this enough, how much this potentially playing into not just this horrible tragedy, but society.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so I'm dating myself a little bit here, but when I was running the counterterrorism division in the FBI, we were confronted with this awful tidal wave of radicalization as ISIS kind of
okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the plan. They're going to be like, oh man, it was a far-right shooter. Anyway, radicalization is really bad. That's why we need to target DSA, PSL, Hassan Piker, Mike from PA, and anyone who's pushing these far-left propaganda. You know, they're radicalizing our youth and we need to silence them. What do you mean, Nick Fuentes? Who's that? Anyway, radicalization is bad. That's why we need to target the left.
Prominence in Syria and Iraq. We started looking, trying to identify those key radicalizers that had an impact on people who we had arrested and convicted for terrorism offenses or offenses related to terrorism. And we had a laundry list of all kinds of environmental and historical biological factors. And there was only one that was absolutely consistent among all of our convicted terrorists or terrorist associates, and that was the consumption of online propaganda. And this was, of course, you know, earlier days, and online propaganda started with AQAP, with Inspire magazine, and then ultimately ISIS elevated the game. They were producing like videos of beheadings and things. And what we realized from that was the consumption of that propaganda which we know on social media is actually targeted to you based on its outrageous content, because the people who put social media and the internet, they understand that people react more strongly with content that they find to be objectionable or outrageous or what have you. So whether at this point today, whether you are you lean politically right or left, you are drawn to by the way the social media is set up, content that is more likely to push you in a radical direction. And I think this is not just internet culture now, it is our culture. The internet is ubiquitous. Particularly young people are on it. It is their means of communication. It's their means of community and interacting with their friends. So, I mean, we should be prepared to see a lot more of this.
And real quick, Casey, we're pretty much out of time, but I do want to pick up on that because this suspect, 22-year-old male, and if you look at so many of the people who are convicted of crimes or even accused of committing crimes that are of this ilk, they are young men who perhaps are also, among many other things.
Zach D. Carter. I see no point in searching for a left-right variance for Tyler Robinson. He fits the school shooter archetype. Young, disaffected, ideologically amorphous. What do you mean? We don't know what he said. Extremely online and raised in gun culture. The theater of such violence is just expanding to include political assassination. Wait, why can't I reply to this? Why did the guy from the Carnegie Endowment and a columnist at Slate block Mike from PA? Did I ever interact with this guy? Why is the Carnegie Endowment blocking me? This is very odd, chat. Why is the Carnegie Endowment blocking me? I'm sorry. Did I say something mean to Zach at some point and he blocked me? Did I say something mean? Oh, okay, I did. Never mind. He was a Warren guy. What did he say? He deleted the post. Wait, you're gonna block me for calling you dumb and then delete the post? What happened? What happened? I guess it turned out that the post was dumb. I guess the post was dumb after all. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on. What happened? According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. We do nothing but win here. We do nothing but win here. Robinson reportedly admired Nick Fuentes. GOPers now scribbling X posts about deaths faster as DOJ erases Trump's name in Epstein files. What was that? Now, David Schuster was a serious journalist. I don't know if he's just making this shit up, but curious as to see where you're seeing this. Seems to be trending this way. But I'd like to see original reporting before sharing. Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see it. I don't think David Schuster would just post this willy-nilly, but maybe he would. I don't know. I trust David Schuster. Even if it turns out to be a groyper, I think that would point at least at a beach a general problem of disaffected young people radicalized over the internet. Yeah, these Zach Carter types, these people, they want to silence me because they want to push the status quo.
Part of the epidemic of loneliness.
Right. And we do see that as a common thread. They are rudderless. They feel isolated. They feel disenchanted. They feel like they were sold a bill of goods that if they were bright and studied and, tried to get a job, that the world would be handed to them. And then they find out that it's just not true. They look for someone to blame,
shooter was
someone to
also
escape.
a Nazi. The 16-year-old boy accused of shooting two classmates at Evergreen High School was embraced conspiratorial, anti-Semitic, and white supremacist. He was another groyper? They had back-to-back mass shooters? Did the groypers have two shooters in one day? Oh my God. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. I'm sorry if I'm being really millennial and cringe, but sorry about that, chat. I can't help it. I am millennial and cringe.
I think this young man was radicalized and picked a scapegoat named Charlie Kirk. I just think we'll learn more, but I don't think he's even seeking fame and
So this family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. I want to see more reporting, but I mean, okay. Now we have a prestigious reporter agreeing with me and claiming there are sources. Now I haven't seen them, so I don't want to completely say it's 100% confirmed. But apolitical shit equals far right, far right. If it was a leftist, they would be like, destroy DSA. DSA must be dismantled immediately.
Fortune. He just wanted a moment of power over somebody's destiny.
So, just so tragic. There's just no other way to say it. Thanks to you both for your expertise.
God, he's such, oh my God. Doesn't he look terrible? He looks like he's wet. He looks like he's wet. Dude looks like he's melting. Ethan is the only motherfucker to lose weight and look worse. That's not true. That is not true. There's plenty of people that went from pleasantly plump to scarecrow, okay? As a plump enjoyer, there are plenty of people that get way too skinny. Greek God X, perfect example. He looks like Doc Holliday after tuberculosis started taking over. There have been fascists in the chat today. There has been Asmongold supporters in the chat today. There have been annoying radlibs in the chat today. And this is the wrongest post of the day. Big homie, there is no man sexier than Doc Holliday with tuberculosis. The fact that you put Ethan Klein and Doc Holliday in the same breath is absolutely disgusting. Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday was the peak of Val Kilmer's sexiness. How dare you compare him to Ethan Klein? How dare you? In MAGA, Charlie Kirk was a moderate. What comes next could be more extreme. Yeah, you don't say. Okay, he wasn't a moderate, but Nick did it. I mean, honestly, can I just say, like, you could tell the difference in the ideologies. You could tell the difference in the ideologies with how much the American government loves fascism. Is that if two of my viewers went on a mass, like, started killing people, do you understand that I would be in Guantanamo motherfucking Bay? Do you understand if I motivated even one assassination of a fucking Charlie, like, you know what I mean? Like, they would be kicking my door right now. Honestly, they'd probably throw me off a fucking bridge and say it was suicide to avoid me having a trial. All right? Like, when a fascist does it, they're like, it's apolitical. Quiet, guys. They would send 15 SWAT guys and say, this guy was once trained in weapons, and they'd fucking open up when I went to take a piss or something. I can't FOIA myself. Neither can Hassan. We can't FOIA ourselves because we're under some sort of program. We're under some sort of con intel shit. We can't be FOIA'd. And I'm not even trying to aggrandize myself. I don't think I'm that important, to be quite frankly. You know, it's like, okay, I recruited a couple hundred people to DSA. Like, wow, so amazing. But nonetheless, they know who I am. They know who I am. They hate my guts. When media says we can't tell it's political motivation, it's right wing. Correct. Bros, get a hair clip and stop touching your face. Okay, first of all, that's called a tick. I just do it because it's you know, unspoken. It's like, you know, not thinking. FOIA equals Freedom of Information Act. It's like if I ask the FBI, what is my FBI file? They're going to send me, they're not going to give it to me. But I'm so boring and so lame. I just sit at home, occasionally hanging out, and I go out to events, but I recognize that if I do anything wrong, I'm going to get picked up. The same thing as Hassan. If we do anything wrong, we're getting picked up. It sucks. I can't even break a window, which is wrong. Crime is wrong. Okay, hold on. I saw a Star Trek account posting a video about Charlie Kirk, and I wanted to watch it because I want to see what the normie libs are saying. Because he chose. Okay, hold on. Let me fix my speed and everything. Okay, what are the normie libs saying?
I thought I would never be sad about Charlie Kirk, and now I'm sure. Let me explain what this is, just to clear up any misconception or misunderstanding. This is not...
Yo, this guy just makes Star Trek content, yo. Oh my God, this is based. He's like doing reviews on fucking Voyager episodes. If you have trouble finding this episode... He's doing Voyager episodes.
Me celebrating the fact that Charlie Kirk was killed the other day, was shot to death during a public speech he was giving the other day. That's not what this is. I'm not happy that Charlie Kirk is dead. I'm not gloating. I'm not celebrating.
I actually think this guy seems pretty cool. I've seen another. I think we watched another one of his videos, like I want to say a year ago or something like that. He seems like a pretty decent guy. He seems like somebody who kind of understands that Star Trek, at least as Gene saw it, was a form of socialism, and like, you know, at least going through Deep Space Nine. Like up until Deep Space Nine, Star Trek was an explicitly socialist program. In before people try to argue that it's not. All right, before people try to disagree with me. I got clips. Okay, I got clips.
Labor. Where's wages? Wages are here. Wages. Come in. Wages here. What do you want?
Here.
What's this?
It's the amount of latinum I'm willing to transfer into your private account. You'll just end this strike.
Are we talking about slips, strips, or bars?
Slips. All right, strips.
It wouldn't matter if it were bars. I'm not going to end a strike unless you meet our demands.
We shouldn't be fighting. We're brothers.
Not when it comes to business. We're nothing but an employer and employee. You said so yourself.
I was wrong.
No, you weren't.
Rom, can we talk about this?
There's only one thing I have to say to you. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
What's happened to you?
Hold on, chat. Let me find this for you. Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. And there's more shit, you know, there's more clips.
Dr. Bashir, I'm glad you're in. I need your help.
Is that ear acting up again?
My ear's fine. I need some advice about unions.
Unions?
You said the other day I should form a union, so I did.
Rom, I was speaking theoretically.
And I've put your theory into practice. All of Quark's employees have joined. We're gonna force Quark to treat us better.
A union, huh? Good for you.
You know about unions?
Who do you think led the Pennsylvania coal miners during the anthracite strike of 1902?
I have no idea.
Sean Aloysius O'Brien.
You didn't know that?
There's a lot of things about my family you don't know. 11 months those mines were closed. And they didn't open again until all the miners' demands were met.
You mean we should force Quark to close the bar?
Only as a last resort. I mean, if he's reasonable about your request, there's no need to strike.
Quark reasonable? Unlikely. You'll have to strike, mark my words. And when you do, you'll have to be strong.
Just like Sean O'Brien.
Exactly. He had the biggest funeral in all of Western Pennsylvania.
Funeral?
They fished his body out of the Allegheny River a week before the strike ended. 32 bullets he had in him. Or was it 34?
He died a hero.
He was more than a hero. He was a Union man.
Star Trek.
What this is not is me saying I feel sorry for him. I'm not running for office.
Mike, we should take a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. All right, chat. We are currently at, if we hit 6,420 subs, I will stop this video. If not, we're watching the whole fucking thing. So we're at 6,290. You know the price.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous. Woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us. When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change.
Okay, fine. You guys did it. We're at 6,441. We did it. Everybody, you did it. You defeated me. I don't know, Chad. I don't know about you, but when I see right-wingers make videos like that, for some reason, it puts me in a good mood. You know, I'm not sure I could describe it or explain it in a way that will not get me canceled, but it's a good time. It's fun. I just enjoy watching those videos. I like watching them make those kind of videos. I don't know why. It's almost like it's Schadenfreude. Maybe it's a little sadistic of me to think of how sad he was when he wrote that song. Tyler Robinson and his family don't look like trans liberals to me. Tyler's family is registered Republicans. His father is a minister and former law enforcement. They have family members in the military. Oh, and Tyler's parents introduced him to weapons at an early age. Oh my God, his dad is like a Punisher level right-winger. No, of course his son is a groiper. Of course his son is a groiper. What are we even doing here? Did I have a hype train like an hour ago or something? Why the fuck did we not get a hype train? Oh, I've got so many. Oh, it was 51 minutes ago. God damn it. Okay, that explains it. You can't have hype trains too often, chat. All right, let's get into like actual reporting. Can we get some actual reporting? Is anybody doing reporting in America? Or is everybody a worthless streamer like me? All they're doing is pushing the idea that it's fucking like leftists, even on MSNBC. More reporting about Tectone. I can't. Unfortunately, it's been delayed. It's been delayed, chat. So I can't reveal my Tectone deep dive because of things that are unforeseen. An extension has been done. Has Tectone been streaming again? Is he back? Or has he been gone? I have journal. Okay, so he hasn't streamed for the last 2 weeks. I know why, chat. I know exactly why. And I have all the evidence and data, and I'm a journalist, and I'm going to publish it when it becomes relevant. He knows, I know, but unfortunately it's been delayed since November, so he's probably not coming back till at least then. Very important date. I think it's very, very, very obvious that the shooter was a groiper. Like, I kind of think that if you don't think he's a groiper based on what we know now, you're grasping for straws. It doesn't mean it's definitively proven. Nobody cares. We're done caring about you demons. Loomer is terrified the Utah shooter is one of her people. He's not a Loomer person. She's a Zionist. The reason why Laura Loomer was crashing out at Charlie Kirk is because he was starting to like say, well, maybe we should stop the war. Like he was feeling the pressure for the groipers. And he was like, well, maybe I should tell Trump that he should end the war because it started to cause a revolt among young men that are on the far right. And he's losing, like Nick Fuentes is out there damaging his reputation. So I think Charlie Kirk was probably saying to Trump, hey, we need to wrap this up or else you're going to lose the support of your far right base. And Laura Loomer is now trying to cover it up. Wait a minute. Listen, guys. These type of jokes are in really bad taste, okay? It's in really bad taste to make jokes like this. Like, there's another thing that I used to do. Like, I used to do this thing. Anytime I talked about Charlie Kirk, I used to do this thing called the Kirk slider. Now that he's been killed, it's in really bad taste. Like, I could be here going like...
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Guys, you got to be better than this. We're on the left. We're not allowed to have fun. Okay, this is incredibly bad taste. You know, this is incredibly bad taste. We don't want to look like bad people. We're the nice guys. Okay?
I live like
Sorry, live like I got distracted. ADHD again. So I don't want to see you mocking him. Here's Nick Fuentes organizing his community to harass Charlie Kirk in person. Here's Nick with a green screen in the bottom right, watching Charlie Kirk. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. You said you take way for America First is the name of the organization that Nick Fuentes has organized.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Can we get a theme check? So good. Coward, yeah, get out of here. Chanted right out. Decisive victory. We snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They thought they had us. That's the best you have? Right in television? A clip from November 2015? You think you can beat me? You can't beat the Groypers. We're not going anywhere, Charlie. So good, so good. What a keynote moment. Get out of here, coward! 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 This doesn't end. We'll see you on December 19th in Florida, bitch. Get the fuck out of here!
So Charlie Kirk has been stalked and harassed by Nick Fuentes and his community for years at this point. So the idea that it was me or Hassan or leftists, we don't give a shit about Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are you talking about? Charlie Kirk is a fucking nerd. Who gives a fuck? He's dumb as fuck. Oh, whoops. Okay. Another bizarre thing was how quickly Fuentes went full Christian nun mode on X just minutes after the shooting. It's clear he already had a dead defense lined up, knowing most likely one of his followers was responsible. Who the fuck... At no point have I been like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk is destroying America. Oh God, he's pushing the country to the right, because I understood that Charlie Kirk was just a rich boy. He was a rich man's tool. I understood that Charlie Kirk, I've been talking about Charlie Kirk for 6 fucking years. At no point did I think, oh my God, America's being defeated by Charlie Kirk. No, Charlie Kirk is just a worthless tool. The puppets are the billionaires. Okay? The billionaires are the ones who are creating Charlie Kirks, and they'll make 1 million more of them. Just like they made PJ Media, Daily Wire, the Koch Foundation, the Heritage Foundation, Reason Foundation, the Manhattan Institute, the Niskanen Center. It's a never-ending shit. The Club for Growth, like, it's the billionaire class. You shoot a fucking dipshit mouthpiece, you haven't done a goddamn thing. He was a college dropout. That's it. He means nothing. He's completely worthless. We would never target that. That's insane. So I knew I was never worried. I honestly was never worried that it was a leftist. At no point was I like it was a leftist.
Grass! Grass! Oh, perfect. All you have is like absolutely.
Taylor Lorenz junking on Editormentum. Thank God. We're going to need Zoomer correspondents or journalists that actually understand the internet. Yeah. I mean, guys, Helldivers is locked temporarily. Request to post will be declined. Due to recent events and the high number of posts about the topic, we will be locking the subreddit temporarily. We are aware of what happened. Our mod team doesn't condone it. In any case, posts and discussions about it are against the sub's rules regarding real-world political discussions. Any request to post will be declined. I fucking hate this. I hate that we live in a world of subreddit moderators. We live in a world of Discord mods and Twitch mods. You have all these like petty little tyrants abusing their power because they're set up to like clean up the place. Like, you know, they're set up as internet janitors, except a lot less honorable. Janitors are actually important. Janitors are fucking heroes and work hard.
My faith, the faith I shared with Charlie Kirk, teaches me to love.
Dude, there are good mods out there. Where? Who? Name me one good mod. Another Editormentum gem.
My neighbors as myself. Not just my neighbors who look like me, or pray like me, or vote like me. I am tired of being pitted against my neighbor. I am tired of being told
we're gonna die. We're actually gonna die. We're actually gonna die. This is your Democrat. We're actually gonna be killed. You know, one of the things that's really interesting about studying oppression and the Holocaust and things like that is that prisoners in these like in the concentration camps, oftentimes collaborators would get arrested eventually anyway, because guess what? They had no use for a collaborator centrist or a collaborator of some minority group, and eventually the collaborators would end up arrested and sent to the concentration camps too. And there would be incidents where people would continue collaborating up until the point that they themselves were shipped off. I talked to you guys about the liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto a few months ago, and there was a guy who gave a speech called "Give Me Your Children." It's one of the most famous speeches of cowardice ever given by a human. I want you to understand that this is what the Democratic Party is. They will never, ever protect you. They are all Chaim Rumkowski. That's the party of the Democratic Party. Like, spineless doesn't even describe it. They have a spine. They're putting their backs into helping your oppressor. This is called the "Give Me Your Children" speech. Give me your children. A grievous blow has struck the ghetto. They are asking us to give up the best we possess, the children of the elderly. I was unworthy of having a child of my own, so I gave the best years of my life to children. I've lived and breathed with children. I never imagined I'd be forced to deliver this sacrifice to the altar with my own hands. In my old age, I must stretch out my hands and beg. Brothers and sisters, hand them over to me. Fathers and mothers, give me your children. Horrible, terrifying wailing among the assembled crowd. I don't want to read more because if you know Holocaust history, it's more evil and fucking depraved than you could ever imagine. Basically, he had everybody who was sick murdered by doctors at hospitals, and then he kidnapped the children for the Nazis.
To hate my neighbor. People across the political spectrum in this state and in this country are hungry for a different kind of politics.
Yes, a type of politics where people on the left stand up for what's right and fight back before it's too late. You cowardly, servile scum. Can we get one person with a set of balls to lead this country on the left? Please, for the love of God, you corporate drone.
Not a politics of fear, not a politics of hate, not a politics of violence, but a politics of love.
My
a love
God.
that can heal what's broken in this country.
That right there, Texas State Representative and now candidate for U.S. Senate, Democrat James Tallarico, speaking just hours after the murder of Charlie Kirk. Joining us now, Democratic Texas State Representative, God, I'm going to get it right at one point, and now candidate for U.S. Senate, James Tallarico. I'm sorry.
This is who they're promoting now. This is it.
For that, sir. Thank you for joining us.
It's a mouthful.
So I want to ask you about something that I heard from I heard from you just there, but also from the governor of Utah, which he said, get offline. You know, social media is a virus. Get off.
Guys, if it wasn't clear, it's a right winger. Like, if there were a left winger, they'd be like, we must purge Hassan Piker. We must arrest Mike from PA. We must arrest Majority Report. We must shut down democracy now. We must shut down PBS. They're vicious murderers. That's what they would be doing. There is a 0% chance he was a leftist. 0. Oh, guys, get offline. Touch grass. There's so much radicalization online.
Offline and touch grass. I thought that was a good way to put it, especially because it speaks to the younger generation. And you're saying something of the same, that people are hungry for this connection, this community, a reason not to hate each other. How much of our fear and our anger is online, only online, and it makes us think it's everywhere and makes us scared of each other? How much of it is just there and us reacting to that?
Well, you know, that event that you just showed footage from was supposed to be a rally for my new campaign in San Antonio, Texas. And I was actually on my way to San Antonio when I got the news about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And to be very honest with you, I thought about canceling the event altogether. But then I remembered that the goal of political violence is separating people from one another, making folks afraid of one another. And so I felt like if I canceled this gathering of neighbors.
They're literally killing people in Chicago right now. They literally just murdered an immigrant in Chicago. And this guy is saying this shit.
It would be giving in to political violence. So I decided to change it from a political rally to a community conversation about this violence in our politics and in our country. And honestly, it was healing for me to be there with so many people across the political spectrum. It wasn't just Democrats. There were independents, Republicans there too, people from all different backgrounds and beliefs. And we all came together to talk about what's broken in America and how we can start to heal it. And so despite all of this violence, this darkness, this death, I do believe that something new is going to rise out of those ashes. And I hope we can all be part of that.
I guess what I mean to say, and I'll ask it a little bit better because I think I jumbled it up. Do you think that there is a real desire out there among the majority of people, maybe even the vast majority of people, to get along and to not be so angry? And that really, if we stopped looking online, we would not feel so scared of each other and we would have a better chance of coming together?
I do. We're all, I think, trapped in systems that bring out the worst in us. Social media is a huge part of it. The algorithms that, I should say, are owned by some of the wealthiest people in our country. Those algorithms intentionally divide us.
He's correct. He is correct, but what he really means is censor Mike from PA. He's so divisive. Censor Hassan Piker. He's so divisive. The way they're doing their anti-Semitism, criticizing Israel's oopsie-doopsie genocide. We're gonna fucking die, dude. This guy has negative charisma. Absolute negative charisma. We're fucked. What did Bernie say?
Thank you very much for joining me. I want to say a few words regarding the terrible murder yesterday.
Wait, this guy's an Adelson hack? James Del Rico is funded by Zionist oligarch Miriam Adelson, the top Trump donor?
Of Charlie Kirk, someone who I strongly disagreed with on almost every issue, but who was clearly a very smart and effective communicator and organizer, and someone unafraid to get out into the world and engage the public. My condolences go out to his wife and his family. A free and democratic society, which is what America is supposed to be about, depends upon the basic premise that people can speak out, organize, and take part in public life without fear, without worrying that they might be killed, injured, or humiliated for expressing their political views. In fact, that is the essence of what freedom is about and what democracy is about. You have a point of view? That's great. I have a point of view that is different than yours. That's great. Let's argue it out. We make our case to the American people at the local, state, and federal levels, and we hold free elections in which the people decide what they want. That's called freedom and democracy. And I want as many people as possible to participate in that process without freedom. And democracy is not about political violence. It is not about assassinating public officials. It is not about trying to intimidate people who speak out on an issue. Political violence, in fact, is political cowardice.
The problem that we live in is the society we have. Political violence is the currency of power. What do you think ICE is doing right now? Is Hassan banned? No, he's just taking a day off. Can you believe it? Hassan is taking a day off. Can you believe it? He's probably fiending so hard right now. Political violence, but it's done to preserve the status quo. I mean, there's a fucking genocide going on. Is $1 trillion for the military not political violence? Like, what are we talking about here? We spend hundreds of billions of dollars on our police and our intelligence services. We spend $1 trillion on the military. Is that not political violence? Is it just invisible because it's the status quo? Everything's going according to plan, so it's invisible to you? They just killed an immigrant in Chicago this morning in cold blood. They tried to grab him off the street and he tried to drive away and they shot him. And as you know, ICE has been showing up in plain clothes with their face covered. Somebody tried to grab me out of my car in Chicago. I drive away too. So now we're murdering people on the streets in Chicago. And this is the problem that we have, is that violence is not the answer. I don't want violence. You don't want violence. I don't want to live in a world where political commentators are shot. I'm a political commentator. Of course I don't. But you need to name and shame the ways violence is carried out in America. We're the most incarcerated country in the world. The most incarcerated country in the world is the United States of America. Do you think people go in cages voluntarily?
It means that you cannot convince people of the correctness of your ideas, and you have to impose them through force. Every American, no matter what one's political point of view may be, must condemn all forms of political violence and all forms of intimidation. We must welcome and respect dissenting points of view. That's what our Constitution is about. That's what our Bill of Rights is about. That, in fact, is what freedom is about. The murder of Charlie Kirk is part of a disturbing rise in political violence that threatens to hollow out public life and make people afraid of participating. From the January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol, to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, to the attack on Paul Pelosi.
Every single one of these is right-wingers.
To the attempted kidnapping.
Right-winger, 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 right-winger. What the fuck? Every single one of these is right-wing violence.
Of Michigan Governor Whitmer, to the murder of Minnesota Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, to the arson attack on Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, to the shooting of United Health Executive Brian Thompson.
Idiosyncratic hypercentrist. That's the only one where you could say that it was inspired by anything approaching left-wing ideology. Luigi's the only guy. And that wasn't a politician. That was a executive at a fucking insurance company. Okay, Steve Scalise was a Bernie guy. Okay, that's fucking 10 years ago. And he leaves, like, come on.
Years ago, of Representative Steve Scalise, this chilling rise in...
Mike, how do you interact with people you know who are friends who come out and say they like Charlie Kirk when they've seemed normal? They actually believe in getting rid of all brown and black people. I can't understand how they act normal around me. You should just bring that up and be like, do you think I should be deported because I'm brown? Also, I wouldn't worry about Charlie Kirk. Being a fan of Charlie Kirk is no longer relevant.
Violence has targeted public officials across the political spectrum. Sadly, this is not a new phenomenon. We all remember the assassinations of President Kennedy, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy, John Lennon, Medgar Evers, and the attempted assassinations of President Ronald Reagan and Alabama Governor George Wallace. This is a difficult...
You're bringing out George Wallace? You're gonna bring out George Wallace? Oh, brother.
Difficult and contentious moment in American history. Democracy in our country and throughout the world is under attack. And there are a lot of reasons for that which need serious discussion. But bottom line, if we honestly believe in democracy, if we believe in freedom, all of us must be loud and clear. Political violence, regardless of ideology, is not the answer and must be condemned. Thank you very much.
Well, that was dog shit.
I wanted to switch gears a bit, although, I mean, there are, of course, connections. You have the latest news where the Israeli prime minister also talked about Charlie Kirk as, I think he called him a lion-hearted friend of Israel who fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization, he said. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces rounded up over 1,500 Palestinians in Tulkarm Thursday, ordering a curfew for the city's residents. The crackdown came as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu approved a plan to dramatically expand illegal West Bank settlements, greenlighting the construction of 3,400 new homes on land Palestinians want for a future state. Netanyahu spoke at a signing ceremony Thursday.
We said there would not be a Palestinian state, and we say again, there won't be a Palestinian state. This place is ours. We will take care of our country and our security and our heritage.
So you have Netanyahu at the signing ceremony saying that he would, there is no...
I mean, it's like the guy was raised in right-wing chud brain with guns all around him. And then he goes to college for a semester and he comes home like a fucking incel loser, giving up his college scholarship, right? And he sits online all day. And you think that that sounds like a Hassan Piker fan? That's a right-winger. 100,000 quadrillion %. You know what happens when you're a leftist and you're a young man and you're involved in politics as a leftist young man? You become more empathetic and more normal. You interact with like other human beings, including some women. You get taught that women are people too and that you should respect them. Like, you don't decide to kill Charlie Kirk at 22. Like, that's not a thing.
place for a Palestinian state. Your response, Mehdi Hassan?
One of the only good things, Amy, about this Israeli government, which is the most far-right, racist, genocidal government in Israel's history, which is saying a lot.
Okay, let's see what more people are saying. Michael Maloney, 14, lives in the same neighborhood as the Robinsons. Why the fuck are you quoting a 14-year-old? The Guardian, are you okay? You walked around the neighborhood and quoted a 14-year-old? Okay, who else do we got? Okay, Anna Betts, high school friend, says Robinson was the only leftist in a family of very hard Republicans. In a phone interview on Friday, one of Tyler Robinson's high school friends, who asked to remain anonymous, said the suspect was pretty left on everything. It was the only member of his family who was really leftist. The rest of his family was very hard Republican. He said the arrows were in reference to calling it a big bomb that exists in the game called the 500 kilogram. I knew he had strong political views, but I never thought it would ever go that far. Anonymous quote? Anonymous quote? This is what we're going with? Come on. Around sophomore year, he was already at home. He's 100,000%. Like, let's see if there's more. We'll see if there's more.
Well, the only good things about this Israeli government is that they just, they say the quiet part out loud. They do say what they're thinking. They do say what they mean and mean what they say. So when they say there will be no Palestinian state, that's the truth. They don't plan to have a Palestinian state. They are opposed to a Palestinian state, which is much more refreshingly honest than some of those Israelis in the past who've said, oh, yeah, we support a two-state solution while carrying on building the same settlements that Netanyahu and Smotrich and co are doing. It just reminds us of how much gaslighting, Amy, there is in this country, in our media.
Helldivers 2 is not out with this guy's. Oh, yeah, no shit.
In our Congress, where Democrats in particular hide behind the two-state solution crutch. Oh, yes, my solution, a two-state solution. Well, there is no two-state solution. The Israeli government says there is no two-state solution. They are doing everything in their power to make sure that a two-state solution can never happen practically by, cutting up the land, building Israeli settlements that will prevent the establishment of any future Palestinian state. So in that sense, thank you, Netanyahu, for saying what we already knew, that you are someone who's opposed to a Palestinian state, who has blocked a Palestinian state multiple times, including right now. By the way, Amy, I should also point out, Bezalel Smotrich is the one who announced those settlements in the West Bank. And Netanyahu is
yeah, and by the way, we are now living in hell world where people are posting anonymous accounts of people that claim to know the shooter. We are fucked. We are completely fucked. We are completely fucked. Our information systems are completely broken. We are completely fucked.
Echoing what Smotrich says. Again, there's a faction in this country that wants to say, oh, ignore Smotrich. He's just a fringe figure. No, Bezalel Smotrich is the finance minister of Israel. He's in control of the West Bank. And what he's doing, Netanyahu is following. So this is the entire Israeli government. This is their worldview. By the way, you mentioned 1,500 people taken in the West Bank. There's a word for that. It's called hostages. There are Palestinian hostages being held by Israel without charge, disappeared. No one knows where they are. They've committed no crimes. They are hostages in the same way that the people Hamas took were hostages.
At Grok, is he a leftist? Yes. According to Elon Musk, the shooter was a leftist.
I wanted to also switch to another issue. Last week, the U.S. attacked the boat in the southern Caribbean, killing at least 11 people. President Trump claimed the boat was carrying drugs from Venezuela, but offered no proof. The Pentagon recently sent warships to the region after Trump secretly authorized the use of military force in Latin America under the guise of the war on drugs. In response, Congressmember Ilhan Omar has introduced a new war powers resolution seeking to block the Trump administration from conducting future military strikes in the Caribbean. This is Congressmember Omar speaking to you, Mehdi, Thursday in a Zateo town hall.
It is Congress that declares war, and we have not been given that authority by this president.
My feeling is that pro-Palestinian sentiment is what people are arguing is left wing. That's the only thing that makes sense.
And it's, I think, really important.
Name what leftist view he's had. We don't know. Exactly. We don't know. There's literally no posts. There's no evidence. There's no fucking evidence. We don't have one statement from him. Not one.
For us to insert our authority in declaring war. What we are seeing with multiple strikes throughout the world that the president has authorized is that he does not have the authority to be able to do so. And specifically, the strike that was carried out in the Caribbean against the Venezuelan So I think it's important for the people to recognize that we cannot just go out and terminate people. This is not something that is allowed under international law, and is certainly not allowed under U.S. law.
So that's Ilhan Omar speaking to you, Mehdi. AP is reporting the Venezuelan boat was heading back to shore when the Trump administration bombed it, and that might have been bombed twice, and the whole question being raised if it was a drug boat, why were there so many people on it? Were these, in fact, migrants?
Yeah, this boat doesn't have the range to reach the U.S. This was just murder. Why is there no evidence? This is fucking crazy. The guy's been in custody for hours and hours. What is going on? What's taking so long? What the fuck is taking so long?
Mehdi Hassan, the significance of what's taken place, and also the latest news that the House passed.
BBC is using suspects. Oh, the arrow symbols match the input used to use a stratagem in the video game Helldivers 2. That stratagem, the Eagle 500-kilogram bomb, is considered one of the most destructive special moves in the game. The game, which won 2 BAFTA awards earlier this year, was a smash hit set in the satirical universe inspired by the 90s film Starship Troopers. Players can team up with friends or strangers to kill big insects and robots. Notably, the game includes some political references. On its Steam page, there is a description which says, freedom, peace, democracy, your super Earth-born rights, the key pillars of our civilization, of our very existence, but the war rages on, and everything is once again under threat. Join the greatest military force the galaxy has ever seen and make this a safe and free place to live. Chat, we're now better than... Guys, we are now better than... BBC. I'm going to show you the actual intro cutscene. We are better than the BBC. Please observe the following patriotic service announcement. Deviations in attention will be considered treason. Thank you for your cooperation. You better not stop paying attention.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free.
No! Sweet liberty! No!
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
Join the Helldivers. Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become a legend. Become a Helldiver.
Well, now, chat, we're up on the BBC's level. We're up on the BBC's level. For the love of God. I can't. His father owns a business installing kitchen countertops and cabinets, and his mother is a licensed social worker. He is a third-year student at the electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. Why is it called Dixie in Utah? You're in fucking Utah. Why is it called Dixie? They're like, just so you know, there are no black people here. He briefly attended Utah State University for 1 semester and received concurrent enrollment credit through Utah Tech University while in high school. He was registered to vote as unaffiliated, and his registration status is listed as inactive. My anxiety is going crazy. Shut up. You're fine. You're fucking fine. You and I both know you're fine. Mike, Grok said at some point in the morning that the shooter was a groiper. Must would have got the Grok the code. Wait. Somebody got it to say it was a groiper? Instead, they traced Tyler Robinson's political beliefs squarely to the fringes of the alt-right, specifically the Groiper movement, led by figures like Nick Fuentes. I changed Grok's mind. With the power of my tweets, I have changed Grok's mind. The crowd positions itself as hyper-patriotic, pro-Trump conservatives who see mainstream Republicans like Charlie Kirk as sellouts, or fake conservatives infected by globalism, liberalism, or even fascism light. The bulge's ooh-ooh is a crude mocking nod to transphobic memes that originated on a Tumblr but got co-opted by right-wing trolls to spot trans people in crowds. Pure Groper-style bigotry. Bella Ciao flips an anti-fascist World War II partisan song into ironic ammo for ridiculing leftists while tying into their beef with fascist establishment figures like Kirk, whom Fuentes has repeatedly trashed. The gay taunt, straight up homophobic bait, emblematic of the group's anti-LGBTQ venom. And catch this fascist? That's a direct shot at Kirk, framing this attack as purging a traitor from the right. I mean, it's also a meme from Helldivers too. Come on, man. I mean, like, this narrative is completely made up, but Grok really believes it.
Passed legislation to repeal the 1991 and 2002 Iraq authorizations for use of military force, the AUMF, in a bipartisan vote Wednesday, moving against two pieces.
The moment the first cop reads the casing, you are gay. The Democratic Socialists also circulating online are photos purporting to show Robinson speaking at political events wearing a t-shirt representing the DSA. A spokesperson for DSA's national office told the Salt Lake Tribune that the photos are not of Robinson. The spokesperson said Robinson is not a member of any DSA chapter. The organization, Salt Lake City's chapter, referred all questions to the national outfit. Ben Shapiro has announced he will be taking over Turning Point USA.
Because we're Americans, and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it. Because we're Americans, and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it. Because we're Americans, and we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie...
That is kind of crazy that they don't have anyone else. They're going to give it to Ben Shapiro? Did Ben Shapiro just coup Turning Point USA? That's crazy. They don't have anyone else?
Ted Kaczynski's brother, through an attorney, worked a deal to keep Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, from being exposed to the death penalty by identifying. So it happens. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen.
Our correspondent Nedra Tawfiq joins us now from Orem. Bring us right up to date, if you would, Nedra, and what you're hearing about the latest there and the investigation.
Yeah, well, Martine, we know that Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old suspect, is currently being held on suspicion of aggravated murder. And we are being told that by next week, by Tuesday, the Utah prosecutors will file formal charges. Of course, it is now a meticulous process going through the evidence to formulate those charging documents and to decide what to charge him with. I don't think it would be a surprise if we see also beyond state charges something wider in terms of federal charges. But as one official told us here, even though he has been arrested, he is in custody, the investigation continues. You heard the FBI Director Kash Patel talking about how this is an incredibly large crime scene. And it's not just here where they've been putting down evidence markers and walking through and tracking the suspect's movements throughout this campus. It's also further from here. We know that he is actually from southwest Utah, 250 miles away. So an effort has already been underway, and a lot of information was received from speaking to his family, who talked about how he became more politically involved and charged in the last few years, and that he knew about the Kirk event ahead of time, and talked about how Charlie Kirk, as a political activist, was someone who was spreading hate, showing disdain for him. They also spoke to a friend who showed investigators messages that Tyler Robinson had apparently sent, talking about the rifle that he had hidden in a bush after the shooting.
We knew about that. We none of that is new. We knew about all of that.
And then there was
going to be the original reporting said that the person said that Charlie was spreading hate.
social media profile, no doubt. There were on the bullet casings some messages that seem to refer to kind of anti-fascist movements and messaging. And so investigators, I'm sure, will be not only...
Ultimately, everything we're saying is it's no different. No, there's been no different. No evidence has come up that's any different than what we saw 7 hours ago. How the fuck is this possible? According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. I mean, David Schuster, unless you have an actual source on this, I think you should reflect on the fact that you're spreading unverified nonsense for clout at a time when people are scared and searching for answers. I need sourcing on this. Also, Jesse's single. Trump was like, oh, Charlie got killed? Anyway, let's go to the Yankees game. He loves the double jerk. He loves the double dick suck. That's his one dance move. Why is everybody so fucking stupid? Why is everything so fucking irresponsible and stupid? Anonymous reports, randomly saying shit. Can we get anything concrete? We have all these media and they can't talk to anyone? They've got nothing? How do we not have any posts from this guy? Oh, hell yeah. I like etymology nerd. He's pretty cool. Police have evacuated the area surrounding Charlie Kirk's assassin's home due to concerning information.
They got some type of concerning information basically directly in front of or around the family home. We're not
50 gifted. Holy fuck. Marks and me. Thank you for the 50. You guys are, you're a king.
And authorities told us that we had to clear the area. So that's why I'm on the phone right now. We're not able to show you this.
All right, let me say where we're at. Let me go through the entire stream. Originally, people were trying to say it was a leftist with no evidence. It countered a bunch of information that made us believe that it could be a groyper. And now we have one unconfirmed interview with an anonymous source saying that they might have been more left-wing. And we have now we have the concerning information. We have literally nothing to show you. I have nothing to show you. I am in 6 hours and 37 minutes, and I know nothing more than I did before I started the stream. Not one more thing. One anonymous source from TMZ said they went to school with Luigi who have bouts of flying into rage. Every other source said no. Okay, hold on. We have another link. Let me see. Is this the same source?
On camera. The neighborhood where the family lived in is a nice, middle class to upper class neighborhood. And we were preparing to go live and show you this all on air, but moments ago, police told us that we had to evacuate the area, that they got some type of concerning information basically directly in front of or around.
This is the interview. Schweierman says she lived 2 doors down from the Robinson family for 16 years, but has known them longer. As head custodian with the Washington County School District, she said she watched Tyler Robinson and his brothers grow up. She often crossed paths with the family at church and school events. So she didn't know them at all. She lived in the same neighborhood, and sometimes said, hi. Schweierman said she believes social media may have played a role in shaping Robinson's views. We're just making shit up now? There's just too much hate out there. I know he wasn't taught those things. I have no hate for him. Even though I love Charlie Kirk, I'd rather try to understand what was going on in his mind. My feeling was, at least it wasn't a mass shooting. You know, honestly, this is the best argument that it could be a leftist. This is the best argument that it could be a leftist. I feel like a groyper would have brought like an AR and gone buck wild. You know what I mean? Like the strongest argument that he's a leftist is that he only had a bolt action rifle and took 1 shot. He was quiet. We didn't really communicate back and forth. A lot of people call that politeness. He was so introverted, I didn't look at it as polite. I looked at it as off or strange. People are just making shit up. Wow, I can't believe this teenage boy didn't talk to me, a male neighbor, an adult man living down the street. What? That's called being normal. What the fuck are you talking about? Can someone explain why newspaper reporting? This is legitimately, why was this published? They talked to 2 random people that live on the street and they have no insight and they just published it. We have every attention seeker in the neighborhood coming up. Uh-oh. Okay, this is from the other one. This is the mass shooting at the Colorado school. Evergreen High School shooter embraced Columbine, anti-Semitism, and white supremacy online. Ollie was active on a violent gore site. which features videos of people dying, according to the Anti-Defamation League. Here's the video interview. Oh, please, let's do it.
I understand that we have the neighbor of Tyler Robinson who are ready to speak with us. Miss Kristen Schwerman, can you hear me okay this morning?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Tyler. How well did you know him?
Tyler went to the school I was a head custodian at. I was at that school for 18 years. I know all three of his brothers also.
Thank you for all the support.
And one thing I want to ask you, is this something, I'm so sorry to cut you off, is this something consistent with who you know him to be?
No, no, the kid was smart, quiet. He never caused any problems.
Are you shocked by this?
It was a shock. Oh yes, I am shocked. Very shocked.
What can you tell him about us? What can you tell us about Tyler Robinson? You said you've known him for quite some time, as well as his siblings.
Okay, guys, can we be completely honest that this interview is fucking worthless? Like, we know this interview is worthless, right? Do you know your head custodian of your high school 4 years later? Let's come on.
Any kind of character.
Everybody, see, every media site, including myself, is so desperate for any answer that we're just accepting any slop just so we have something to say. Because everybody's watching it, we're like, well, we got to stay live, so let's watch the slop. We're all cloud demons. That's all that's happening. We're all cloud demons.
Characteristics or anything that you could tell us and share about him?
You know what I know about Tyler is he was always very quiet. He was very smart. He had...
You said that already.
Just a real mellow personality. Never caused any problems. He, like I said, he was smart and he kept to himself, and I don't know who his friends were as of now.
Is there any chatter in your neighborhood right now? I know you said you're shocked. Are neighbors having any conversation about Tyler?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I haven't been out too much this morning. I've talked to a few people, but those people haven't lived here long enough. I've lived in the neighborhood for 16 years, just as long as they have, and I'm sure everybody in the neighborhood's shocked because most of these people have been here forever and know him as that kind of kid I did.
And has there been any activity at the family home this morning? We know there is a heavy police presence right now at Utah Valley University, but in your neighborhood, is it business as usual, pretty quiet, or is there an increased presence of law enforcement?
There's a little bit of law enforcement, a lot of news. The neighbors are out walking just to see. Their house is quiet, but their house is always really kind of busy on the weekends and early in the morning when they leave for school and work.
And Kristen, before we let you go, talk to us about, have you been following the Charlie Kirk shooting, the murder here at Utah Valley University, as the rest of not only the state but the nation, and then to find out this morning that in fact your neighbor Tyler Robinson was arrested in connection with the shooting? What are your thoughts as we go back from Wednesday to where we're at now?
I did watch the press on the shooting pretty much all that day. My grandson happened to be at that rally. And then this morning, my son texted me and said, hey, this is Tyler Robinson that lives 3 doors down. And I'm like, no, it can't be. And it was. And it's shocking. That's not who's in our neighborhood. And I feel for his mom. I love Amber. She's a great mom, and he has a great dad.
And Kristen, did you see the images that police had released yesterday, that the FBI had released, the photos of the suspect? What were your impressions when you saw that and to where we're at this morning?
Yeah, did you recognize him? Did you say, hey, that's Tyler?
Okay, let me see. Not in those pictures. I think he had covered his face well enough. But I mean, I have their family photo on my phone, their new one, and I would have not noticed that was him.
And Ms. Kristen, I want to ask you this. You mentioned his mom, Amber, saying she's a great mom. You know, we know that Tyler right now is booked in the Utah County Jail. What message would you send to Tyler if you could say anything to him right now?
What social media were you on and what friends were you hanging around? Because I feel you can't come up with that on your own. I feel like there's some hate in this world and it shouldn't be that way.
So in other words, I kind of knew this guy, but I don't know anything.
Everybody, we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com
All right,
studio.
I'll be right back, chat.
I'm not sing Earthbound. I believe the morning's always gonna shine again. I believe a pot of gold waits at every rainbow's end. Oh, I believe in roses kissed with dew. Why shouldn't I believe the same in you?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream Imagine Dragons.
Days of cards of saints, we are all made of gold.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government. Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein.
We still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come.
Connor is hilarious, dude.
Question, do human beings have tails?
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the question.
Do human beings have tails? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
I believe there'll come a day.
Is he dead?
That's what was just
one of the guys out there just said
spoken in the lobby was just. Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was banging 7-gram rocks and finishing them because that's how I roll. I have one speed, I have one gear. Go.
Bragging about being addicted to cocaine is so funny, man.
Escape this now, unless you show me how.
You know, Zoomers making fun of what millennials posted unironically when we were new to the internet is not fair. While we wait for more evidence, which apparently they're never going to release until they manufacture so much more fucking... I mean, are they writing a manifesto right now? Like, is it going through a committee? Like, what the fuck's going on? Are we manufacturing facts right now?
Those of you that say, well, it really doesn't impact me, I don't care if Trump goes to prison. Well, first of all, you absolutely should care. Because if we lose, they're going to come after the churches, they're going to come after the organizations, they're going to come after the people, they're going to come after the social media accounts, they're going to come after the bank accounts, they're going to come after every single person that played any form and role into trying to defend President Trump with social media banning, following in the streets, targeting in every form and fashion. If we lose, if the president loses, they will come for us all. They will come for your children, they will come for your schools, they will come in every fashion. And they won't stop. They are going to do whatever it takes to try to personally and intergenerationally destroy Donald Trump. That's how much they hate him. They hate him not because of his tweets, not because of his style. They hate him because all of their schemes have been put in jeopardy. They're going to come with bloodthirsty revenge. President Trump always says, quote,
If you love birds, you'd never want to walk under a windmill because it's a very sad, sad sight.
we are intrinsically tied to the president. He's with us. He's for us. I've called him the bodyguard of Western civilization, and boy, is he taking the body blows for us right now. But if they come for him, they're coming for us, and they're also coming for me. This is where it's headed. If Donald Trump loses, you can expect every level of power to try to obliterate us for good. This is a very real thing. If we lose in November, it's going to be bedlam. That if they get power back, they're going to lock him up, and they're going to continue until they have absolute pathological power over our country. Please email us your thoughts, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Make sure you check out my interview with Ken Sowens, author of Blackout. Phenomenal episode. Please consider supporting us at charliekirk.com/support, charliekirk.com/support. Please consider supporting us at 20 Point USA and get involved with 20 Point USA in the culture war, tpusa.com, tpusa.com. And if you guys want to win a signed copy of the Magna Doctrine, type in Charlie Kirk to your podcast provider, hit subscribe, give us a 5-star review, screenshot it, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. Thank you guys so much for listening. God bless you. Talk to you soon.
Honestly, we love Amon Animations. If you're not an Amon Animations fan, what are you even doing here? Chat, what if I commissioned an Amon Animation video? I know he's working on a project right now that's going to be releasing soon. Amon Animation is a Mike from PA head. I don't know if you guys knew that. Amon Animation is a Mike from PA fan and a VO fan. What if we did like a tech tone one? Is Nick Fuentes gay? From what I understand, he did a stream with a male prostitute, and I also, from what I understand, he leaked that he was masturbating to transgender porn. In my worldview, trans women are women, so that wouldn't count as gay. But under his worldview, they would. But he did do that stream with that male escort, the cat boy. Do you guys remember that? I think he also said having sex with women is gay.
Gay because I've never had a girlfriend. I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay. As opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not gay. Well, because think about it this way. You know, a gay people do date girls all the time. And when I said on Elijah Schaefer's show, and they said, have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Have you ever had sex with a girl? And I said, no. If you name searched me on Twitter, as I always do, all these gay people are coming out and saying, I've had more girlfriends than Nick. I've had sex with more girls than Nick. So like I said last week, not only is that thinking flawed, but actually it's the reverse. That actually makes me really more heterosexual than anybody. If we're really being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman really makes you more heterosexual, because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And you know, it's all gay. And if you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel. So that's all there is. Being a MGTOW, asexual incel, is really the straightest position that you can have. Having sex in itself is gay. I think that it's really a gay act to begin with. Think about it this way. What's gayer than being like, I need cuddles, I need kisses, it's all very sus. I need to spend time with a woman. That's a little sus. It's a little bit sus. So I think really, I'm like the straightest guy.
He did this rant right after this stream where he streamed with a very famous right-wing guy named Catboy. Like Catboy something. What is it called? Catboy Kami. Nick Fuentes did a 10-hour stream together. I hope every one of you finds love that is as strong as Nick Fuentes looking at Catboy Kami. Kami? Like kamikaze? I talked about this before, but there is this like homo-fascism that Nick Fuentes represents, where it's like, it's not just like misogyny, it's actually despising the feminine completely, right? Like it's like it's like fascism mapped onto sexuality, where it's like, not only do they want to oppress femininity in women, they want to actually exterminate women so that there's only masculinity. It's Ernst Röhm, exactly. Ernst Röhm, who was a famous fascist Nazi. It's like the problem that Nick has is a lot of fascism is right wing in the sense that it's traditionalist, and the Catholic Church and, you know, marital union and all those institutions are still pushing us towards procreation and heterosexual relationships and that kind of family. So Nick is like kind of trapped in a contradiction between taking his politics to the logical conclusion and who he is. So I mean, Nick is a half Latino white supremacist. Like, this guy is full of contradictions, as well as full of never mind. That would be too far. That'd be too far. I would get canceled. If I said what I was gonna say. As of Friday afternoon, it remained unclear what the motive was of the Kirk shooting or what the suspect's political views were, and we still don't know. Nothing makes sense. All right, what else do we know, chat? What else do we know?
Like a bullet, how these verses hit me. He took a big shot, call him Kirk Nowitzki. Charlie talk shit and it earned him 6 feet. Now white folks talking about a purge is tricky. Got smoked by his own folks, dang, that's comedy. Hole in his neck like tracheostomy.
Okay, maybe a bit too soon for me to play this. It's a little bit too soon. Kirk shooting suspect not speaking with investigators. A Secret Service agent has been placed on leave after making a social media post criticizing Charlie Kirk for spewing hate and racism on his show. Okay. The father of Charlie Kirk's shooting suspect urged his son to turn himself into authorities after he confessed, to which the suspect responded, "I would rather kill myself than turn myself in." Tyler Robinson's father was becoming convinced the shooter might be his son after recognizing him in photos released by authorities and confronted him. "Tyler, is this you? This looks like you," he asked the 22-year-old. The suspect's father then persuaded him to talk to a youth pastor who works with the Washington County Sheriff's Office and the U.S. Marshals Service. During that conversation, Robinson admitted to the crime. Hey, fastest. Okay, I think that speaks for itself, but it could also be a reference to the Helldivers game. This phrase refers to an older meme from 4chan, a largely unmoderated online forum. The meme comes from a furry subculture and is about being unable to distinguish someone's gender. A lot of these memes are designed specifically as dog whistles. You have to be fairly attuned with the idea that these are messages that are for meaning. It was co-opted by the right. You could literally look it up. He notices bulge, ooh, what's this meme? Since 2015, the phrase has been popularized not only as a way of making fun of furries and related communities for being cringe, but also been embraced by furries as a way of owning the meme. Let's see here. The meme didn't really take off until 2015. Wait, did they change this? Have they changed this? Oh, this has been edited. This has been edited. Or is this a different article? I was looking at it earlier and it said it was spread by Stop Communism or Communism Kills. Okay, the earliest known usage is the phrase was January 6, 2013 on DeviantArt by Cookie Muffin FAIC. It received 130 views. On July 20th, 2016, Tumblr user Pastore reblogged a post by Communism Kills that used the phrase. If someone said they identified as Napoleon, they'd be in a mental institution. If you say you identify as a cat or a fictional character on Tumblr, then you're brave. I never want to hear the internet is not real life again. I don't want to hear the internet is not real life one more fucking time. And the rest of my life, I don't want to hear you motherfuckers saying touch grass and the internet isn't real anymore. This is all you guys do. This is it. Especially Gen Z. I know you fuckers never touch grass. I know you guys do nothing but stare at screens. Be fucking honest. Be fucking for real. Okay, all we know. Why do we not know anything? What the fuck is going on? Every other mass shooter we knew within hours. Why do we know nothing? Why the fuck do we know absolutely fuck all? I did my best to muddy the waters, chat. I did my best to muddy the waters and offer an alternative theory, but now I want evidence. I mean, we know. I mean, what's crazy is there was just a mass shooting at another school, and it was clearly an anti-Semite groiper, and nobody gives a fuck.
First of all, I don't know why he was shot, but we started out and have said many times since, we condemn him being shot. We don't believe in assassinating people politically.
Yeah, I saw that. Mr. Dugenberg, I did see that. Anonymous, quote, high school friend says he was a left-winger. That's the only thing. But that, I mean, anonymous high school friend, he's 22.
Because you disagree with them. You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like this in America?
You're looking at it.
Congratulations for always being somewhere where mainstream media is not.
Flint, Michigan.
See you in Nevada.
Thanks to people like you, we can get the truth. Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
You are the man. I'm glad you're here.
For as low as 16 cents a day, you'll keep us on the ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah.
This is not the first case of political violence we've seen in recent years. A lot of them have, frankly, been coming from the right, if we're just being honest. There was an attack on the CDC recently. Last year, there was an attack on an FBI office, I believe in Cincinnati, by a right-winger. Obviously, there were the attempted assassinations on Trump, which did not seem to be a right-winger who did it. It seemed to be kind of, I don't know if he was just politically agnostic. I don't recall, but that was the one in Pennsylvania last year. But there has been an increase in political violence. The corporate media is going to do what they always do and say, we need to tone down the rhetoric. This is awful. You know, obviously, we are leftists. I don't condone any form of violence against right-wingers you hate or leftists you hate. So I hope that goes without saying. We condemn this. But we should also tell the truth on why this is happening. And I think a big part of why this hatred is happening, I mean, we're talking decades. We'll get to the economic parts of this, but starts with the man that came down the golden escalator, calling Mexicans rapists, drug lords, murderers. And we have a explosion on the internet in recent years of influencers, which I hate the term because I don't know what they're influencing other than their wallets. We have an explosion of, frankly, race baiting, bigoted. I would put Charlie Kirk in that category. I might lose people for saying that when he's been shot, but I have to be honest. I don't think he should have been shot. I condemn violence against him or others based on politics, but let's not pretend he's not who he is. He has come to fame. He has become probably a millionaire on race baiting, conspiracy theories, and pushing out vile sentiment starting with calling George Floyd a scumbag years ago. He's pushed a lot of awful things. That doesn't mean he deserves to be shot, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Part of his claim to fame has been going to debate college students. Aren't you going to debate college students who, as a general rule, don't know as much? I mean, I don't think Charlie Kirk knows a lot, but you're going to basically, what do they say? Like, pick on someone your own size. You're trying to pick on somebody your intellectual size. People who don't have as much real life, people who might come off sounding a little naive or a little weak, so you could appear bigger and stronger. Done for years. So what kind of like intellectual giant makes their big fame by going to basically debate college kids? I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. But I want to get into what I think is really going on underneath this all, because this isn't covered. And this is part of why people like Charlie Kirk, the right-wing network of hosts, and to a certain extent, liberal hosts, they focus on the culture stuff. It was reported that right before or when he was shot, he was answering a question on transgender shooters or the transgender mass shooting. And he has done a lot on transgenderism. He's done a lot on Black Lives Matter, against it. Part of why they focus so much on the culture war is so they can distract their audience, many of whom are apparently in our chat right now, from the fact the politicians they're propping up, fucking you up excuse my French, economically. I mean, look over the last few days, and I'm just going to go through a list here, Colin, so put up whatever you can. More perfect union. Over 75% of Americans rely on buy now, pay later services, and nearly half have missed payment, according to a new study. You go to the supermarket now, I got like a thing of blueberries and strawberries today, and they're like, you want to split this up into 4 payments? That's because the masses are starving and they have no money. Charlie Kirk's not talking about that. Patrick Bet-David is not talking about that. To be fair, Pod Save America is not talking. David Pakman, who apparently took $8,000 a month liberal propaganda or Democratic Party approved propaganda network, isn't talking about that. I mean, we could go down the list. This is what I did a video on it yesterday. I encourage you to cover. Just in minus 911,000 fewer jobs were created between April 24th, when Biden was president, and March 2025. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Wow, that's a big revision. That means the labor market That means the labor market was weak even before the tariffs kicked in. And by the way, let's be clear. Fox News, which has been normalized in society, but it has come out through multiple lawsuits. Literally, they have anchors and hosts that go on camera every day, knowing they're lying, intentionally trying to hatred, violence, and conspiracy theory. Literally, we're freaking out because their audience was turning them off after the elections, the 2020 election, because they were committing the crime of telling the truth that Trump lost. So much so that they were texting each other, we need to turn this around and be more understanding or spew a little bit more, have some of these lawyers on who are pushing these conspiracy. The reality is we have a post-truth society, and we have really, I think, intellectually predators preying on downtrodden people.
This is status quo. They're pretty good. I agree completely with the larger argument. Like, basically, I have never felt more cooked than right fucking now. Dicktone's latest tweet. Wait, Tectone is tweeting? Here's where we're at right now, chat. I don't have anything more to say. I don't have any more evidence on this point. Like, either he's a leftist or he's not. Oh, this fucking coward blocked me? I'm going to do something that for some reason a lot of political commentators won't say. I do not condone or I wish anyone in my community to kill or harm anyone in real life, or to those who disagree or oppose me. To those who have slandered me, I wish dealt with by the legal system, banned or punished by law. To kill someone over difference in political views is fucking insane. Who calls for violence against political opponents on the streaming space? Be specific. Remember, guys, statistics are the most factual form of information you can consume to get informed. You can literally create statistics and frame them in almost any way you want. There's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. The part of Utah where the shooter is from is very far right. I nearly ran off the road for having a birdie sticker driving past St. George. This is also the area of the Mountain Meadows massacre. The Mormons there have a history of blood atonement and covering up murder. I mean, it is surprising. All I know is this is what's super frustrating about breaking news. Also, I have to say, I am pissed off. I am pissed off at dumb fuck motherfuck David Schuster. Why is TYT like this? Why is TYT like this? Bro literally just posted this. Like, is this actually just a lie? Did he just lie? Did David Schuster just fucking lie and literally just do that? I believed David Schuster. But is he now just lying? He spent one semester at college and was a groiper. I mean, that's maybe true, but it's not confirmed to be true. This is why people have editors, chat. This is why people have editors. Charlie Kirk's suspect says, grandma says family is all MAGA. Tyler Robinson, the prime suspect for Charlie Kirk's assassination, comes from a proud MAGA family, according to his grandmother. The grandmother doesn't know his shit either. His grandmother doesn't know what her grandson's dumb Discord politics are. Everything is slop now. Everything is fucking slop. Everything is fucking slop. There is absolutely no evidence of anything. Like, this is not evidence. The high school friend is not evidence. The grandma's not evidence. Do we have any posts from the shooter? Do we have any videos from the shooter? Tyler Robinson, the man arrested in connection with the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, comes from a MAGA family, his grandmother has revealed. Although MAGA figureheads have been quick to point fingers at the left for Kirk's death, Tyler's grandmother, Debbie Robinson, insisted they come from a family of Trump supporters. She spoke with Daily Mail on Friday after news of Robinson's arrest broke. My son, his dad, is a Republican for Trump, Debbie told the outlet. Most of my family are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. I'm just so confused, Debbie said of her grandson's arrest. Tyler is the shyest person. He has never, ever spoke politics to me at all. She insisted that Robinson has never, ever gotten trouble in his life. Happy 16th birthday to he's a leather-working, gun-toting, cowboy-loving, brilliant kid. He has so many talents, and it's been so fun to watch them develop. Love you, I guess, Tyler? One of Tyler's brothers. According to Utah Governor Spencer Cox, have become more political in recent years. Cox added that Robinson had told a family member he disliked Kirk and mentioned Kirk was coming to Utah Valley University. Literally no clarity at all. No clarity at all. This is the same level of dog shit, worthless shit as the anonymous post. Schuster clearly just made shit up. Thanks a lot, dipshit. I reacted like you were an actual journalist, you fucking moron. And then now We're back to where we were. Back to square fucking one. Released a statement saying Robinson did not plan the attack on their platform or promote violence. There were communications between the suspect's roommate and a friend after the shooting where the roommate was recounting the contents of a note the suspect had left elsewhere. Is he confirmed Groyper? No! No, he's confirmed fuck all. Here's my take. He could very easily be a Groyper. He could very easily be a leftist, I guess, but there's no evidence other than an anonymous friend from high school. And the fact that the Bella Ciao was engraved on the casing, but Bella Ciao is very common in gaming circles, specifically, I think, Payday, right? Yeah, the money heist. It's also in Hoi 4. We have no evidence either way. Bella Ciao is a leftist song. What's the other game that it's in? Far Cry 6? Okay, that's not Bella Ciao. Oh, there it is. It could literally be anything. We have no, I mean, listen, the target is Charlie Kirk, which is also an ambiguous target. It could be a leftist, I guess. It's just as likely to be a fucking Groyper. We have literally no evidence either way. I'm going to explode. I'm going to lose my shit. I am actually pissed at David Schuster for posting this dumb motherfucking post. That's literally just a lie. Unless he actually talked to Utah officials or interviews with the family, he just made it up. That's just a fucking lie.
But we don't want to hurt you. And we want the bank's money, not your money. Your money is insured by the government, so you won't lose anything. Think of your families.
She may be the worst voice actor I've ever seen. She may be the absolute worst voice actor I have ever fucking seen. Unless this is like AI versions of her voice. This is straight up the worst voice acting I've ever seen in my entire life.
Listen up. This is a robbery, but we don't want to.
It's like she learned to read right as she was saying it.
To hurt you. And we want the bank's money, not your money. Your money is insured by the government, so you won't lose anything. Think of your families. Be smart. Just behave and do what we say and we won't kill you.
I'm getting Groyper. Look at how much YouTube loves to recommend Groypers. Look at this shit. I fucking click one thing and bam, Groyper's all up my ass.
Okay, people, this is a robbery, but don't be alarmed, it's not so bad. We just want the bank's money, not your money. Your money's insured by the federal government, so you won't lose anything. Think of your families or your dogs or whatever, but be smart. Then we're cool and you can all go home and watch TV when it's over.
Everybody is like, wow, it sounds like shit. Ethan Klein, you suck. Holy fuck, they suck. Holy fuck, they suck. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. I'm fucking furious. I'm not gonna lie. I am actually pissed at David Schuster. He's a fucking moron. He's a fucking moron. He's an actual fucking moron. Why the fuck would you post outright disinformation? Like, what I posted was at least tangentially related to a piece of evidence. This motherfucker just straight up, is he just lying? Is he just making shit up? Is he wish casting? Like, what the fuck is this? Lying is pretty strong. No. According to Utah officials and police interviews with his family, Tyler Robinson hated Charlie Kirk because Kirk wasn't conservative enough. That is either completely made up. That's fucking insane. If you just writing that and then just making that up, that's completely fucking insane. That's completely fucking insane. Discourse says platform not used in murder suspect's plan. Yeah, I know. We saw this. Did he just lie? Don't make me have to apologize to Ed Dramento because this motherfucker lied. Mainstream news was completely unequipped to cover this story and honestly did a great amount of damage of publishing that the shooter was trans based on their limited understanding of how the far right appropriates or mocks left system or memes. And we don't even know if that's true. That's the thing that's insane. What is going on? Is David Schuster fucking an idiot? Yeah, it seems like he's a fucking idiot. The grandma says he's MAGA, but she doesn't know. Do you talk to your grandmother about your politics? My grandmother's been dead for fucking 20 years. So does your grandma know? I mean, like, some of you do, but like this guy, she said he didn't. Actually, she says in the interview, he never talked to me about politics at all. So she has no idea what his politics are. This is dog shit. What we have right now, chat, is an entire media, news media, that's just publishing slop because everybody wants to know. What does it matter what the guy's politics are? Because if it's a leftist, they're going to blame us. They're going to say that all leftist commentators need to be arrested because we're promoting hate. And if it's a right winger, then they're going to be like, oh, ho hum, who cares? He's just crazy. So knowing if it's a leftist or not is probably pretty important to me. What are the chances the feds are covering up the fact that he's far right? The reason why I lean toward believing that he's more likely to be a groyper than a leftist is because if he was a leftist, they would have a post of, he would repost Hasanabi one time, and the entire right-wing media apparatus would be like, he was a Hassan Piker, radicalized by Hassan Piker. And they would be going like, we need to deplatform all leftists. That's why I think it's more likely he is a right-winger than a leftist. But that doesn't make it so. There's still uncertainty, as I've been saying all day. And for a minute there, because of fucking dumb David Schuster, I thought that we had it confirmed that he was a groyper, but he's fucking lying. He made it up. David Schuster used to be a journalist at MSNBC and Al Jazeera. Fucking idiot. He made it up. Yeah, he made it up. It looks like he made it up. All right, what's Fox News saying? If there was any chance he was a left-winger, they'd be talking about it. They have an Ilhan Omar post. That's it?
Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel. Mike.
Harris, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar facing some significant fallout after making these harsh comments following the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
There is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend.
I want to point something else out. You heard the family member say that this man became more political, this young man became more political in recent years. Well, what did he do in recent years? He went to college. That's where kids are getting radicalized. It's not just online. Our campuses are where a lot of radicalization, hate, and intolerance.
People will yell at me, and then this has the highest ratings news show on television. They just make shit up completely.
Starts from. And so when he says it's an attack on all of us, I'm going to say this. No, it's an attack on conservatives. It's an attack on Christians.
This is the shit they say, so I think I can forgive people on the left for playing a little fast and loose. No. I don't want to ever lie to you. No. I draw a firm line on disinformation. I do not lie. Or misinformation. Sorry. Disinformation happens to the best of us. I do not lie to you on the facts ever. I do not lie to you. Why? Because then everything I say is suspect from then on. And if I say something that's incorrect, I will correct it right away. I will never lie to you outright because I don't want that to be held over my head. I don't like lying to you guys. I'll tell you when like today, I told you, all we have is a information void, and I'm going to fill the information void by fighting back. And I'm going to take reasonable inferences with the information we have and propose a counter theory. But we're waiting for confirmation of the counter theory. It's not a fact. They have a theory that he's a leftist trans advocate. They made it up and they fucking threw it out there. We need to have a counter theory instead of sitting there going, oh, they're probably right. He's a leftist. No. Until firm evidence comes out where it's like, this person saw this post, he wrote this thing, he said this, he did this. That's evidence. We don't have anything. All we have is grandma says they were MAGA. Anonymous high school friend said he was left. We have nothing. And that's what, I'm not going to let the right win in an empty, information environment, and neither should you. But don't lie. Because lying, like outright making shit up, ruins your credibility. Don't do that. I don't like that. You shouldn't do that. The right wing lies. They love lying. They're always going to have that advantage. They have no credibility. So we'll just be like, you're a right winger. You always lie. Fuck you. It's unfair. It's an unfair. They have overpowered lying powers. I mean, it is what it is.
That, his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence for the last decade. These people are full of and it's important for us to call them out.
Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn took offense, reacting on X, quote, Ilhan shows no remorse in slandering an honorable man
Mike,
who was...
You're too good for this political climate. You're such a fair person. This world needs more people like you that doesn't jump into judgments. You're totally doing a better journalism than the entirety of the media. I'm not, because I'm not talking to anybody in real life. I don't have any fucking journalists that are in Utah. Why the fuck can they get nothing? Why do they have nothing? They're just doing what I said 5 hours ago. They're publishing shit from the stuff I said 5 hours ago. Suspect Tyler Robinson allegedly inscribed messages on bullet casing that reference video games and internet culture but hardly point toward a coherent ideology. That's what we were saying years ago. That's what we were saying hours ago. Are those Lolita glasses? Why are right-wingers, why is pedocon theory confirmed? Say a lot is that the purpose of Charlie Kirk is to conceal from the Republican base what their policies actually are and to distract them with like culture war slop. If you look at like positions for like single payer healthcare, you'll see 30% support, 25%, 35% support among Republicans for it. And it's like, wait, you support a minimum wage increase, you support Medicare for all, you support raising taxes on the rich. Why the fuck are you Republican? And it's like an understanding that politics is not about people looking at a list of policies and then picking them and going, I took a test online and it says I should support Bernie Sanders. I'm voting for him. No, it is a vibe. It is a social, political, cultural milieu. It is your material interests, whether you have any class consciousness. Are you organized in a union? And even then, people who are in unions will vote against their union recommendation because of like concerns about guns or something, right? That is the main project of these like right-wing debaters and the right-wing entertainers, is to kind of create an uncertainty and a cloud around the Republican Party where you fill in the blanks about what you think the Republican Party is. And they have a few cultural touchstones that they will use, and they're all like abortion, guns, trans issues. You know, it's not based on your life, your material interests.
Yeah, anything that will improve your life, especially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll be like, it'll cut your taxes, because that sounds like real to people. Pretty based guy right there. The guy seems pretty good. That guy seems pretty smart. Okay, for the love of God, I need something else. We need some other content to cover because I have nothing.
It's just bizarro land.
All right, we have some breaking news. On Friday morning, Utah Governor Spencer Cox announced that
I don't even want to watch the pod save guys. They're so annoying. I fucking hate them. I fucking hate them. They're like, we got to get the computer and delete the posts.
Call this, call this neighbor react. That's wrong. This is wrong. There's a little bit of video before the song. I don't know what Kyle's putting. I'm just putting it wrong. They wanted me to. Kyle wanted me to put it back. But I'm on somewhere else.
I'm reading more posts and they don't have shit. Nobody has anything. They don't have anything. Charlie Kirk was killed by a meme, making sense of our new dark era of extremely online political violence. He was registered to vote, but not affiliated. That could mean Groyper or leftist. He didn't vote in the last 2 elections. The messages were politically confusing. Notice his bulge, ooh, what's this, written on the casing. Yo, anarchists. Yo, anarchists, if you guys take me out, could you like put a cool message on the bullet? Like if somebody like tries to take me out, can it be like, class collaborationist, we need revolution now? Can you do something cool like that? Can you not do like skibidi toilet? Like, come on. The bullet of my assassin's gonna say skibidi toilet, or Mike's got the gyat. Oh man. I will accept nice cock. I will accept nice cock, okay? That one, fine. All right? Like, please, not notice his bulge. Ooh, woo, what's this? Come on, man. The first message is a reference to the satirically fascist video game Helldivers 2. The second is an anti-fascist folk song, which has been in the Netflix's Money Heist. Bella Ciao is also used in the video game Far Cry 6. The third is just boilerplate edgelord speak, given extra layers of irony by the much more online jokes on the other casings. The leak and the eventual reveal, I mean, this is so true. The leak and the eventual reveal of what was on the bullet cases is important, if only for illustrating exactly how unprepared for this current moment both law enforcement and the mainstream media are. Two law enforcement sources, they believe the Helldivers reference was a connection to the transgender community. And making the initial picture of who Robinson is and what he believes even more complicated are photos from the Facebook page, which are currently being shared on social media as internet hunts for clues as why he carried it out. In 2017, he dressed up as Donald Trump with Trump's face painted green, a possible reference to the Pepe the Frog edit of Trump. In 2018, he did the squatting Slav Pepe meme as as easy as it is to point these costumes as proof that Robinson was a far-right extremist radicalized online 4chan post, it's just as likely he was a teenage boy dressing up as memes he saw online. Exactly, but what the fuck? So basically, this article is just where we were 6 hours ago. The conflicting tone of the bullet casings inscriptions may also point to a connection with the COM network and the 764 terror cell offshoot. Yeah, they did a bunch of terrorist attacks already. Okay, let's say this guy is a chronically online groiper. Where did he learn to shoot 200-meter headshots? Okay, first of all, it was 120 meters. That's number one. Number two, I could do it right now. All you need is a bench rest and a rifle that's zeroed properly, and then you put the crosshairs over the target. This is not a 500-meter shot or something like that. This is a standard hunting rifle. Could do it. I'm not saying that he's a bad shot. He hit the shot, but it's not like some sort of superhuman skill. And he grew up in a gun family. 200 yards right on the neck. Yeah, he hit the target. He hit the target. 1 MOA, 2 MOA. Like, fine. It's not like a fucking like sniper, super sniper shot or anything. It's a reasonable, proficient shot. He shot him in the chest and a fragment cut his neck. I have never heard this. I've never heard that happen. I've never heard anybody say that. From what it looks like he got shot directly in the neck.
James Robinson, the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk. We just got our hands on brand new court paperwork. We are talking potential charges. We are talking bail. We are talking now a new detailed timeline of events, and we're going to break it down for you in real time. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, so we're doing something very different here on Sidebar. We are breaking down this legal paperwork we just got our hands on in real time. No prep. I'm literally looking at this right now.
Yay! Everyone's becoming a slop tubing streamer like me. No prep. Let's just do it live. Yeah!
This is new paperwork that was just filed in connection with the arrest of Tyler James Robinson, the 22-year-old who is...
Can I just say we're fucking cooked? Because I'm an old man. And I became an adult before the internet really took off. And like it was existing and we had some internet shit, but I was already an adult. I was out of college, okay? Like my brain is like a book reading brain. I used to read magazines for fun. I had Playboys, the paper magazine as a young man. Do you understand how different that is from now? You guys are fucking cooked. I used to sit down and read a 600-page book in one sitting from cover to cover. I'd be like, all right, what am I doing this Saturday? I'm reading this whole book, and I would just sit there and read the whole book. Why? It's called autistic hyperfixation.
Suspected of killing Charlie Kirk. Now, what do I have my hands on? I have an affidavit of probable cause. I have an order from a judge denying him bail, and then a public safety assessment report. I'm going to break all of this down in real time. He hasn't been officially charged yet, but this is what he has been booked on. I want to bring on trial attorney Rich Schoenstein, who's going to break this down with me in real time. So we're both looking at this. Rich, good to see you.
I used to read encyclopedias. I would do my homework with a paper encyclopedia. My parents had an Encyclopedia Britannica, and I would do homework using the Encyclopedia Britannica. We didn't have Wiki. I would have to go to a library and check out books to write a paper. You know what that was like? I wrote my first papers on an electronic typewriter. And, well, my dad, we also had a Commodore 64. Eventually, we got my dad was a Mac simp. He loved Macs. When everybody else was like, haha, you have a Mac, he was like, this is going to be great one day. You're all going to say Merrill was right. The Mac is good.
By the way, great background. Is that real or is that AI? I mean, it looks like a really
Yeah, no. This is my real brother's real house in Columbus, Ohio.
It looks good. Looks good. Okay, so what I want to do first is go into this affidavit of probable cause, which led to his arrest. He is charged, and we'll break down these charges. He is going to be charged, or at least he's been booked right now.
Bro, why did you wear this mask? Never mind.
On aggravated murder.
I'm not trying to give tips.
Felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury.
I didn't hear you say microfiche. Of course we microfished.
Obstruction of justice, capital first-degree felony conduct. Before we go any further, Rich, so basically, this is what he could be charged with. This is what prosecutors could be seeking. It could be modified in some way. But at this point, this seems to fall in line with what the allegations are.
Right. I mean, basically, the charges here are murder, illegal discharge of a firearm in public where he did it, and obstruction of justice, which I think means flight. And as you say, there are other possible crimes that might or might not be added.
And so let me read through this whole probable cause statement. And it says, I believe there is probable cause to charge the defendant with these charges. And I believe this is from an arresting officer, although I'll see at the end. Brian Davis, officer's name. This is in the county of Utah, state of Utah. Okay. I believe there is probable cause to charge the defendant with these charges because the following information was obtained by your affiant from police officers, multiple video recordings posted on social media websites, Utah Valley University campus surveillance cameras, and those who witnessed the incident. On September 10th, 2025, Charles James Kirk was at the Utah Valley University UVU campus in Orem, Utah for a political event. Mr. Kirk is a conservative political activist who was scheduled to speak at an event in the courtyard area on the UVU campus. The courtyard area is to the west of the Low C Center building. According to video...
Steve Bannon says Charlie Kirk was assassinated in cold blood by a left-wing Antifa-aligned radical, except he's just making it up because they like to lie. He just makes shit up. We have no evidence of anything, unfortunately.
Recordings, Charles was wearing a white t-shirt and dark pants, sitting under a white canopy in a courtyard.
By the way, guys, I just want you to know this guy is Omega cooked. The only way he avoids a death penalty is if his family is like, well, we turned him in. And maybe they give him like life without a possibility of parole if he confesses and pleads guilty. But they might just say, nope, we're going to go for the death penalty no matter what.
Of the campus facing to the east. The event was attended by hundreds of individuals. Charles was surrounded by people with multiple individuals to his left, right, and rear and front of the canopy. Behind the canopy was a walkway used for access to various parts of the university. Charles was holding a microphone and speaking to a crowd. While speaking into the microphone, a loud gunshot was heard at approximately 12:23 hours, and Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Now, that's interesting because I kind of did a separate sidebar on this.
I think, all right, I'm ready to make one conclusion. This guy, no matter what he was brain rotted as fuck. He was not part of some greater movement. He wasn't some SRA chapter that was doing their coming out attack. He wasn't part of some sort of like Nick Fuentes ordered hit. He wasn't an Israeli agent. He's just one 22-year-old incel with brain rot. Now, expect exactly what brain rot he had is interesting, but overall, this is an incel shooter. This is just another school shooting of the incel variety. Another 4chan incel shooter.
It's about there was speculation whether or not he was
They're
hit
not gonna play
in
shit.
the chest and it ricocheted into his neck, but here he says it's been hit in the neck. Blood was seen coming out of the left side of his neck as he fell over to his left. Charles was transported to Panagos Regional Hospital in Orem. Apologize if I'm...
Is that the indigenous tribe they killed? Is that the indigenous tribe that Mormons wiped out to take the land? They named the hospital after the tribe they exterminated? Let me look it up. Tipanagos. Tipanagos are a tribe of Native Americans who had inhabited a large part of central Utah, particularly the area from Utah Lake east to the Uinta Mountains and south into present-day Sand Peak County. Conflicts with the Mormons. Battle Creek Massacre. So the answer is yes. What is it with white people and naming shit after tribes they exterminated? It's fucking weird, man.
Mispronouncing that. Charles was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Investigators reviewed the Utah Valley University surveillance cameras. While reviewing the surveillance cameras, investigators observed an individual on the rooftop of the Losi Center building on the UVU campus at the time of the shooting. Hereafter, the unidentified individual will be referred to as suspect. Based on surveillance camera footage, suspect appears to be a white male with dark-colored hair, wearing a dark-colored hat, sunglasses, a long-sleeve black shirt with a...
Man, you know, it's so weird. Like, I watch this and I'm like, Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk? When I was 22, Chad, I gotta be honest, I was not thinking about political commentators I hated like this. Charlie Kirk? It's not 2002 anymore, dog. Okay, first of all, it was 2004 or 2006. Calm down. At 2006, we were having fun. What was the top song in 2006? I mean, these are some like, come on. Like, these are some bangers. We have Rihanna. We've got Sexy Back. Everybody knows that. And of course, the best song of 2006. The absolute best song of 2006. You all know it. You all love it.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so red?
The best song of 2006. Holy fuck, man. That's crazy. Those were good times, man. I think that year I went to Atlantic City with my best friend at the time. We went to the Trump Taj Mahal. I wish I could go back and talk to the mic from 2006 and be like, shit's about to get crazy, man. The next 15 years are not going to go the way you think.
Ladies up in here tonight. No fighting. We got the refugees. No fighting.
I mean, like, there was some good songs in there, chat.
Picture of an American flag and an eagle printed on the shirt, dark-colored jeans, and white-gray shoes with white-colored shoelaces. The shoes appear to be consistent with Chuck Taylor Converse-style shoes. We've been following this story from the beginning. And, you know, one of the reasons that we can do this to really dive into these cases and stories is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsors like Upside. Now, Upside is great. It is a free app that gets cash back when you buy daily essentials. So I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out to lunch, I can use Upside. Get something at a convenience store, I can use Upside. And why not get cash back when I do all these things, right? Yes, this is real cash back. It's
Sorry, chat. I was doing an ethical react. Sorry about that, chat.
Dark-colored backpack on his back. Suspect walks with a distinctive gait. Prior to the
I'm like hunting for more info. As we watch this video, I'm hunting for more video.
Suspect appears to walk with a stiff right leg and a relatively slow pace. Suspect's ability to bend his right leg appears to be restricted. Investigators were able to track suspect's movements on the UVU campus starting at approximately 11:50 hours on September 10th, 2025. At approximately 11:50 hours, a UVU surveillance camera first captured suspect walking across a grassy area north of Campus Drive at approximately 800 West. By the way, we knew that there were surveillance footage, but now we're really getting this in depth. A suspect walked south through the parking lot and approached a pedestrian tunnel that runs underneath Campus Drive. Before entering the tunnel, suspect paused at the top of the stairs and pulled out what appeared to be a cell phone from his right pocket using his right hand at approximately 11:53 hours. Suspect eventually put what appeared to be a cell phone back in his right pants pocket using his right hand. Surveillance captured suspect making his way toward the Losi Center. At approximately 12:02 hours, suspect was recorded walking on the north side of the Losi Center building, walking with the same gait as observed earlier. Suspect entered the Losi Center building through a set of doors on the southeast corner of the Losi Center building. At approximately 12:15 hours, let me just change it here. Suspect was observed walking up to the stairs that led to the common area adjacent to the Losi Center building. Suspect walked to a short concrete wall that separates the common area from the rooftop of the Losi Center building. At approximately 12:17 hours, suspect climbed over the short wall and appeared to crouch down on the north side of the wall on the rooftop. At approximately 12:22 hours, suspect stood up and started running across the rooftop of the Losi Center building. The notable limb from previous surveillance was absent. Suspect ran to the west side of the rooftop and appeared to scoot along the rooftop area as he got closer to the edge of the rooftop. At approximately 12:22 hours, suspect laid down in a position consistent with a prone shooting position near the edge of the rooftop and appeared to be facing west in the direction of the courtyard area. The rooftop of the Losi Center building overlooks the courtyard area where the event featuring Charlie Kirk was taking place. The Losi Center building is east of the courtyard area. At approximately 12:23 hours, Charlie Kirk was shot. At approximately 12:23 hours, surveillance shows that suspect stood up suddenly from the edge of the rooftop and sprinted north on the rooftop of the Losi Center building. Suspect ran to the northeast corner of the building and approached the edge of the rooftop. Suspect placed a dark-colored item on the rooftop and proceeded to lower himself off the rooftop. Suspect dropped off the rooftop onto the grass below. Suspect ran north near the parking lot to the east of the Losi Center. At approximately 12:24 hours, suspect ran north across the Campus Drive Road. Suspect appeared to be carrying an item whose identity is not clear from the surveillance, so whether or not it was the weapon. The area to the north of Campus Drive Road where suspect crossed over consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fire.
Listen to what the next door neighbor said. Listen to the next door neighbor. One neighbor who lives across the street from the Robinsons declined to be named. He said he's blind to the world and only learned about Robinson's arrest when he saw reporters and law enforcement in the street this morning. He was agnostic about the massive media presence on the street. Mother Nature is Mother Nature. Whatever she calls to do, let's do it, he said. He was similarly accepting when asked about Robinson, the subject of a massive 48-hour search living across the street. If it's close to home, if it's 50 miles from me, it's the same damn thing. Shit happens, and that's what it is. At least he didn't pretend to know the kid and get his, 15 minutes of fame. He didn't go up there and go, I was the chief custodian. I cleaned the toilet after he took a shit. Come on, man. Stop.
Casing read, notices bulge OWO, what's this? Inscription.
Can you say that again, attorney? I missed it.
The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, notices bulge OWO, what's this? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, hey fascist, catch, an up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow. And a third unfired casing read, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. Before we go any further, so Rich, this is quite consistent with not only what we heard from the press conference earlier today, but it is consistent with video footage.
I would love to see Charlie Kirk reacting to the exact same story, but about someone else. I would love to see what Charlie Kirk would have said. And we'll never get to hear it, and that's a shame. Is this Tel Aviv?
That is circulated on social media. What is standing out to you about this so far?
Well, I've seen this video footage, as you say, it's been making the rounds, and he walks with a stiff gait, presumably because he has a rifle down his pants. He gets on top of the building, he takes the rifle out of his pants, and now he's able to walk more freely, and he crouches down and fires. And there are these casings.
Yo, thanks for not running ads. This motherfucker thinks I can run ads. By the way, I can't. They took that away a long time ago, okay? They took that away a long time ago. Did it cost me a lot of money? Yes.
Not well versed enough to know what exactly those casings mean, what they're referencing.
Don't snitch on other people running ads. I don't need to know. Don't snitch on other people running ads. Don't snitch. I don't need to know. Let them get their bag.
Too. I see that they might, I've seen reports that they might have some connection to video games, but I don't know. But obviously they're of interest.
Dick Cheney's oil money. Holy shit. Thank you for the fucking, how many was that? 50 gifted. Thank you so much. Your tweet got a mention here. Here's the thing. And I want to say this, chat. I intentionally interpreted things in a way most likely to represent the fact that he was a groiper. I said it here on stream. I said it at the time. I am interpreting this with the assumption that he's a groiper. In the same way, the right wing interprets things with the assumption that he is some trans activist. All right? It doesn't mean it's confirmed. All right? I don't want anybody to say that I confirmed it. The only time I thought it was confirmed was when David Schuster lied. Fucking dipshit. Actual idiot. I'm never trusting that dumb fuck again. Now, he may be a groiper. We don't know. Marble Honey, thank you for the 10.
Interest to the investigators. They have a lot of footage.
I'm saying for nice, thanks.
We live in a world where if you're out walking around, you're on a campus, you're in a neighborhood.
If you're Israel, him being a groiper is probably the best thing for you, because Nick Fuentes and that kind of like Nazi right wing would be a force that could threaten the Israel lobby is very strong in the Republican Party among boomers. Whereas Democrats don't like Israel anymore because of the old genocide thing. Even older Democrats are against Israel. The only thing that keeps Israel safe is if the Republican Party remains safely pro-Israel. But if groipers start to grow and it undermines support for Israel at both parties, now I'm not saying this is good. The Nazi groipers are fucking terrible. But from their perspective, pinning it on groipers is probably better in the long run. So I find it unlikely that Israel is involved. Groipers are actual anti-Semites, exactly.
You're on film somewhere. You're on video somewhere. You can't go anywhere. And
do I fuck with Channel 5? All right. Who is watching? Who still watches Channel? Is Channel 5 like okay? Did they like? I thought they were canceled for being a fucking sex creep. I thought they were canceled for being a sex creep and they like never apologized. I'm not really a fan of rehabilitating people on my own. You know, like I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm not a fan. He got canceled. I sometimes watch it. Okay, I'm good.
They've pieced all of that together to show this suspect getting on top of the building and apparently firing a rifle.
And the fact that so much of this is documented, you know, how many times do we cover cases where there is no surveillance footage, let alone of the attack? We all saw the shooting. I mean, we all saw it, unfortunately.
Jesus Christ, I'm getting a drink, and all of a sudden they flick the fucking, like, close-up shot. Jesus Christ. I almost had a fucking heart attack.
But to apparently track the shooter's movements, they talked about it in a press conference yesterday, but to actually have it detailed, that is, and we know that the footage was, we know that the image of this person of interest, this suspect, was released yesterday. That is very important for prosecutors.
5 p.m. Mike, am I in this economy? What do you mean in this economy? 8,372 viewers. What do you mean in this economy? If I had 8,000 viewers every day at 5 p.m., I'd stream it. But here's the other thing I'm going to say. Like, okay. Right now, we don't know Dick. Right now, we don't know anything. All right, Washington Post posted something. Okay, hold on. New information. Xander Luke, who was Tyler Robinson's class, this was 23 minutes ago, at Pineview. Thank you, Laura Meckler, for doing some amount of journalism. Okay. Xander Luke, who was at Tyler Robinson's class at Pineview High School, recalled Robinson as a good student who was into the internet, memes, video games, and politics. They had several classes together, and while they were not close friends, they would sometimes talk about their frustrations with both political parties. Luke, 22, said in an interview, it could literally be either, it could literally be anyone. It could literally be anyone. We shared the same sentiments about how both the Democratic and Republican Party were not very much for the interests of the people anymore. They both make promises and don't really do anything and just stay in power. Oh my God. Uh-oh. During most of their high school tenure, President Donald Trump was in this first time. Luke said Robinson didn't like Trump, but wasn't excited by Joe Biden, whose victory over Trump came during their senior year. Luke added that Robinson did like hateful people and people who would talk down about others. He was upset by figures he seemed like bullies, who voiced prejudices against people based on their race or sex. We would have, this must be the person that the other reporter interviewed. We would have conversations every once in a while about our distaste about the way things had gone on in the world, where people have become more hateful and our government has been helping us as much. He was quite intelligent and would do well in school. I would say he was a good student. He would pay attention. He wouldn't talk a lot, but he wasn't super out of the way. He had friends. He was very normal. Well, if this is basically the interview we had before with the old friend, this sounds to me like a left-leaning person, but it doesn't sound like somebody who would shoot Charlie Kirk. Intelligent and very normal. So the guy was a kind of like acquaintance during high school. I think that this should shade us, but it's not confirmation of anything. It's literally not confirmation of anything. So he was apolitical, which lines up with him not being registered. But why the fuck would he shoot Charlie Kirk? Is he an actual normie assassin? Is he a normie assassin? World's first apolitical assassin? Radical centrist assassin? Asmongold before he came out as a fascist assassin? The Ryan Ruth is my hero. It's Ryan Ruth, but 22 years old. So basically, this is really old information. It doesn't confirm anything other than he wasn't like a super incel in high school. But, well, that was 4 years ago. So grandma says everybody was MAGA. His high school friend said he didn't like Biden or Trump. I would say that this tells us fucking nothing. This is grandma lover reporting. See, Charlie Kirk suspect's grandma says family is all MAGA. Why does nobody know fuck all?
School with this, that's him right there. I'm not trying to like clout chase make this. I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely.
Wait, did they not have senior pictures in Utah? Do you guys not get a senior thing in your yearbook where you post like a motto or a quote and you talk about your achievements? Like, why the fuck do you have like, is there no like senior picture? Bro, they stopped doing that long ago. Really? Damn, that's depressing. You guys had a fucking shit public schools. My public school was nice. We had a yearbook. What the fuck happened to public schools after I graduated? Sounds like they went to shit.
Saw him for like 3 straight years in high school, and the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit. I don't know, I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, 2018, you know, those kinds of, all I'm gonna say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online and all of a sudden your beliefs are all the way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends. This internet shit is seriously no joke. School with this.
Somebody give me something. Prove me wrong. Prove me right. Just anything. People saying he was a groiper or coping. It could be true. You could be right. You could be right. But he could also be a groiper. But he could also not be a groiper. We literally don't know anything. This is something that I posted too 12 hours ago. But I hate to be that guy, but isn't not liking Biden or Trump a leftist thing? Yes, I would agree that I would say that the conversation from the old high school friend indicates that he's probably more left-leaning, but it's also more like apolitical Andys that don't vote. Like apolitical Andys that don't vote say, wow, both parties are the same and they don't serve the people and they just make promises. That's an apolitical Andy thing. That's not a leftist thing. That's an apolitical thing. That's a disillusioned apolitical Andy. He didn't like Joe Biden. He doesn't like Donald Trump. He doesn't like bullies. That's like the most normie take of all time. It doesn't indicate that he's a groiper though. Like it leads me to like, this does not indicate, like his grandma says they were MAGA, but it's all schizophrenic. We're all just way out of in front of our ski. Let's be completely honest. We have no fucking idea what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. And it doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense to me because who are the leftists who are saying kill Charlie Kirk? Like seriously, who are the leftists who have called for targeting Charlie Kirk? Nobody has said that as far as I know. We thought of Charlie Kirk as kind of a dumb joke. Now he's bad. We hate his guts. We think his things are stupid, but we don't want to kill him. Like nobody, as far as I know, there's no one going like, we got to get Charlie. He's such an evil piece of shit. Leftists are like confronting ICE on the streets right now. They're not going after Charlie Kirk. It doesn't make sense. That's the point. That's the main thing for me is it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? The only people that focus nonstop on Fuentes are Destiny and Nick Fuentes. Sorry. The only people that focus on Charlie Kirk nonstop are Destiny and Nick Fuentes because they're debate perverts who want to like own him. It doesn't even make like, that's the weirdness is what is the motivation? I don't even think a Destiny fan would kill Charlie Kirk. It's just shocking. It's just a shocking target. It would be like somebody attacking me. Like, why would you go after Mike from PA of all the left-wing people on the planet? Like, attacking Mike from PA is kind of wild. I mean, Charlie Kirk is a lot more famous than me and a lot more connected to the Republicans. But even then, it's just a very random ass attack. I guess it's a he was close kind of situation. The thing about groypers is we immediately know when school shooters are groypers. The fact that it's a question mark here is unusual. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a weird question mark. I think it's certainly plausible that he's a groyper, but now I'm more doubtful. I think after this stream, my main position now is like I literally don't feel like I know anything more than I started the stream with. The meme shit on the bullet casings, it's like that's not memes that are part of my community. Those are not memes that are part of Hassan's community. Who the fuck is striking out to shoot Charlie Kirk? You know what I mean? I don't think ACP people are doing that either. Like even American Communist Party people are not doing that. I don't even think like it doesn't even make this is what's like boggling the mind. It's like, where is this coming from? I agree with this position that if there was evidence that he was a leftist, like I don't think he was a leftist. I still don't think he was a leftist. I think it's starting to point between he was either a groyper that was radicalized late, which we don't have any direct evidence of, so I don't like that as an answer, or he was like a normie. But where does the like I'm gonna go kill Charlie Kirk come from? An unsatisfying term I've been thinking about, thinking through to make sense of this is post-political. The right looks for that one signifier to prove the shooter was a leftist. The left hopes for proof he was a right-winger and so on. But for these kids, don't use signifiers that way. Even if you came of age politically in the 2000s, detached from the history of the 20th century political struggle, partisans, and the party form, you likely found signifiers in order to express political commitments, which you were still, for the most part, attached to the institutions. Even the weirdo cranks, libertarians, Avakian communists, Civil War reenactors, had their base in orgs with vanity political parties, newspapers, conventions, meetings, what have you. This is not how the internet works, and it accelerated even faster after the spontaneity of 2020. The online signification economy is not structured by coherent goals of building a party form or achieving institutional legitimacy. It's about differentiating oneself within a vast network of competing sources of attention. Avoiding cringe is just as important as ideology. If the end of history 90s produced a layer of signification detached from history as it was equivalent to the first film in the franchise, it poorly referenced a past, but it was a past in living memory. But now the past that is referenced is always already the pastiched version. The shooter allegedly referencing Bella Ciao is a great example. Even for leftists in the 2010s, the song became a way to place oneself in relation to a decade of actual historical struggle. But it's just a meme now, recycled for intra-group competition. You have to remember that for this generation, even the Bernie left is ancient. They experience history through waves of online that oscillate rapidly against what came before. Woke, post-woke, it's all about situating oneself against more seemingly powerful signifying practices. So post-political isn't the right term, but I think that I'm trying to work through is the idea that even if they feel like they have political commitments, they are unmoored from institutional politics. That's been interesting for decades. 2010 socialism is similar, sure. But once it's entirely online, directed at defeating rival influencers instead of organizing a union or even street action, it becomes evacuated of politics as we have understood them up to this point. Eddington nailed this with the kid who ends up as a right-wing influencer. The key is not to fall into the trap of determining which ideology they fit. That's just more signification play. Nor is it to call it meaningless. It's all very meaningful for them, but they live in a world where our political institutions have revealed themselves meaningless. Anyway, a penny for suggestions in a better term to describe what I'm outlining here, but preferably without recourse to Baudrillard. I can never say his name. I absolutely should have mentioned Anton Yeager's work here. The book version of this is coming out next year. But I think I want to distinguish this new Gen Z version from the 2010s hyperpolitics moment, which was still grounded in coherent signifiers. There were just too many. I think this guy is right. I think this is me being a millennial really understanding Gen Z politics for the first time. Earlier in the stream, I was talking about how there's leftist influencers who really hate my guts, even though I'm like allied with people they supposedly like. And when I try to figure out what it is, it's actually just their competing influencers. That's it. It's not about like I'm thinking about like DSA and like, you know, SRA and like forming groups and winning elections and like they don't think like that. They just see me as somebody else who's taking their viewers. And I never really understood that. I was always like, no, we don't take each other's viewers. We help each other. I was thinking about solidarity. I was thinking about my organizing work that I've been doing for 20 years. And so I never understood why there was hostility from people that are like supposedly in the same camp as me over the most vain, non-significant influences. And now it makes a lot more sense. Are you suggesting that he killed Charlie Kirk because he hated him personally? No, it's dumber than that. It's the online signification economy. Charlie Kirk was simply a competing influencer with Nick Fuentes. It's not really about politics per se. It's about the leading competing influencers. It's why I get more heat from other leftists than I do from right-wingers. Even though they try, it doesn't affect me at all. I don't think it's post-political. I think it's para-political. Para-political. In the sense of, it's like, no, it's not right, because parapolitical already exists. What's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like meta post-political, if that makes sense. It's like not really about politics per se. It's about the forms of politics. Like I'm trying to think about this, like, it doesn't make any sense. Like this guy wasn't trying to kill Charlie Kirk to get my approval or Hassan's approval or even Nick Fuentes' approval, it seems like. He wasn't trying to get Asmongold's approval. It was just like making a meme, like attaching himself to a meme, but not even being connected enough to the audiences that created the memes. This is a post from his mom. Almost forgot Tyler. He could totally avoid us now that he got all the computer accessories he's been wanting. Commentary coming from you and Hassan that constantly docs and call for violence creates the environment that will give people the assumption he is. Except what have I doxed anyone or called for violence? What are you talking about? He wanted to be a vigilante. I mean, that's possible. Workers are getting fired, placed on leave over Charlie Kirk posts. I mean, this doesn't surprise me at all. Like, as I said, like when I heard about the Charlie Kirk shit, what was my reaction? My reaction was to go to my Discord and tell people, you're allowed to discuss this, but I don't want people calling for violence. I don't want people celebrating under the, you know, and doing what we call Fed posting, because it's really, that's damaging to the community, and it's going to create the impression that we approve or condone it, and we don't. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I never have, but I never called for any violence against him. That's crazy. Erica Kirk will be giving remarks at 8:15 Eastern Time, billed as a public statement to the press.
Yeah, well, and so listen, this is a very high profile, very horrible crime. This is an all hands on deck situation. They went door.
Basically, Charlie Kirk tried to become popular among kids 10 years ago, but he was mostly a grift machine to boomers, where it was like paying him so that boomers felt like there was a young conservative audience that was being built up. It wasn't until the debate purgatory and TikTok that Charlie Kirk actually started to make inroads with young conservatives. It was the debate purgatory culture and the kind of like what I would call Jubilee style attention economy, where it's just like be seen as yelling at your opposition and owning them with dunks. That became a successful way to get attention.
Door to door to get any possible video they can. We've seen cases where they investigate too late and the video is lost. So here they got it right away. You know, they were there the day of, the day after, going around the neighborhood, pulling together whatever video glimpses they could that might shed some light on this situation. And it paid off. They got pictures, they got video.
And they also they say investigators also discovered a shoe impression on the northeast corner rooftop edge of the Losi Center building. The shoe impression was located in the vicinity where suspect climbed down from the rooftop. The shoe impression is consistent with the shoe sole characteristics of a Converse Chuck Taylor shoe. They also talked yesterday about forearm impressions, palm prints. I believe that has been sent out for testing as well. They're probably looking to see if it matches up to Robinson. One thing to note here, and I was talking about this with Ellie Honig yesterday, this is before there was an arrest, legal liability. You know, one of the things you have to wonder is whether or not the university, and you are a civil trial attorney, whether the university faces any liability here. In the sidebar I did yesterday, there were concerns, there were questions of reports about maybe a lax in security. Were the tickets being checked? Were there...
I mean, like, come on.
Was there a lack of actual... security detector.
One of the things that is like the most pseudo-intellectual thing people do is they're like, well, you should wear a bulletproof vest, or you should hire security, or you should get a concealed weapon. And like, what are you going to do? Create, like, it's just not, it's not a thing. If somebody's coming with a rifle and they want to kill you, it is what it is. Either they miss or they hit. And unfortunately for Charlie Kirk, he was hit on the first shot. Like, there was nothing that anybody could have done.
This appeared to be on the outside, though, right? So on the rooftop. Does the school face any liability here, you think?
Well, potentially. This is going to be heavily scrutinized. Every facet of this is going to be heavily scrutinized to determine if anybody else is responsible, anybody else is involved, and anybody else is potentially at fault from should he have been noticed getting to campus, getting up on top of a building. Should somebody have seen that? Was there adequate security for an event that not only had a prominent speaker, had hundreds of students and other people in attendance? Was there adequate security? I don't know the answers to any of those questions, but those questions are going to be asked.
And one of the things we talked about yesterday was not only a potential wrongful death or negligence lawsuit filed potentially by Charlie Kirk's family, but, you know, people around there who had to witness this very traumatic event. This is when we always talk about infliction of emotional distress. I want to move on to that, though. I want to go back to this. So it says, on the evening of September 11th, 2025, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at UVU. Again, very consistent with what we heard from the press conference today. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with the surveillance images. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting and sort of, if it's true, surprising that he didn't change his clothes more quickly.
And then it says investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, 2025. And in conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified
Dodge Challenger is the most Republican coded for a Republican kid. Is he actually the first normie shooter?
Identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed the roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it.
Aren't most crimes and murders just mentally ill normies? Yes, of course, but it depends on what you mean by normie. This is a fucking sniper shot. Like, normies don't go like, I see Charlie Kirk is coming to my university, and I object to the fact that both parties are a waste of time and they break their promises to the people, and I just don't like that guy's vibes. He spreads mean messages. I don't like that. I'm gonna shoot him. What?
And showed several messages to investigators and allowed.
I'm an anti-bully extremist. I'm gonna shoot Charlie Kirk. What? It was 200 yards, not a sniper shot. Yeah, no, you're right. It was actually 120 yards, and he had a He had a 30-06 hunting rifle. That's a shot that anybody, who's used it for a day at the range could make. Plus, he also had all day. He was at a bench rest position, prone bench rest. He had all day to set up the shot. He had a glass on it. I mean, I think somebody could make that shot after 15 minutes of practice. There was no security. I mean, we're going to have security for a Charlie Kirk event? Did he, you want to live like that? You want to live where, Charlie Kirk, the internet micro celebrity, is going to have fucking, a Secret Service detail? He had security. What, are you going to have counter snipers everywhere? Someone who has any notoriety is speaking? What's going on?
Investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon, Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages, I'm changing here, the content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact. Tyler stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mention that he had changed outfits. Based on the evidence detailed in this statement, I believe there is probable cause that Tyler Robinson committed the crimes of aggravated murder by shooting Charlie Kirk in a circumstance that put many around him at grave risk of death, felony discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice for moving and hiding the rifle believed to have been used in the shooting. Okay, first thing I want to go through here, Rich, now you see why he's being charged with aggravated murder. There's an enhancement statute that's listed. They're basically saying that the reason that you can get this as, I believe, a capital offense, right, the highest offense in Utah, would be this was amounted to a danger.
A Gen Z colleague described the black pill mindset to me in a way I'd never heard before. For younger kids today, especially men, there's pressure to either get rich at any cost or get famous at any cost. They use irony and crude memes to mask the deep anxiety they feel. What stood out to this person was the LOL nothing matters attitude Kirk's assassin tried so hard to project into his ironic bullet inscriptions, political but mostly vapid Halloween costumes, and gamer culture he was steeped in. His politics almost feel secondary. We're seeing an uptick in ironic phrases written on bullet casings and manifestos that are peppered with very online references meant to be read and understood not by the media, but by these shooters' online peers. They want to be remembered as the people who went for it. It speaks to the alienation that younger Americans, disproportionately men, try to heal not through therapy, but through online game communities, Discord, and validating themselves online. Their goal isn't news coverage, it's to be cheered on by their niche forums of choice. It also speaks to a lack of hope about the future. It's hard to say if these people also even have coherent left-right ideologies, so much as an overriding sense that their lives are pretty much over before they begin, unless they hit a crypto jackpot or something equally unlikely. At the same time, they're stewing in a social media ecosystem where algorithms feed them a constant stream of rage bait. I feel like I'm understanding Asmongold more. I feel like I'm actually understanding Asmongold more. I've talked about how he's just a nihilist, clout-hungry goblin, but I think I'm understanding his audience more. I've understood who Asmongold is for a while, but his audience, I was like, who the fuck is watching this guy? And that was a question, not rhetorical. A real question, why the fuck would you watch Asmongold? He doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't know anything. He's not arguing for anything. He just it's 25,000 nihilists and 20,000 bots. Why is Asmongold even botting his stream, or somebody else botting his stream? I mean, I get that he wants more viewers than Hassan because he needs that ego stroke. But why are 25,000 people watching Asmongold? And so they form parasocial hatreds. Don't I know it? As the shooter's family said, he'd only become political recently, and he seemed to fixate on Charlie Kirk's viral content. What Governor Cox said is broadly right. Social media is a cancer. Wait, was he just somebody who hated Charlie Kirk and there was nothing more to it? He just didn't like Charlie Kirk on TikTok and that's it? He didn't have anybody he liked? He was just fuck Charlie Kirk? He was just a hate watcher? He was just a parasocial hater. Oh my God, I have these people too. Okay, now I'm worried. Now I'm worried. When Governor Cox said is broadly right, social media is a cancer, and when coupled with the social alienation epidemic we're seeing in America, it's convincing people that that reality is something less than real. If you've never going to be rich, why not try to be infamous? The traditional venue for that was school shootings, but these have become so commonplace now that the shooters barely register in our media coverage. We're numb to it. What gets headlines now? Political shootings. Even better if your message is confusing for the normies. It's just the violence or the instant celebrity that makes it so appealing. It's the purposely conflicting and often nonsensical messaging, like the meme slogans on the shooter's bullets, to confuse the media and create confusion and chaos. It's trolling with bullets. I don't know the Kirk shooter's ideology, and I imagine we will learn more as the story develops, but my point is the pattern of his behavior, this very online existence, his deep kinship with irony and nihilistic online culture is shared by other recent shooters. Don't ignore it. It's also why it's critical for media outlets to start hiring deeply internet culture literate reporters who could understand at a glance what these messages are, what they mean, and what they don't mean. That trans ideology turned out to be a video game reference. Wow, this is really good. I actually think this is right. I feel like I learned something. I think I kind of understand it a little bit more now. I think that I made a mistake in trying to... I was very millennial in my coverage, I think. I think I made a mistake in my coverage where I was like, oh, he's a groyper. I was approaching it from millennial brain. No, this is Gen Z brain rot. Like, I know of Gen Z brain rot, but I didn't understand Gen Z brain rot. I think I'm understanding it at a better level. I don't know. Maybe he is a groyper. Maybe he is a fan of mine. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's a fan of mine or Hassan's or any leftist, really. It feels like it's just nihilistic brain rot that I don't get. You have way too much self-doubt about this. All the evidence that we have still points it to being a groyper. It could be a groyper. I feel like that's too clean. I think this is like... earlier in the stream, I was like, when I was 22, I wasn't mad at I wasn't doing any of this shit. And I feel like I am somebody who grew up mostly before 9/11 and before COVID. And so I don't understand the Gen Z brain rot. I don't understand Skibidi Toilet or 6'7" or random brain rot shit. I was not in Roblox or Minecraft. Roblox, whatever it's fucking called. I'm an 86 baby and I understand all of it. I think you're overestimating your brain understanding. Like, for me, nihilism is an idea that doesn't come with community. Nihilism is something that I encountered reading, Beyond Good and Evil and shit from Nietzsche. Nihilism isn't something that I was fed from an internet meme. They engage in nihilism together. These discords, 4chan forums. Yeah, no, I think I had an understanding of like 4chan nihilism or school shooter nihilism. I think Asmongold is really the creator of this type of guy. I think this guy is the most Asmongold coded guy I've ever seen. I don't think he would have vibed with Asmongold becoming a right winger. I think that was this is like pre Asmongold fascism. It just doesn't seem comprehensible to the politics that we talk about. Like, it almost feels like killing Charlie Kirk was more of a troll of Charlie Kirk's fans than it was a statement against Charlie Kirk. Do you get what I mean? It wasn't like he was killing Charlie Kirk because he was trying to advance a political movement. He was killing Charlie Kirk so that Charlie Kirk's fans would be sad. It'd be like, haha, killed your favorite content creator. He literally did it for the lulz. Mike, you're spiraling. We know nothing yet. I mean, I feel like the fact that we don't know anything yet is kind of evidence of this point. I mean, it could it's the same thing as the Trump sniper. The Trump sniper is the same way. He was the same guy. The guy who took a shot at Trump was like from a right-leaning community where he had easy access to guns, and he looked up Trump and Biden, and Trump came closest to his house, so he went for the shot. It's the same exact guy.
Nothing changes. Fucking Nazis.
They were Nazis, dude?
Oh, come on, Donnie. They were threatening castration.
Uh-huh.
Are we going to split hairs here?
No.
Am I wrong?
Well, he
Man, they were nihilists, man.
Huh?
They kept saying they believed in nothing.
Nihilists. Fuck me. I mean, say what you want about the tenets of National Socialism, dude. At least it's an ethos.
No.
I think it was literally like, I can kill Charlie Kirk because it's an easy kill.
Country, because we
This is an apolitical statement. The literacy crisis is hitting all four corners of this country because we are never getting a real manifesto again. Haven't seen one in a minute. It used to be way less stupid to figure out why someone did something, right? They used to tie it up in a bow for us. They used to leave us a little packet, staple, hey, this is exactly why. Yep, nope, this is actually why I did it. No room for interpretation. Debate, this is why I did it. Now we're just pulling motive from Discord server chats, 4chan threads, social media accounts, corny memes they were resharing. Now, because of the literacy crisis, we have the dumbest people from your high school hopping online to debate what a very obvious white nationalist statement made in a Discord server may or may not mean. What do you think this means, you guys? What does this mean, you guys? What does it mean? What could it mean, Jerry? What could it mean? Jesus Christ.
Is that a reference to this shooter? I think everybody needs to simmer their timbers and wait for the facts. I mean, I think that's what we're doing, aren't we? Isn't that what literally we are doing? Terrorists without a cause. To many young people, the future can at times look bleak. According to what is described as the biggest study of its kind, 45% of young people aged 16 to 25 experience anxiety and distress related to climate change, to the point that it affects their daily lives. The subreddit R Nihilism grew from 31,000 members to 115. As of this writing, it's 181,000. In this context, that the United States Justice Department and FBI have classified a new form of violent extremism: nihilistic violent extremists. Nihilistic violent extremists are described as being motivated by a hatred of society and a desire to see it destroyed. While these motivational factors could also be attributed to other violent extremists, for instance, accelerationists, what sets NVEs apart is their lack of ideological substance beyond a broad anger and hatred directed outwards at the world. NVEs can act as individuals or as part of a broader network and frequently use social media to target vulnerable populations. The phenomenon is mostly known as describing a loose network of mostly online young predators known as the COM. Well-known groups under its banner include CVLT, 764, and No Lives Matter. Within this community, members gain notoriety through extortion, blackmail, abuse, and extreme violence. Recently, 2 high-profile members were arrested and charged with operating an intentional international child exploitation enterprise. The affidavit contains allegations relating to grooming, psychological torture, and physical violence against minors, evidence of which was traded online and collected as symbols of status. To an outsider, such behavior seemed to have little to no substantial meaning or purpose. To the small extent that members of the COM can be said to subscribe to any ideology or philosophy, it can be found in the Order of the Nine Angles. O9A is a Satanist occult collective that came into public knowledge in the 70s and has endured with a relatively small membership since, before becoming well known recently through its connection to 764. The collective subscribes to an ethos of cleansing, enlightenment, and evolution through moral transgression, which manifests in various ways in its adherents, including Nazism and extremism. These are not mandatory. Any evil or sinister expressions of devotion will do. Alert, what? Ban? Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Thank you for telling me to ban the guy who was spamming annoying shit. Sorry it took so long. Have I ever shot trap? Sure. Eventually, according to the dense and massive mythology of 098, subversion of social norms and Judeo-Christian values result in the breakdown of society. Okay. The phenomenon of NVEs and the harm they seek to cause for notoriety and clout can be understood in the terms of a quest for significance. Significance quest theory was developed by psychologist Ari Kurkalansky and contends that the various different motivational constructs, such as the need to belong, rejection sensitivity, or fear of death, all touch on the human desire to matter, that is, to feel significant. Moreover, this need can become immense upon an event that causes a loss of the feeling of significance, be it bullying or abuse or global crises that cause fear, anxiety, and awareness of one's mortality. As noted, such crises have become a hallmark of modern life and coincide with the emergence of nihilist extremism. I feel like why these guys are never leftists is because leftism is honestly about community. It's about achieving change. It's about succeeding and making a better world. You know what I mean? Thank you, Chris. This guy did this to advance the Groyper agenda. That's possible. That's possible. That's what I've been talking about today. Here's how I feel. All right, chat. I think my brain is melted. As much as I hate leaving now, I think my brain is melted and I don't have anything more to say. We have a 9-hour stream. We had some ups and downs. I feel like the only conclusion I can draw, and I think this should be the most important thing you hear for the stream, is we have no fucking idea. We have absolutely no fucking idea. I thought for a second that there was going to be it was seeming like more evidence was coming out that he was a groyper, or at least disabusing the notion that he was a radical leftist. At the end of the day, I think the following possibilities. One, a centrist shooter normie who just wanted to be significant and wasn't really that political. He just wanted to be famous. Or two, he's a groyper who was killing Charlie Kirk for the memes. I think either one makes sense. As far as like being a leftist who is trying to strike down a fascist, I don't see that as, there's like basically no evidence that he was connected to any left-wing group that I am aware of. So fundamentally, I don't feel like we learned anything. I'm sorry, chat. I feel like we learned nothing. And so because my brain is rotted, I'm going to send you to the #1 brain rot streamer. The #1 brain rot streamer on the entire website is Vio. I think all of you should ask Vio, because Vio is the one who's most likely to understand. I think Vio is the person who's most likely to understand brain rot. So thank you, everybody. Also, in a couple hours, we are going to be doing a movie night on my Discord. If you want to come hang out and avoid becoming a nihilist extremist, come hang out on the Discord. We're watching a movie. What are we watching this week? We are watching all right, everybody.